Part 1. Theft. Your Honor, I submit that my client could not have known about the consequences of his decision, and accordingly is not obliged to answer for them. Undoubtedly, he grossly violated all possible official instructions. He admits his guilt and agrees to be punished in accordance with the law. But for what happened to the victim, only those who committed this terrible crime should be held responsible. The judge looked at the lawyer. Her face was completely impassive, a professional habit. In her soul there was a real storm of emotions, incomprehension, surprise, and even contempt. She had seen and heard a lot of things in her long career, but this was the first time she had encountered such a horrifying case. And it was the lawyer who stood before her completely calm and uttered such things in complete seriousness. Who knows what is going on in her soul? Maybe the expression on her face. And this strange tone is also just a professional mask. But she might not have taken the case. She knew exactly who she had to protect. And she's still a woman. The judge thought irritably, can you really be so calm as to help a man who has condemned his own wife to terrible suffering? For what? For money? How much, I wonder, were you paid to so successfully suppress the disgust that must invariably arise at the mere sight of your client? So you're saying, the prosecutor interjected, temporarily saving the judge from having to react in any way to the lawyer's words, that your client could not have known what would happen to his wife if he sent her to a cell with 4 men convicted of serious, and especially serious offenses, to 4 men who had not seen a woman for years, and who were not in the habit of treating them with ceremony. What did he expect in such a case? That they would talk politely to the victim. My client, said the lawyer, acted in a highly unstable emotional state. He was unable to think rationally or predict the consequences of his actions. So let me remind you that immediately before he committed the acts, for which he is being tried here, he received irrefutable evidence that his wife had been unfaithful to him for many years. And do you think that's reason enough to inflict grievous bodily harm on her, albeit not with his own hands? As you can see, the victim is not even present at this hearing. Do you know why? Because she's still in a coma, and it's unclear if she'll ever come out of it. And all of this is a consequence of your client's emotional instability. And since that instability has such dire consequences, don't you think he should be isolated from society? Your Honor, I object. What does it matter what I think or don't think? I'm talking to Mr. Prosecutor in the language of facts. Instead, he's trying to influence this honorable court with some emotional arguments. Objection sustained. The judge reluctantly said, Mr. Prosecutor, please use facts, not your own emotions and speculations. I have to, she added mentally. Then I will also point out that this emotional instability, said the prosecutor, to which the defense counsel refers, is also not a proven fact. Moreover, the fact that on the day of the offense the video surveillance was switched off in the cell of interest refutes the idea that the defendant was acting in a state of affect. That seems to be the idea that the honorable counsel is trying to lead us to. The sect fee system failed, not deliberately switched off, just a tragic coincidence. And we only know this from the defendant's own words. There's no evidence. The judge wanted to sit back and close her eyes, but of course she couldn't allow herself to do that. Nevertheless, she listened half-heartedly to the argument. This was not the first hearing on this case, and it must not be the last. It was unlikely that either side would have anything new to say. In fact, the case was already decided. But the defense counsel persistently did everything she could to delay the verdict. She asked for postponement of hearings for some, quite probably, far-fetched reasons, demanded more and more new expertise. She found some dubious witnesses. Either she really believed in the possibility of getting what she wanted, or just delayed the inevitable. And the picture of what happened from the beginning looked clear enough. The defendant, Winston, was the warden of one of the far northern colonies. It was a zone of the category of those with the most incorrigible villains, maniacs, murderers, rapists, most of them recidivists, were imprisoned, and there were frequent violations in this colony. There were known cases of both torture of prisoners and, on the contrary, some kind of relaxation for them. It was quite evident that Winston had established in the institution entrusted to him some orders of his own, which had little to do with the law. Those who followed were rewarded. Those who did not follow were punished. These facts didn't just surface from time to time, and then somehow they were hushed up. By and large, nobody was hiding anything. Nobody cared much about what was going on in some colony in the far north, as long as the prisoners stayed inside it, away from society and normal people. Of course, sooner or later, such connivance was bound to lead to tragedy, and it did. Winston must have felt complete impunity. Repeatedly, he had broken all sorts of laws and regulations without being held accountable, and apparently he thought that was the way it would always be. On the day of the tragedy, the head of the colony, he claimed, had received some information about his wife's infidelity. They were mailed to him, a letter and some supporting photographs. In a fit of rage, Winston claimed he threw it all into the furnace fire, so there was no way to prove or disprove the contents of the letter. Nevertheless, some letter did exist. The defendant received it on the morning of the same ill-fated day. This was confirmed by the postman, and it was listed in the postal databases. Who sent it? That was not entirely clear. This man left no name or return address. It was simply delivered to one of the post offices in the nearest town to the colony. Of course, if necessary, one could try to find this mysterious sender. The investigators, however, did not pursue it, believing that he had nothing to do with the case. Theoretically, he could have helped bolster the defense case. But that was the lawyer's concern, not the law enforcement agencies. After all, finding this mysterious man was unlikely to make a difference. Maybe he had indeed sent Winston a message that his wife was cheating on him, but he had absolutely nothing to do with what happened next. Unless, of course, it was the colony governor himself who sent the letter to justify his further actions. Such a version was also considered, but the available facts refuted it. In any case, several hours had elapsed since Winston had read the messages he had received. His wife had gone into town to do some shopping. She returned in high spirits with several bags full to the brim. This was captured by several SecTV cameras at once. However, the smile disappeared from her face as soon as she saw her husband. She entered his office, already starting to say something happy, but almost immediately faltered under his heavy gaze. This footage the judge had to review several times, but somehow coming to terms with what she saw and reacting more or less calmly was hard, especially knowing what happened next. "Honey, what happened?" the poor woman asked, not even realizing what was in store for her. "Something happened," the man confirmed icily. "To be more precise, something's been going on for years, but one old fool only found out about it now. Though of course he could have guessed." "Explain it well," the wife replied with some irritation. "What's all this mystery?" "Oh, I think you ought to know the answer to that riddle perfectly well." Winston stretched out. "Did you really think you could keep it from me indefinitely? The world is not without good men. I know all about your adventures now." "What adventures?" "Winston, what are you talking about? If you want to accuse me of anything, then tell me exactly what it is." "I don't want to accuse you of anything. I just know that the entire time you and I have been married, you've been cheating on me." "With who?" "Hell, with that young boy who's been after you since high school. It turns out he didn't just get cured for nothing. It makes a lot of sense to me now." "What makes you think that?" Winston's wife's tone became frankly indignant. "I tell you, kind people have opened my eyes. I've seen pictures of you two together. I know where, when, and how you met. I know absolutely everything. So you don't even have to try to make excuses. So show me the picture," she demanded. because I burned that abomination. As soon as I saw it, her husband replied indignantly, "Why would I keep them?" So in essence, you're charging me now without having any evidence in hand. And how do you expect me to refute them? My word against the word of some unknown do-gooders. Who the hell is this, Winston? Who do you listen to? Who do you believe them, whoever they are? Or your wife, who has been by your side for 15 years, both for better and for worse? I believe my eyes, Winston retorted. You don't have to disprove anything, you can't anyway. It makes no difference who told me about it. Words can lie, but pictures can't. And what do you want from me now? A divorce. The word sounded tired, somehow doomed. She wasn't admitting guilt, she just didn't see the point in continuing an argument that made no sense anyway. But for Winston, it seemed her remark sounded like an additional confirmation of his rightness. Even on the video, the quality of which left much to be desired, you could see how his expression changed, how there was some manic spark in his eyes. A divorce, so you can take away everything I burned through hard work in this horrible place, and live in peace with your lover. No, darling, you won't get off that easy. He grabbed his wife by the arm, jerked her sharply, and led her out into the corridor. She did not resist. She must have been in a state of great shock. She only asked where he was taking her and what he was up to. Winston didn't answer, just smirked evilly. Numerous cameras recorded him dragging her through the prison building towards where the prisoners' housing is located. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's how you look at it. The available footage cut off at the point where Winston led his unfortunate wife into one of the corridors. There was only one cell with prisoners in it. For some reason, the KEC-5 systems were not working in or around that day. The recording had stopped since the morning, an hour after Winston had received the unfortunate letter. The system was damaged, but technicians were unable to determine whether the failure was accidental or intentional. The most likely scenario, however, was that the colony commander had already thought out his sinister plan and made sure that no direct evidence of his guilt survived. Of course, it was pretty obvious what had happened in the ill-fated corridor. Next, Winston had simply left his wife in a cell with 4 thugs who had abused the poor woman all night. But only one thing was not clear, whether he gave the prisoners any instructions or they acted on their own. It didn't matter much, though. He called the police himself. However, at first he told the law enforcers some absolutely fantastic version of what had happened. According to Winston, it turned out that his wife herself for some reason went to the cell to the hardened criminals. He found her only in the morning, when he went round the territory. He must have expected to get away with it this time, too. So if the warden said that the wife had gone to the cell by herself, it must have been so. However, the police found this version too implausible. It was decided to conduct a full-scale investigation, which put Winston in the dock. "Your Honor," counsel said, snapping the judge out of his musings, "we are still unable to locate a material witness who can testify in my client's favor. I therefore request that we postpone judgment until the next hearing." "Look," the judge replied tiredly, "this is beyond the bounds of admissibility. This is the 3rd hearing in a row we've postponed judgment. And for this very reason, I'm not even talking about the rest of it. You can look for it indefinitely. So I'm going to have to deny your request unless you're prepared right now to provide new material that might support your position." "Not right now, no, but we're getting close to." In that case, the judge interrupted her sharply. "The court will withdraw for a decision." Part 2. Winston still had before his eyes the terrible picture he had seen in his cell on the morning of the day, after he had learnt of his wife's terrible betrayal. 4 praying prisoners in her body, mutilated, and, as it seemed to him at the time, breathless. True, it later transpired that she was alive, but for how long? Could he have predicted that it would turn out this way? I suppose he could have. After all, he knew very well what kind of guys were in his colony, and especially in this cell, which was safely isolated from all the others. But he really didn't think about that at all as he dragged Veronica through the dark corridors towards her terrible fate. On the other hand, he had never quarreled with these representatives of his institution. They were the most dangerous and perhaps the most disgusting of all who sat here, but they were the most useful. They were the ones who performed all those things that neither he nor any other of the staff could afford to do. It was they who made it possible to maintain iron discipline in the colony. For this, in turn, he granted them certain privileges and indulgences which were not generally accorded to prisoners under their articles. Winston suspected, however, that for such people the ability to torture and maim others was already a kind of privilege. It should be. They decided that his own guilty wife was now such a privilege for them. For Winston had never imagined such a thing. It was obvious to him that she and some prisoners were completely different categories. Scare her, he would have said, and that was all. Just scare her and nothing else. A night in a cell with murderers and rapists was going to be a complete horror for her. It would be a fitting punishment for an unfaithful wife, at least in Winston's opinion. But what had happened to her was not what he had expected or asked for. He remembered how the smiles had slid off their faces when he had started shouting at them. Before, as they had gently carried Veronica's body out of the cell, making sure, of course, that the door was locked tight, they had tried to assure him that they had done exactly what was required of them. And at the trial, of course, they testified that they had acted on his orders. And they said a lot of other things that should have got him as much time as they had. But frankly speaking, it didn't matter much to him. Let them put him away for life. He certainly deserved it. His rash act, his stupid outburst of rage, had led to the fact that Veronica might never wake up again. And if she did, what would happen? It would probably be better if she didn't. Better for her. Because otherwise she risks being bedridden for the rest of her life, not to mention the memories of what had happened to her. Of course, at first, Winston tried for a long time to deceive the policeman who came to call on him. He didn't know why. The habit of lying and dodging must have been so ingrained in his nature that he simply could not do otherwise. He remembered exactly that he had wanted to tell everything as it happened. But his mouth was somehow saying the wrong words in his head at that moment. At first, Winston had refused even to hire a lawyer, saying that he should be defended by a public servant, and he even managed to appoint some uncle, not only indifferent, but openly despising his client. The latter advised him to confess everything as soon as possible and not to waste his precious time. Soon, however, this strange attack of self-abuse ended as suddenly as it had begun. Just as he was once more sitting in his cell listening to the chatter of the government lawyer, it was as if he woke up. At first there was but one thought, characteristic of the old Winston. What on earth do you fool, understand, he thought grudgingly. Of course, he no longer remembered what the unpleasant type had said at that moment, but he remembered his thought very well, because probably it was it that had pulled him out of the darkness, led to the return of his eye. Yes, what had happened to Veronica had shaken his world. It must have even temporarily clouded his judgment. There was no other explanation. Was he to blame for what had happened? That his wife had not been faithful to him? That she had driven him to such a desperate act? That a gang of thugs jumped on her like wild beasts? Had he given them such an order? Of course not. He had no control over them, no way of knowing what would come into their heads. And so, what could he be expected to do? He threw out the public defender, who only by some strange misunderstanding had the proud title of lawyer, and hired one of the best specialists in town to replace him. And it was a woman, too. For some reason, Winston always found it easier to get along with them than with members of his own sex. Or maybe it just seemed that way to him. His new protector took to the job with unexpected enthusiasm. Sure, he was paying her good money, but even he himself sometimes felt that she was trying too hard to protect him. He wasn't even sure he could be as persistent as she was. But perhaps that could be explained by her outstanding professional qualities. She had not yet had a single lost case in her portfolio, and she obviously wished to keep it that way. "Hello, Winston," she said coldly, appearing for the first time in the cell. "I'm Beatrice, your new lawyer." "I recognize you." "And who wouldn't recognize you?" Winston smiled. "Let's be honest. You're paying me to get you out of charges of a terrible crime. I've already had time to familiarize myself with some of the case files, and I want to let you know that I am absolutely disgusted with you. So let's cut the pleasantries." "Then why did you agree to defend me?" he wondered. "You pay good money. Besides, your case is in fact an interesting challenge. It will be difficult to prove your innocence, but I think I know how to do it." "And what's your plan?" he asked, throwing back a smile. She gave him a brief outline of the case. His only chance was to convince the court that he had acted in what was called a state of passion and could not have realized the consequences of his reckless act. "You may not believe me, but I really didn't think that. I have absolutely no interest in what you did or did not think." Beatrice interrupted Winston coldly. "In a court of law, believe me, it's not interesting. In any case, you could and should have foreseen this outcome. Another thing is a state of effect, when a person is not at all aware of his actions while under the influence of a great shock." "And can we prove that I was under that particular influence?" Winston asked. "We can try. There are some things in favor of that very theory. For instance, oddly enough, your ridiculous attempt to lie to the police that you had no idea what had happened, and that your wife probably went into the cell with the criminals herself. The thing is, in a state of effect, a person doesn't remember what they've literally just done. Actually, this concept is usually applied to murders or beatings. When a person wakes up, for example, with a bloody knife in their hand and their dead wife beside them, they don't remember what happened. He only remembers that they were quarreling, and then once, and it is as if he woke up and traveled forward in time. Of course, in such a case, it is easy for him to guess that he must have just stabbed his wife to death in a fit of rage. Your case is another matter. Frankly, I'm not sure it can be drawn here, but you can try. It's the best you've got anyway. You confessed, of course, on the advice of your previous solicitor, but we can say it was coerced. And you already knew you were on camera, so you decided to confess. But in fact, you don't remember anything from the moment you dragged your wife out of your office." "That's understandable," Winston nodded. "You were sure," Beatrice continued, "that you had simply shoved her out the door. Your next memory is of you in your office drinking whiskey. You turned off the cameras, of course, for nothing. It looks suspicious. On the other hand, who knows what else they might have recorded?" "I didn't switch off any cameras," Winston protested. "I don't even know how to do that. That's what the technicians have always done." "I didn't interfere," Winston said. But Beatrice shook her head disapprovingly. "I realize there are circumstances you would like to keep from justice, but I am your lawyer. I am here precisely to help you, including hiding these facts. And to do that, it's very important that you be as honest with me as possible." "But I really didn't switch off any cameras," exclaimed the head of the colony, though now ex-prisoner. "Now that's interesting," Beatrice Boyce muttered faintly. And for several minutes she gazed intently into his face without uttering a word. Then, apparently satisfied with her inspection, she nodded and continued. "Okay, if you really didn't switch off the cameras, we'll try to prove it. As for all the other accusations regarding breach of instructions, abuse of authority, you and I are powerless here. The evidence is too strong. To even try to deny it would be foolish. But as you realize, this is far from being your main problem." Part 3. Veronica opened her eyes. She tried to move but couldn't. Neither her arms nor her legs wanted to obey her. She could only turn her head slightly, just enough to see some kind of tube right next to her face. Out of the corner of her eye, the woman caught some more details. She realized that she must be lying on a bed. But it wasn't some soft hotel room bed. nor was it the orthopedic check mattress she had at home. The bed was somehow hard and uncomfortable, clearly not meant for people to sleep on. The pillow, on the other hand, was excessively soft. My head felt like it was falling through it, and then it felt too heavy. Maybe it wasn't the pillow, though. The same strange heaviness seemed to be felt in every cell of her body. Comparing all these facts, Veronica came to the obvious conclusion that she was in the hospital. But for what reason? Something serious must have happened. Since she couldn't move a single limb, maybe it was an accident. The last thing she remembered was driving a car, so it must have been on her way home, or she must have been going to visit her husband at work. Yeah, that sounds about right. The bags of groceries and sundries she'd bought for Winston came to mind. Hooked on that detail, she began to untangle the tangle of memories. No further, there was no way this could be an accident. She knew clearly now that she had made it to the colony after all. She remembered how the massive cast iron gates had opened in front of her car, how the familiar guard had smiled at her welcomingly, but still checked her papers. Nothing personal, Veronica. Those are the rules, she smiled. Her mood that day was marvelous. Of course, at the worst of times, as it was hard to upset her with little things like that. But that day she was just incredibly happy, and finally managed to think of exactly what she would give her beloved husband for his birthday. And even managed to find this thing, which was not so easy. Even more difficult, perhaps, was only to guess what the gift for Winston. He was the kind of man who had literally everything, and he didn't like sentimental nonsense. It was hard to please him, for instance, with a thing made by his own hands or some little souvenir, however pretty or expensive. By and large, he considered all gifts for holidays a waste of money and time spent on searching and buying them. But this time, Veronica could be absolutely sure that even he would be pleased with their purchase. All that remained was to figure out how to hide it, so Winston wouldn't see it before time. That was what her head had been occupied with when she entered her husband's study. His head, on the other hand, was obviously preoccupied with something far less pleasant. Veronica realized this as soon as she looked at the expression on Winston's face. It was tense, if not angry. It struck her as odd. Her husband was not inclined to feel such vivid emotions, much less show them. Veronica clearly understood that this was the moment when everything went wrong. Some dramatic event had happened at this point in her personal history. But what kind, she still had no idea. It was this chain of memories, built up with such difficulty, that had broken. It was simply frightening to think about it further. It seemed that her husband was somehow involved in what had happened to her, and I didn't want to believe it. But only such a consideration could explain absolutely everything. But what was worse? The woman knew for a fact that Winston was capable of terrible things. They're convicts, she would say when she was once again horrified by something that was happening in his colony. Murderers, rapists, all sorts of scum. You know they don't get in with the easy stuff. But they're people too. Can't treat people like that, Veronica objected. What kind of people are they? It's you and me who are people. It's those who have suffered from these monsters. They lost the right to fit into that category the moment they committed their crime. Sometimes I don't think you're much different from them. They must not have considered their victims human either, she once said. Veronica thought then that Winston was about to hit her. She could practically see the swing of his hand. She seemed to squint and sag slightly, trying to dodge the blow that didn't come. Either he had managed to pull himself together, or it was just her imagination. Either way, he clearly didn't like it. She didn't bring it up again. But now Veronica could not get rid of one simple thought, wherein her husband's mind laid the boundary that distinguishes a human being from a non-human with whom it is permissible to do anything. Could she have inadvertently, without even noticing, crossed that invisible line? If so, what would Winston do against her? She chased such thoughts away, but they came back like a boomerang. And the longer the vicious circle went on, the more she became convinced that her husband had something to do with what had happened to her. If only she could remember what it was. But was it worth remembering? There was no telling what Veronica could come to in her reasoning. There was nothing left for her to do but lie there, stare at the snow-white ceiling and think. And she had no idea how much time had passed since she had awakened when some unexpected sound caught her attention. Mechanistically, she tried to turn her head in the direction it came from. The movement must have been too abrupt. She felt a sharp pain somewhere in the area of her neck. For a while, Veronica didn't know how long. There was nothing else but this all-consuming pain, and she thought she heard some other sounds, or even voices, but she wasn't sure. Maybe it was just a hallucination, some strange fantasy born of this terrible pain. She had read somewhere about such phenomena, though she could hardly remember where or when. But here were Chekhov's. Just as suddenly as the pain appeared, there was no gradual subsiding, as happens when you hit yourself or turn unluckily. As if someone had pulled an invisible switch, her state switched to one in which there was no pain. Veronica only had time to realize that it must be the effect of some strong drug. And then her consciousness floated smoothly back into darkness. Part 4. Veronica was 6 years old when she went to the first grade. It just so happened that she was the only such child that year, so at least in her school. At that age, a year is a very big difference. It had seemed to the girl that a whole gap separated her from the other children, who seemed so mature to her. And after all, they were 7 years old, and some of them were almost 8 years old. And she, as it happened, was in principle too small a child. Skinny, short in stature, she must have taken after her mother, who had always been petite. But what at 30, and a tail seems a plus, at 6 can look like a huge disadvantage. Veronica was frankly frightened by the older, physically stronger and larger children, and absolutely everyone here was like that. They must have been affected by the fact that she, unlike everyone else, had never been to kindergarten, so she had not received any primary socialization. Of course, in their house from time to time there were some children of parental friends, and they themselves went to visit. But it was probably the first time Veronica had seen such a large gathering of people. It was especially ironic, considering that her mother cared a lot about her little girl and wanted to protect her from all kinds of shocks, both from illness and social factors. When she herself was Veronica's age, she had experienced firsthand how cruel children could be, and did not want to repeat that experience for her child. The fact that she had the girl very late in life must have played a role. She was already well into her 40s when she finally had her long-awaited pregnancy. Veronica was born somewhat prematurely. She was a very small and painful baby. Every day the mother was afraid that she would lose her child, which she had dreamed of for so many years. That's why she was overprotective of the girl. She probably would not have put her in school, preferring homeschooling, and certainly it would not have occurred to her that you put in the first grade a girl who had just turned 6 years old. Then the father finally intervened, who until then had apparently considered raising a child to be his wife's prerogative. However, now it became absolutely obvious to him that no good such hyper-parenting in relation to Veronica cannot lead to anything good. The girl grew up simply not adapted to a full adult life. And those emotions that she felt, standing on the solemn ruler, only proved it. The teacher had already announced that now they would go to class, as someone's heavy hand lay on Veronica's shoulder. She turned round frightened and found an older girl standing next to her, smiling good-naturedly. She had no idea how to react to such a thing, but just in case, she timidly smiled back at her. "Hi, my name is Beatrice. You and I will be in the same class," the stranger said. "I see you're not very used to being surrounded by such a crowd. Let me help you." "To be honest, I'm really not comfortable," Veronica replied gratefully, and introduced herself. They walked to class together, holding hands and chatting merrily about nonsense. Since then, Beatrice had become Veronica's guardian angel. If there were those who wanted to offend the small and modest girl, her friend put them in their place very quickly and effectively. And obviously, without her presence, the school life of the younger girl would be much harder. Veronica, in her turn, also found something to respond to her friend's kindness. She had always been better at her studies than Beatrice. Probably not because she was smarter, but rather more disciplined. She was the one who could sit for hours at a time over her books, while the older of the girls found it boring and unnecessary. But she must have had an incredible talent for explaining complicated things in simple words. And so it turned out that the friends complemented each other perfectly. And by the end of the school period, they were absolutely inseparable. Even the fact that they went to different institutes could not cross out their long-lasting friendship. Veronica was going to become a teacher, Beatrice a lawyer. Both were studying incredibly hard. Nevertheless, once a week they would meet in a cafe somewhere in the evening to share their progress and just to chat. "That Nicholas of yours called me," Beatrice said at one of these meetings, scrutinizing the expression on her friend's face. "Why would he be mine all of a sudden?" Veronica wondered. It was evident that she was greatly disturbed by this news. She immediately started looking around, as if the designated character could be somewhere nearby right now. However, the suspicious Beatrice couldn't rule out that he might indeed be. But at least according to him, he claims, that you're seeing him. Except that for some reason he hasn't been able to contact you for a couple of weeks now. Worried, Of course he can't. I've blocked him, Veronica spluttered. And I stopped answering calls from unknown numbers. It wasn't just him calling from his own. I'm thinking whether or not to change the number at all, and then even somehow becomes uncomfortable. And for some reason you never told me about it before. Why? Honestly, I'm used to it, Veronica shrugged. He's been chasing me since the last years of school. You know that, don't you? I know, and to be honest, it's really stressing me out. I thought he'd gotten over it, but it turns out he's been bugging you all this time, Beatrice said thoughtfully. That's not really healthy anymore. Oh, come on, he's just a boy in love. He'll run around and stop. At some point he's got to realize I'm not interested in him at all. He'll calm down, find himself a girlfriend, Veronica replied lightly. Good, if that's the case. But you keep me informed of his adventures just in case. But I've heard all sorts of stories around here, Beatrice shook her head. It's a bit early for professional deformity. You should have finished university first, she laughed. Beatrice only sighed. Her friend had always surprised her by the paradoxical nature of her thinking. On the one hand, she had some underlying heightened anxiety. She was wary of unfamiliar people and places. She often refused to try new things, unless a friend led her by the hand. And on the other hand, this was combined with a kind of unlikely gullibility. If a person treated Veronica without hostility at once, she remembered it and assumed that this would be the case from now on. It did not occur to her that people might have some ulterior motives, that ill might be safely hidden under a mask of courtesy. It must be because she herself had always been an open book, incapable of any intrigue. And if she liked a person, she spoke openly about it, and also openly expressed her dislike. And this honesty of hers sometimes took some very unusual forms. And what was worse, she never waited for a catch where she should have waited for one. True Veronica never had to face the consequences of such a view of life, partly because of her phenomenal luck, partly because Beatrice had always been there for her. Now Veronica saw absolutely no warning signs in Nicholas's behavior. To her, he was just a boy in love. So it had never occurred to her that there were different kinds of love, and that its object could be harmed in any way, not to mention the ease with which unrequited feelings could turn into hatred. At first, however, Beatrice herself did not see anything suspicious in Nicholas's tooth. And when he appeared on the horizon, they were just finishing 9th grade. As it turned out, he studied in their parallel, but for some reason never attracted the attention of girls. But they attracted his attention very much, or rather not them, but Veronica alone. Then they were to have their first graduation, and all the thoughts of the youngest of the girls were occupied, undoubtedly, with this event. Dancing, midnight walk, and everything else that usually accompanies such events. And of course, it would be very good to come there not alone, and not even in the company of a faithful friend. Veronica began to look with interest at the boys around her, to see if anyone would offer to accompany her to this solemn event, but there was no one willing to do so. Then she decided that she should take matters into her own hands. However, the girl received a polite, but quite firm refusal. So that's when Nicholas appeared. He approached Veronica at recess, and he managed to catch such a moment when she was without Beatrice. "Hi," I said to Nicholas from the classroom honestly. "I don't think you ever noticed my existence. But in short, ever since I saw you then back in first grade, at our first lineup, I can't get you out of my head." "You're very nice, thank you." "It's my pleasure," Veronica smiled. "Yeah, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind getting to know me a little better. For example, we could spend prom night together." And that's a great idea. Veronica's eyes lit up at that moment. For Nicholas must have taken this enthusiasm as a sign that the girl cared about him too. How could he have known that she was desperate to find a date for the evening? And now she was incredibly pleased that there was at least one boy willing to accompany her. But she was already 10 times sorry for her ill-considered decision. Nicholas would not leave her side and was very indignant when she agreed to dance with any other gentleman. It seemed that he was counting on Veronica to stay by his side all evening, listening to endless stories about his hobbies, which frankly were not very interesting. "Listen, Nicholas," the girl finally couldn't stand it. "I realize that you want to impress me, and that you must be very glad that I agreed to go with you. But it really is I only did it because I had no one else to go with. We're not dating. We didn't even know each other until a fortnight ago. And that's why your jealousy and your desire for me to socialize only with you is completely misplaced. And I, the fool, thought you agreed because you liked me too," Nicholas said, confused. "But you're right, of course. I can hardly be liked by anyone in principle, much less by such a beautiful girl as you." Of course, this statement had an effect on the girl exactly as he had expected. Veronica began to assure him that he was a very nice guy too, and she even said that maybe she could like him too, just not right away. In time, when she got to know him better, but it definitely wouldn't happen in one evening. Then summer came, and with it the story seemed to end. Veronica went first to her grandmother in the village, then to summer camp. She spent August in the city, but she never crossed paths with Nicholas. He must have gone away for the summer. Anyway, the girl had almost forgotten he existed. But as it turned out, he hadn't forgotten about her. On the first day of school, Nicholas came at recess and began, as if nothing had happened, to ask Veronica how her summer had been, and of course telling her about her own. In fact, more telling than asking or listening, and he seemed only interested in talking about himself. Some questions he asked rather out of pretense of politeness. Veronica was saved from an unpleasant conversation by Beatrice. She explained to the annoying boy that if the girl did not reject him outright, she probably did it only out of politeness and modesty, and not because she was so interested in talking to him. When she added that if he really liked her friend, he would have noticed such details himself. "Well, why are you being so sad?" Veronica asked, looking after the departing Nicholas. "It's not like he did anything wrong, but he could really see that you weren't interested in hearing for the 10th time how he teased Grandma's geese, and then they almost pecked him. And you should have been tougher on him yourself. Why give the lad a vain hope?" "I'm not giving him any hope. I told him clearly that I wasn't interested." Veronica was indignant. "And then you said he might be interested. Now, why do you keep talking to him? Even though it's obvious that nothing will come of it. It's not good for him, you know, and it threatens you with all sorts of problems. But why wouldn't it work right away? It's not like I lied to him. Maybe it will work out. After all, he's really not a bad guy. Maybe I'll be able to reciprocate his feelings after all. That's unlikely. He's the kind of annoying guy you'd expect to find. To tell you the truth, I don't think he's really interested in you. It's more like he saw a compliant girl who could be bullshitted. You probably really think this is going to work out, don't you? But believe me, you don't want it. Veronica chose to listen to her friend then. But no matter how much she told Nicholas that it wouldn't work out, he didn't want to fall behind. The guy as if and did not listen to the words of her beloved, and for sake of silence, when she once again tried to get rid of him, as if nothing had happened, he continued his story from the point where he had interrupted it. These actions of his from time to time shook Veronica's confidence that she was doing the right thing. Now and then she began to wonder if she should give this relationship a chance. She didn't have and didn't foresee any other. He's trying to get the girl he likes. That's normal. All guys do it. Some of them even succeed, she told Beatrice. He's not trying to get something. When they do, they give flowers and gifts, they call you out, they do something nice for the girlfriend. And he acts like you're already his girlfriend. And the one who needs this relationship almost more than he himself. Approximately so passed their last 2 years in the school walls. After that, everything began to turn round, exams, admission, studying at the institute, a whole new life, completely new people. Beatrice was truly convinced that Nicholas had fallen behind with the rest of the world, seemingly forever in the past for them. Now it suddenly became clear that he hadn't. He continued his communication with Veronica, apparently in exactly the same style as before. Except that before, as far as she knew, he had only been so annoying to her friend inside the school walls. But now it seemed his activities were expanding. And Veronica was not too eager to tell her friend that it was not limited to calls. It happens that Nicholas appears near the institute near the house, and in principle can suddenly appear anywhere, as if he was watching her movements. Now, when she tried to limit his intrusive communication, he had gone so far as to try to find her through a friend. It all sounded alarming, and Beatrice did not like it at all. Veronica, however, seemed to regard the intrusive suitor as an annoying nuisance, nothing more. No assurances that it might be more serious than she thought, and that she should take some measures to protect herself did not work on her. Nicholas, meanwhile, began to appear more and more often and to behave more and more brazenly. By the end of the institute, it began to strain even Veronica herself. Several times she tried to talk to the guy that his behavior was completely unacceptable. But he only smirked, answering something like, "Don't be dramatic. It's okay. I know it's your girlfriend who's turning you against me. I've never liked them. Beatrice is worried about me. And to tell you the truth, I'm starting to worry about me too," Veronica objected. "Please leave me alone, Nicholas." "I'm the one who's worried for you," he replied as if nothing had happened. "She's trying to control you. I know if it weren't for her, we'd have been living together a long time ago. I can see the way you look at me." "I'm not looking at you in any way." Veronica finally flared up. "I don't want to see you at all. Do you understand? I'm sick of your prying. I'm sick of not being able to go anywhere without fear of seeing you. I'm sick of not being able to even start a relationship with anyone because of you. After all, everyone thinks I already have a boyfriend, even though it's not true." "Okay, so that's not good," Nicholas squinted. "You mean I'm preventing you from getting a boyfriend? Although, by and large, you have one and have had one for a long time. I thought you said all you needed to do was get to know me better." "So? It's been years. You still don't know well enough." "Now I think I know you too well. I didn't promise I'd be with you. I only said it was possible. But I'm sorry it didn't work out. And it couldn't have, given your behavior. Now I just want you to leave me alone." "What?" And here he was suddenly cold and indifferent. "Okay, if that's what you think, I won't bother you anymore." Just when you realize what kind of guy you've lost, don't come looking for me and tell me you want to be with me. Okay, you'll regret your decision later, but it'll be too late. Beatrice was very disturbed by this sentence. She surmised that now the hapless lover might want to take revenge on Veronica. However, to her surprise, nothing of the sort happened. It was as if Nicholas really had finally realized what was wanted of him and left the girl alone. It seemed that now they could breathe a sigh of relief. Thus came a new period in their lives, now all grown up. Both of them took new jobs. Both of them plunged into the labor force. For the time being, they continued to maintain their friendship, which they carried through life. However, to continue too long, their relationship was not destined. And the breakup began banally simple. Veronica met a new man. He was a bit older than her, but on the whole he turned out to be quite a good guy. Calm, reliable, the kind of guy you really feel safe with. And at first Beatrice, who knew him only from her friend's stories, was genuinely happy for her. But then things changed. No, she never got to see Winston, her friend's new boyfriend. But she got the information that changed her attitude to Veronica's chosen one forever. Some of this information had been told her by the girl in love herself. Some of it had been specially found by Beatrice, and altogether painted a very unpleasant picture in her mind. "Veronica, are you really sure you want it?" Beatrice inquired simply. "I'm sure," the latter replied unnecessarily sharply. "To be honest, I don't think I've ever been more sure of anything than I am that I really want to marry and go away with him to some godforsaken little town in the far north, where he's also working as a warden in some colony for the most incorrigible cons. He's a warden there now. In a few years he'll be a warden. That's not the point. You realize it's a very specific place, and his duties are very specific too. Besides, there are all sorts of bad rumors about what goes on in this colony." Veronica interrupted her friend sharply. "So there are always rumors, but even if they are true, my Winston certainly had nothing to do with this horror." "I wouldn't be so sure of that. You've already ruined my personal life once. I don't know if it was out of jealousy, or if you really thought it would be better for me, but I'm not going to let you do it again." "What?" Beatrice choked on the tea she was drinking at that moment. "You made me break up with Nicholas without even trying to meaningfully build a relationship with him, right? Because of you. Because of your hints that there was something wrong with him, that he was acting weird, and that I should run away from him. That's what's starting to happen now. I wish you'd get on with your personal life. Veronica, I care about you. You're like a sister to me, and you know it. And maybe I do, but I'm no longer the little girl you took under your wing in first grade. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me. I really am. But like it or not, I've grown up and I don't need your patronage anymore." To whether she had thought of this on her own or under the influence of her future husband, Beatrice did not know. And the only thing that was clear was that it was useless to argue with her friend, and she was determined to go north with Winston, and nothing could stop her. For the first couple of years they kept in touch with each other, but gradually the letters and calls became fewer and fewer. Veronica seemed to be shutting herself off from Beatrice more and more. The latter assumed that it had something to do with her husband's illegal activities, which were becoming more and more public. In any case, as time went on, their communication ceased altogether, as if it had never existed. It is not known how this breakup experienced Veronica, but Beatrice was sad and a little scared. The friend, however, she had her own life. And the more time passed, the less she thought of Veronica and eventually stopped remembering her altogether. Colony Chief says he had no idea how his decision to give his own wife to an angry mob of convicts would turn out. The headline caught her eye immediately. Beatrice bought the paper, something she had never done before. She herself did not fully understand what motivated her to do so. The paper was frankly yellow, and in Beatrice's opinion, It was only good enough to replace toilet paper, and that only if absolutely necessary, if there were no other options at hand. Nevertheless, the title gave her a vague uneasiness, the nature of which she did not fully realize. It was not until she began to read the disgusting article and came across the names of the protagonists that Beatrice realized that she must have suspected even earlier that it was about Veronica and her husband, but she was afraid to admit it to herself. Putting the paper aside, she sat there for a while, not knowing what to do or how to react. Horror and a vague sense of guilt settled in her soul. Not that she had expected anything like this when she had tried to talk her friend out of the marriage. Such terrible things could not have occurred to her. And yet she knew that this story could not end well for Veronica. At the same time, something told Beatrice that it was not so simple and obvious as it might seem at first sight. And that is, of course, there is no doubt that his monstrous act Winston committed completely independently. But as if that wasn't all there was to it, as if someone was guiding his hand. If, of course, the story about the letter was true. But to this fact, no one was determined to pay attention. Beatrice had once resolved to make her own inquiry, but she had had very little opportunity to do so. Who would allow her to see the materials presented in court, not to mention everything else? There was only one option, the most unpleasant, and in general, requiring a serious bargain with her own conscience. However, it was the only chance she had to find out exactly what had happened to her friend, and who was responsible besides, of course, Winston himself. There was simply no other she could have had. In the meantime, the governor of the colony wished to get a new lawyer to replace the one assigned to him by the state. Beatrice realized that if she agreed to this, she would have to defend him like any other of her clients. It was a matter, one might say, of honor and, of course, of professional reputation. She had never lost a case in her long career, and she didn't want to start that now. Besides, it was not only a question of whether they would win or not. Anyone who wished would be able to familiarize themselves with the case files and check exactly how she worked. If it turns out that she was not doing it well enough, you can safely change the field of activity. She simply will not have clients. And if it turns out that she actually has a conflict of interest. She hesitated for a while, of course, but then she decided that finding out the truth was worth any risks. One very simple and at the same time very frightening consideration came to her mind. If the mysterious intruder wanted Veronica dead, he had not yet achieved his purpose, and therefore her friend was still in terrible danger. The only chance to save her, if it is of course still possible, to find that missing link. The first conversation with the defendant, and all the subsequent ones after that, convinced Beatrice that she was right. There was no reason to doubt that the man had indeed received the letter. There was no reason to doubt that the man had indeed received the letter, or even that it contained the very material he had spoken of. In addition, it appeared that he had indeed kept the cameras on, and that, in turn, helped testify to one of two things. Either there really was some sort of technical glitch, and coincidentally it happened on the day of the crime, or someone had deliberately switched off the cameras, and in such a way as to make Winston even more suspicious. In fact, the longer Beatrice dug into the case, the less she realized who this shadowy criminal was actually acting against. Did he really want to massacre Veronica, or was she to be an accidental victim, collateral damage, so to speak? The lawyer herself would not have been able to articulate exactly where she got such suspicions from, and yet she had the distinct feeling that it was all just to set Winston up. This, of course, did not add to her sympathy for her client, but it made the potential Grey Cardinal even more dangerous. And it was one thing if he had some grievance against Veronica, and quite another if he was prepared to achieve his ends at the cost of such horrors happening to a woman he did not know at all. "Why are you fussing about that damned letter?" Winston, meanwhile, was puzzled. "And what does it matter what happened to those cameras in the end?" "And how, you ask? To prove your words that you really received some dirt on his wife?" She was indignant. "After all, your entire defense is based on that. And why the cameras weren't working." That's the most important thing in this case. But it is unlikely that even if you find this person, he will say, "Yes, I sent a letter with dirt." He'll probably deny it, or he'll be implicated as an accessory. "Look, Winston, why don't you tell me how to do my job? By the way, the fact that you're still in a detention center and not in your own prison is entirely my fault. And I hope you realize the fundamental difference between the two places of detention." I do. And yet it seems to me. When it seems, Beatrice interrupted sharply, "It is better to think again. You see, until we find this man, you haven't the slightest chance of a favorable outcome." As a matter of fact, of course, she had no such chance. Having thus and so thoroughly familiarized herself with all that the court had to offer, Beatrice found, with some satisfaction even, that her client's road was one straight and clear. The best lawyer in the world, acting of course by legal methods, could not have exonerated him from these charges. So all she had to do was indeed to do her job diligently and well. Winston's fate was completely independent of her actions, and so she could get out of this situation without losing anything in terms of professional reputation, and at the same time without letting this terrible man go free. Meanwhile, the mysterious sender of the letter did not want to be found. Beatrice reviewed the surveillance tape at the post office hundreds of times. But the man who went there had obviously envisaged the presence of the camera. His face was completely hooded, a stealthy figure, overly broad in a roomy sweatshirt. It was hard to say anything definitive about him. This made Beatrice even more convinced that he was not just trying to open the eyes of a deceived husband, but was deliberately weaving a complex web in which either Winston Hemp or his unhappy wife was to be caught. This very man would very much not want anyone to recognize him. And yet, the more Beatrice looked at the tape, the stronger became her suspicion that she was somehow acquainted with this mysterious subject. There must have been something in his gait and movements that gave him away that he apparently hadn't foreseen, but no ideas of who it could be crossed the woman's mind. Nothing was clear with the cameras either. Beatrice hired a team of the best technicians she could find, and they unanimously asserted if the cause of the breakdown was a person, then a very high-class specialist, a master of his trade, who managed to adjust everything so that it looked as if it broke down on its own. And of course, the head of the colony could not even dream of such a level. So maybe it was one of the technicians who worked at my colony. Winston made a sudden suggestion. I don't know why any of them would do something like that, but at least they had access to all this stuff and some understanding of how they work. Sounds logical. Very logical, Beatrice agreed. You keep personnel files, don't you? Where can I find them? To be honest, the thought of looking among the staff had not occurred to her. Perhaps it was because she had a low opinion of the mental capacity of the staff of such establishments. But if someone wanted to get close to Winston or his wife, it was logical to get a job close to their victim. Only now did she set about going through the personnel files of the colony's employees. First the technicians, and then everyone else. After all, the easiest place to hide was where no one would look for you. And having made sure that there was no one suspicious among the computer specialists, Beatrice decided that she should start studying the unskilled staff, cleaners, caretakers, and so on. Flipping through the files, she didn't expect to find anything particularly interesting. The name of the next janitor was on the first page. It did not tell her anything. On the next page, however, Beatrice saw a photograph, and a cold sweat broke out. He had undoubtedly aged a great deal, but it was impossible not to recognize him. She quickly stuffed the folder she had just been studying into her bag and rushed out of her office. If she wasn't mistaken, it was really him, and that explained everything. It also meant that Veronica was still in terrible danger. Action had to be taken immediately, unless of course it was too late. Hour 6. The policeman waved his wand unhappily at the car that had whizzed past him at wild speeds. He thought that he should catch up with the negligent driver who didn't even think of stopping at his signal. But then he decided that he was in a good mood today, and the road led to the hospital. There's no telling what's happened to a man. Maybe he was dying, or on the contrary, giving birth. However, when after the first daredevil, the second one flew by, with a difference of only 3 or 4 minutes, it was impossible to bear it. The policeman jumped into his own car and chased the offender. He drove so fast that his old car was simply not able to develop the same speed. Nevertheless, when he arrived at the hospital building, the man saw that both of the cars he was interested in were there. The one was abandoned in the middle of the road. The other was parked as it should be, although crooked. A disheveled woman was getting out of the ladder. He went to her. "Citizen, why are we violating and not responding to the lawful demands of a police officer?" he asked in a businesslike manner, taking out of his pocket the forms for fines. "Come with me," she said defiantly, shoving him out of the way with her shoulder. "Your help might come in handy. You are, after all, a kind of policeman too." "I'm not going anywhere with you. You're the one who will go with me now for insubordination." The policeman was indignant. "Listen," she said sharply, without retracing her steps. "You can stay here and write me 100 tickets. But if I don't get to the hospital building now, there may be an offense far worse than my speeding." With these words, Beatrice, and it was she, slammed the heavy hospital door right in the face of the hapless traffic cop. She had no idea whether he would continue his pursuit. If he did, it would be even better. She'd have a witness, perhaps an assistant too. But she couldn't wait for him to make up his mind. She had already made some inquiries on the way, and the man she was interested in was familiar to her. And what was Beatrice's horror when she noticed that it was his car that overtook her and sped towards the hospital where Veronica was lying. She was already pushing the accelerator pedal to the floor in spite of the speed limits. And still he obviously had to arrive at the place a little faster. Literally bursting into the hospital, she rushed to the 5th floor without waiting for the lift. But why hadn't she thought of that before? Why, after all, had she not hired someone to be on constant duty at Veronica's room? Or she suspected someone might try to finish what she'd started. But she must have thought that it was unlikely that anyone would lay a hand on a woman who was already in a severe coma, and not even sure she'd be able to get out of it. But now that she realized who was behind what had happened, she realized that she had underestimated her adversary, and now she just prayed that it wasn't too late. So when she saw his car heading for the hospital, she was certainly frightened, and at the same time regained some of the hope she had almost lost. If he was on his way to see Veronica right now, then he hadn't had time to do any damage yet, and he wouldn't have time to do any more. But only if Beatrice hurried properly. When she came panting down the stairs and into the room, Veronica was lying on the couch, screaming in pain. A certain dark figure loomed beside her. Beatrice didn't know what he was doing, but she was sure of one thing: nothing good. Leaping towards the intruder, she tried to pull him away from her friend. A fierce struggle ensued between them. Beatrice noticed something glinting in his hand and immediately guessed it must be a syringe. It looked like the man was trying to inject some kind of crap into Veronica's IV. Now, in all likelihood, he was aiming to dispense the remaining dose to her. As desperately as Beatrice struggled, her opponent clearly had more physical strength. At some point, the woman felt that he had succeeded in realizing his intentions. A sharp pain pierced her shoulder. She realized that this was the end. Her eyes blurred and her consciousness began to fade. However, she was still aware of heavy male hands on her throat. Some kind of drug must have gone into her head. He was going to strangle her, to be sure. And then, there was no doubt he would finish what he had started. Who knows what's next? Either way, she'd obviously messed up his plans. He was obviously going to overdose Veronica with some kind of drug, adding it to the drip. It would have been the perfect crime. The woman was already on the verge of life and death. No one would have thought it suspicious that she'd crossed that line. No one would have even bothered to inquire and would never have known what had happened. But things hadn't gone according to his plan at all. Starting obviously with the fact that when he got to the ward, Veronica was already awake. One way or another, someone would have come running at her desperate scream and caught him in the act. Perhaps it was already too late. Her thoughts were jumbled. But Beatrice realized one thing clearly. As long as she could fight, she must do so, not for her own sake, but for Veronica's. Perhaps she could still be saved. Perhaps someone would hear the sounds of the struggle and come to her aid. Consciousness was about to leave her. When she felt the man loosen his grip, she did not immediately realize what had happened. It was only when she caught a glimpse of another vague figure behind the murderer that she realized that the policeman must have decided to follow her and arrived just in time. Beatrice did not know how long she'd been unconscious. However, when she woke up, her first thought was Veronica. She couldn't figure out why she had thought of her friend. The events of the last few weeks were blurring her memory. They were fuzzy, as if covered with a foggy veil. The woman realized quite quickly that she was in a hospital bed. She tried to reconstruct the chain of events that had brought her here. It was somehow very difficult to do so. She remembered that she had been working on some heavy case. She guessed it had something to do with Veronica. Right. She was defending her husband against accusations of brutally murdering his own wife. But why would she do that? After all, she had no warm feelings for this man and would hardly help him, even if he really was innocent. Unless it was to find the real killer. Shah, a familiar voice, suddenly sounded somewhere nearby. Don't strain yourself. Don't try to remember. It's okay. It'll all come back. This will only give you a headache. Beatrice turned her head towards the source of the sound and saw Veronica lying on the next bunk, smiling weakly. Her brain got the jolt it needed, and the rest of the events lined up on their own. Now she knew exactly what had happened. Almost. Nicholas has been detained, she whispered. Nicholas? What does this have to do with Nicholas? What's even going on? Honestly, I stopped making any sense at all. I woke up for what seems like more than the first time, and here you are. I'm glad you're awake, Beatrice said offhandedly, but we may still be in danger. I will certainly tell you all about it, but I need to be sure. I don't think we're in any danger. There are 2 policemen on duty outside the door, and you're sure you're allowed to do that? Veronica shook her head. Beatrice didn't care. Throwing aside the blanket someone had carefully covered her with, she jumped up from the bed with a jerk. Her eyes went black for a few seconds. The woman managed to keep her balance. Now, acting more carefully, she headed straight for the exit of the room. There were indeed a couple of policemen sitting near the door. They stared at her in surprise. They must not have expected her to wake up so quickly, or at least be able to walk. None of them seemed to know how to act in such a situation. Apparently, they were not supposed to let any outsiders into the room. But how to act if someone wanted to come out? They hadn't been instructed. Has he been captured? Beatrice asked. The man who tried to kill me and my friend. Is he under arrest? Yes, one of the policemen muttered with evident relief. He was apprehended by a traffic policeman. I don't know how he got here. But I do. Look, is it possible to get one of the doctors? I've got a lot of work to do and I don't have time to be here. You don't have any work to do. One of the policemen shook his head languidly. Winston, when he found out you were in the hospital, rushed to fire you and hire a new lawyer. But it wasn't clear how soon you'd wake up. He's got appeals and stuff. To hell with Winston. Beatrice burst out. I've got to talk to the prosecutor, the investigators, whoever. This man was here for a reason and he attacked me and not just me. This case is connected to Veronica's case and, well, why am I explaining this to you? Just get the doctor and that's it. Okay, but I don't think. It's not your job to think. As far as I know, Beatrice interrupted him rudely and closed the ward door. Explain clearly what's going on. Why are you here? What does Nicholas have to do with this? Where did he even come from? After all, I Winston me. Shay, Beatrice said in a soothing tone without thinking about what had happened. There's no changing that now. No, I want to know what's going on. Tell me everything. I'm going to freak out. Okay, Beatrice sighed. I'm not entirely sure of everything myself yet, but I'll try to explain how I see it all. Mind you, if I notice that my story is making you feel worse, I'll stop it immediately. That's reasonable, Veronica nodded. What is? You see, when what happened happened. Anyway, I became Winston's lawyer. No matter what, it was my only chance to get involved in the investigation. I suspected even then that it wasn't as simple as it looked. Of course, that scoundrel, your husband, was responsible for what happened, but he wasn't the only one. Part 7. When Veronica decided to finally sever any ties with Nicholas, he threatened that she would regret it, and that was the meaning of his life. He could not forgive the girl that she rejected him, and continued to follow her life with manic persistence. Without, however, showing himself, he must not have had the slightest idea of what his revenge would look like. He only knew that he had to take revenge on her for all the imaginary humiliation she had inflicted on him. He was just waiting for the right moment, sure that sooner or later it was ate up to him. At first it had been quite innocent. The guy hoped that Veronica would actually realize that he was the best thing that had happened in her life. And of course, she'd come back to him. And he would accept her, of course, but not immediately. He would make her go through the same things that he himself had been going through for many years, so that she would realize how painful and humiliating it all was. But as time went on, Veronica did not appear. Moreover, she was, to all appearances, perfectly happy, socializing with friends, and even going out with some guys. In short, she obviously wasn't worried at all about what a wonderful person she had lost. This undoubtedly annoyed Nicholas, as she led such a contented life while he continued to suffer from his unrequited love for her. He no longer wanted her back. He wanted her to suffer, and preferably for the rest of her life. It became as if he was obsessed with her. He could no longer do anything but follow her. Of course, it couldn't help but affect his own life. He dropped out of his final year of technical school, where he had previously been an honors student, and Nicholas no doubt saw Veronica's fault in that too. Meanwhile, she was doing very well. She graduated from the institute and got a job, and this was a terrible blow, she found a man. Nicholas had somehow realized that it was more than just her student affairs, and he was right. Very soon she was going to marry this man and even move with him to some remote place. Nicholas decidedly did not understand why she had made such a choice. Wasn't he a promising programmer? And wasn't he better than some custodian of a rundown prison? What was the reason why some people got everything, and others, undoubtedly more deserving, nothing? Where is justice in this life? Now he hated not only Veronica, but also her future husband. Nicholas had nothing left to lose. At least, he was sincerely convinced of it. That's why, without thinking for too long, he set off after his former lover and her new chosen one. He didn't have any concrete plan yet, but he wanted to at least keep the couple in his sight. She changed his name and surname and got a job in the same colony as a janitor. A simple, inconspicuous position. Subsequently, Veronica passed by him many times and did not even say hello, but looked as if through Nicholas and did not recognize him at all. This annoyed the man, but at the same time was to his advantage. During the years he had spent in prison, he had learnt both the local customs and the personality of Winston, who had become the man in charge quite soon after his marriage. Nicholas was in no hurry. He worked out the perfect plan, reminding himself daily that revenge is a dish served cold. It would strike at a time when Veronica was perfectly happy and not expecting any catch. And so, after many years, his plan was finally ready. Examining it from all sides, Nicholas saw no flaw in it, and it was to strike at once at both his enemies, at the traitor Veronica and at her hubby. One would die a horrible death, and the other would go to jail for life. The four hardened cons had long had a grudge against Winston. They did not like the fact that he used them as if they were chained dogs, sicced them on those who did not please him, and gave them sugar bones in the form of some relaxation of the regime. Before his elevation, it was they who were in charge here. The previous head of the colony feared them to the point of trembling. They were the ones who made the rules. Winston, in his pride of course, did not notice it, thinking that he kept them on a short leash. But Nicholas did, and came to the fore with a business proposition. At first, however, they did not take him seriously and began to mock him. This, of course, was not to his liking, but for the sake of his plan, he was prepared to be patient. "I can give you the colony governor's wife," he said, "with whom you can do whatever you like. Well, you don't generally care anymore. You'll never get out of here anyway. It'll be bad for him. Besides, I can make sure that he's the one who gets blamed for what happened." "Do you have any idea what would happen to him then?" Nicholas asked. "Well, let's say. But how would you do it?" replied one of them. "And that's already my problem, isn't it? All you have to do is make sure this thing never wakes up again. Do I make myself clear?" "You couldn't be clearer. What's in it for you?" "Well, personal interest, just like you. When the trial starts, blame it on the chief. It's a good thing he brought her to you, and you'll get what you want. It'll be a win-win for me and everybody else." Getting these thugs to agree was probably the hardest part. Everything else went smoothly. Nicholas was even surprised at how easy it all turned out to be. He went to the post office, and with his sweatshirt on and a hood over his face, he sent a message to Winston. The message was masterfully crafted. Nicholas was incredibly proud that he managed to pull such a thing off, especially when it worked exactly as he'd hoped it would. It was not for nothing that he had spent years studying his opponent's character. Now he knew exactly what strings of his soul it made sense to play on. In all the colors and details, he described how Veronica had had an affair with him, allegedly all the time she'd been married to Winston. He described how the wife really hated the warden, lived with him solely for the money, all the while running around to her younger, better-looking lover. He also attached fake photos, using an image of herself from about 5 years ago. So, firstly, Winston would clearly be more painful, and secondly, it is unlikely that they could recognize the current Nicholas. He grew a beard, although perhaps it was even an unnecessary precaution. He had long ago realized that no one paid attention to a simple prison janitor. Nicholas was even able to calculate the date the letter would arrive. Nicholas knew for sure that Winston would pick up the letter in the morning, just when his wife would be in town. That way he would have more time to get himself worked up and be ready to do the craziest things when Veronica returned. It was clear that Winston would solve the problem in the usual way, with the help of his pocket prisoners, who were already ready for such a development and even looked forward to it. Nicholas only had to switch off the cameras to make the chief even more suspicious and admire the unfolding tragedy. But things didn't go according to plan from there. Firstly, the criminals failed to follow through. Of course, Veronica had little chance to survive, but still she was still alive, and at any moment could come to her senses. Of course, it would make little difference in a global sense, but it was her death that Nicholas craved. Secondly, there was Beatrice, whose existence he had forgotten. But now he remembered, as well as the fact that it was she who had contributed to the destruction of his happiness all those years ago, and now appeared to spoil his revenge. She was almost out to get him, and Nicholas realized that action had to be taken immediately. He went to the hospital to Veronica, deciding that he had to finish what he had started with his own hands. The method was simple and straightforward, a little extra medication in the drip, and no one would check it out. The patient was already on the verge of death, and no one would find anything suspicious in the fact that she had finally passed away. But the luck that Nicholas had had so far seemed to have turned against him when he sneaked into the room. Veronica was already conscious and worse, had begun to scream. He hadn't even been able to get to her yet. How could she have seen him in the darkness? Had she realized that he had come with bad intentions? There was no time to think about it. It was now simply too dangerous to keep her alive, and he jumped to the woman and began frantically injecting the drug into one of her many drips. Nicholas hoped he could get away before anyone heard the screams, but that wasn't destined to happen. The same ubiquitous Beatrice popped up out of nowhere, and even with her he was almost done. Injected her with the rest of the drug meant for a friend. Almost strangled her. It was a stupid thing to do. But now he was driven by emotion alone. There was nothing left in him but blind rage and the desire to destroy all those who, as he believed, were responsible for his troubles. And then a new attack. At first, Nicholas thought that he underestimated Beatrice, and she managed to call the police. But then he noticed with surprise that the man who had dragged him away from the woman was for some reason dressed in the uniform of a traffic policeman, as if fate itself had decided to play a cruel joke on him, showing that none of his plans were destined to come true. Then he sat down heavily on the floor and started laughing, ending all resistance. The man in a traffic policeman's uniform twisted him up without any problems and called the real policeman. When they arrived, Nicholas could not calm down. He even heard them discussing whether they should take him to the station or to a psychiatric hospital. But he didn't care anymore. Part 8. Winston was sentenced to life imprisonment for his numerous crimes. The new information that had come to light about Nicholas did nothing to help him. The court felt that he should have realized in any case that his actions could lead to such a dire result. Together with his new lawyer, the former prison governor tried to challenge this decision in all possible higher instances, but it remained unchanged. He was to serve his sentence in the same prison he had run for many years. The 4 prisoners who had directly committed the crime were very happy about this state of affairs, but only until they learned that they themselves were being transferred with new sentences to another prison, even more northern, far away from any civilization. But they were not seen to have committed any breaches of the regime. Nicholas was found to be mentally insane and sent to appropriate institutions for treatment. The failure of the plan, which was so close to success, must have brought him to a severe nervous breakdown. The man was able to stop laughing only after he was taken to the hospital, where he was injected with a sedative. Nevertheless, the state in which Nicholas fell into in no way can serve as an excuse for what he did. After his recovery, he will face trial on charges of organizing a violent crime as well as attempted murder. At any outcome of the case, he will receive a lengthy prison sentence. Beatrice left the hospital the same day she got there, despite the doctor's words that she had better stay at least a week. She really had a lot of work to do. She had to collect and organize the evidence against Nicholas so that he would certainly not be able to escape responsibility. It was largely thanks to her work that his trial had been possible. Veronica spent several more months in hospital. Her recovery was slow. She had to undergo several difficult operations. All this difficult time, Beatrice tried to be close to her friend and support her. After all, in addition to physical injuries, the woman received deep psychological trauma. When all the trials were over and Veronica had finished the main stage of treatment, the friends realized that they both had nothing more to do in the distant northern city. Together they returned to their homeland. The younger woman had to rebuild her life after all the horror she had endured. Beatrice was ready to give her all the support she could. It took many years before Veronica was able to finally get back on her feet and heal not only physically, but also mentally. Nevertheless, with the great help of her friend, she succeeded. She remembered what it is to live and enjoy life. And even in spite of everything, she was able to meet men again and somehow establish her personal life. Beatrice's and Veronica's weddings took place on the same day. They celebrated noisily, with a bang. Although it might seem to some people that at their age, it is somehow not accepted. Nevertheless, the two friends were only interested in the opinion of each other and, of course, their future husbands, in whom they were 100% sure. As time showed, they were not mistaken. Their chosen ones turned out to be really worthy men, sincerely loving their wives and ready to share with them both sorrow and joy. Now they were family friends, trying to help each other and together to go through all the difficulties and hardships. Contrary to doctors' predictions, Veronica managed to get pregnant and gave birth to a healthy, strong girl named, of course, Beatrice. And a week after this happy event in the family of the second friend also appeared a child, a boy, Peter. Many years later, these children were destined to become husband and wife, but that is another story. Decided to check the new maid left his wallet on the table and switched on the camera. Jonathan never thought that in his 40s he would be the head of the company his father created. He thought he would have to wait 10 years because his father was strong, healthy, and never got sick. And no one expected that he would ever go to the hospital. But it happened right at the meeting. Robert became ill and was taken to hospital. The doctors said it was a stroke. Jonathan immediately called his mother and told her the news. "But how can it be, son? There's no way your father's heart could be bad." "Mum, this is no time to bicker. That's what the doctors told me. So come here." "Sure, I understand. I'll be right there." Jonathan didn't have a good relationship with his mother, nor with his father. He could never understand why they had even produced him if they had absolutely no interest in his life. They never cared. His father was in business and his mother was in business for herself, and they didn't care about their son. When Jonathan grew up, he realized that his father had always done his best for the family. When he came to work in his father's company after college, he realized how hard it was, and that his father had always tried for the family and their well-being. And this is how it all ended. Mum arrived an hour later. This really pissed Jonathan off because he understood why she was late. Apparently she couldn't decide what to wear to the hospital. She was always like that. "Here, son, I'm finally here," she declared, standing up in front of him, apparently expecting him to appreciate her appearance. "You could have done it sooner. After all, Dad's in a serious condition right now, and you've been traveling to the hospital for over an hour." "Well, what can I do to help him now? He doesn't have time for us anyway. And anyway, son, why are you so serious? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, your father worked day and night, and he didn't care about his family. And if he didn't work so hard, Mum, you'd hardly have such a wonderful life. You have everything. You don't need anything. As you realize, money doesn't just fall from the sky. So I understand my father." "That's fine, you understand now. You're likely to take over his business." "That's great, of course. I can't imagine how he and I are going to get on, though." "I don't know what you mean." "Or else he'll stay at home all day." "I'm sure he'll pull through. You've got him very strong." "That's only good if he's normal. What if he's paralyzed?" "Mum, it feels like you're afraid of what you'll have to do to look after him. But don't worry, I'll get him the best doctors and carers, because knowing you, you won't even go near him. And that's not right. Do you love him even a little?" "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business?" "I'll answer that question for you. No, I don't anymore. And believe me, your father doesn't feel anything for me anymore either. We're just used to each other, that's all. Although I don't think things are going well with your Jennifer either." "How long have you two been together?" Jonathan hesitated. "With Jennifer? Yes, they've been together for 20 years. They got married when they were still in college. Then, after 4 years of their life together, they had a son. He loved Jennifer, but the feelings faded a bit. Although it was not his fault, but she herself for some reason began to distance herself from him, although he did everything to make her feel good with him. He thought he was doing a good job. Jennifer then told him that she would not work, that she would take care of her son. And he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was waiting for him at home, that he had support, and that he could work in peace, knowing that his wife was waiting for him at home. At first everything was fine. The son was growing up, becoming somehow closer to his father. But Jennifer, on the contrary, began to distance herself from both of them. What was going on, he could not understand, although he repeatedly asked her about it. But she either kept silent or said that everything was fine. He decided to find out what was wrong. But then his father got into trouble, and he decided to put it on the back burner. Remembering Jennifer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. It was ringing, but there was no answer. He noticed that she had started to ignore his calls a lot, and he didn't like it. "Where's your Jennifer? Hasn't she arrived yet? All you guys do is talk about me. Your wife is taking her time too, I see." "I called you first, Mom, not Jennifer. It's not her problem. It's you and me." "What do you mean it's not her problem? She's part of our family too. Or am I missing something?" "So living in luxury is just fine with her. And when her father-in-law got into trouble, so her house is on the edge." "Mom, what's Jennifer got to do with it? And what does it have to do with living in luxury? Besides, you know very well that I've been on my own for a long time, and that my father has never helped me with money. Everything I have, I've earned on my own. So don't blame her for money. She's my wife and I do everything for my family. You'd better watch yourself. She's just arrived and she's already trying to make a scene. Because I'm sick of you seeing me all the time and no one else. I'm tired of it. Do you understand? You and your father are both unhappy with me all the time. What I can't understand is, what have I done to you? You haven't done anything, except ignore us. As soon as you gave birth to me, you put me in the care of a nanny. Because you couldn't look after me yourself, you see. You had things to do. But what business, Mum? You've never worked a day in your life. What could you have more important than a child? I thought that when I went to school and started doing well, my mum would finally notice me, realize what kind of son she had and be proud of him. But no, my mum, as always, is busy with herself, and she doesn't need anyone else. How dare you reproach me for that? I gave birth to you, so be happy. I did everything for you. You just don't remember it. Well, Mum, let's remind me. What did you do that I'm shameless? I've forgotten everything. Remind me. Cassandra looked at her son carefully, not understanding what was happening to him. Most of the time they just said hello. Well, sometimes they could say a few words. But today was just a benefit. Her son was demanding some kind of explanation from her, and she didn't like it. I see what's going on with you. You had a thing with Jennifer, and now you're taking it out on me. Am I wrong? What does Jennifer have to do with this? Mum, you're always changing the conversation. I'm not diverting anything. I just see that you're taking your anger out on me, and I don't like it. Do you understand? I don't want my son talking to me like that. Do you understand? Jonathan stood up and walked down the corridor of the hospital complex. The hospital was not a budget hospital. The building had been built during the Soviet era. It was obvious to the naked eye. As soon as my father feels a little better, and as soon as he can be transported, he will immediately move him to another clinic, to a place where he will be comfortable. And anyway, as if reading his thoughts, his mother said, "Why the hell did you bring him here? Can't you see there's nothing they can do here? It's a hospital for the poor." For whom? Are you serious now, Mum? I don't think you came from a rich family either. And I bet you went to the exact same clinic when you were a kid. Jonathan, for the last time, don't talk to me like that, or I'll... What are you going to do? Mom, are you going to punish me? You won't do anything. You just don't like talking to me because I don't agree with you all the time, and because I have my own opinion on everything. You see, I've grown up and I see things differently now. In fact, you're to blame for a lot of things, but that's up to you. I'm just asking you, please don't act like this. You can talk to your mates like that, but don't talk to me. We're here together because my dad's not well. That's it. Cassandra pouted, but kept silent. She was uncomfortable with the whole thing, especially the way her son looked at her as if she were a stranger. Yes, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jonathan rarely came to visit them out of town. Her daughter-in-law and grandson hadn't spoilt them with their visits. She'd forgotten what her grandson Richard looked like. He must be grown up now, though she wasn't interested. Her son was right, of course, but what could she do if she couldn't stand children from childhood? She'd never had any friends, because she'd always thought everyone her age was stupid, and she was the only smartest girl on earth. Jonathan was beginning to lose patience, and when finally the doctor came out of the intensive care unit and approached him. Well, the crisis is over, but he should not be disturbed now. He is still very weak. We've given him medication and he's sleeping. Was it a stroke? No, it must have been a microinfarction. Your father is mentally and physically exhausted. So I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to work anymore. As far as I can see, he's always at your work, letting all his problems pass through him. And this is the result. It's a good thing it ended this time. Next time it could be fatal. Do you understand? I understand. When can I pick him up? Tomorrow morning you can come and take him home. But he'll need care for now. And then, of course, he needs to go to the seaside. Not just for a few weeks, but preferably longer. I see that you are well-to-do people, so I don't think you'll have any problems with that. Jonathan nodded, agreeing with the doctor. He had been telling his father for a long time that he needed more rest. But, as always, his father didn't listen to anyone. And this was the result. When they left the hospital, he turned to his mother and said, "All right, I'll pick up my father from the hospital tomorrow. He needs to stay at home for the first time. And then I'll send you to the sea. My father has a cottage. It's got a life of its own. There are tenants there now. Tell them to look for another place. And you'll move there. You'll live there for a while." "How long do we have to live there?" "Mom, what do you care? Do something for your husband already. After all, you see the state he's in. Besides, you could use a change of scenery too. You don't look well, to be honest." Cassandra wrinkled her nose. She didn't like being told that. She preferred to hear only compliments. "You could be more polite. Besides, you know I don't like being told what to do." "Mom, I said you and Dad are leaving, so that's what's going to happen. Do you understand?" She stopped talking and looked at her son. She had never seen him like this before. What was going on with him lately, she didn't understand. In the past, although they didn't talk much, he had treated her with respect, unlike now. "Whatever you say, son. Just don't talk to me like that again, please. It's like you're a stranger." "Mom, stop it. You see how things are, but you're still trying to contradict me. You knew your father should have taken a holiday a long time ago, but you didn't do anything about it. You're his wife. Did you see how tired he was? I didn't see anything because he'd leave when I was asleep. He'd come back when I was asleep. Do you understand?" "No, Mom, I don't understand, because he loves you. I always thought everything was perfect between you two. What happened? Why did you become so inconsiderate of him?" "Because he..." Cassandra didn't want to continue the conversation. Why would she tell her son that his father had had a mistress a long time ago? And she occasionally indulged in innocent pranks. That's probably what drove them apart. And of course she didn't want to go to the sea with her husband. because she realized that they were strangers to each other. "Mum, are you not telling me something? I can see that you and Dad don't even live together." "You know, son, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is between me and him, and it's none of your business. But I can handle it. I'm a strong woman, and if you say we should treat him, then we'll treat him. By the sea, then by the sea. Although I'd rather go abroad." "Mum, not now. You realize flying might make him worse. I'd rather go to the sea. When he's stronger, then you can think about going abroad. And I'll support you in that, by the way. Let the doctors there examine him. Because I don't trust our medicine very much." "Well, son, you're wrong, of course. But you know best." They got in the car and Jonathan drove Mum home. They lived in the country. His father had built a big cottage a long time ago. He wanted the whole family, including his grandson, to live with them. But his Jennifer didn't get along well with her mother-in-law, so they stayed living in the city. Although he could see that his wife liked the house very much. "Who's going to look after the house?" "Son, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going there for one day. We're going to be there for a long time, and we can't just leave the house." "Of course, I understand. Please come and live with us. It would make me feel better." Jonathan nodded, but he realized that even though it was an elite cottage town with security guards and all that, he couldn't leave the house for too long, and that meant they'd probably have to live there. "Don't worry, Mum, I've got it. We'll move in with you." "Don't worry. I'll tell Jennifer to pack today. Tomorrow I'll pick up Dad from the hospital, and we'll move in a few days." "That's good. That's great. I'll show Jennifer around and introduce her to the staff, the cook and the housekeeper. We've just had a maid leave the other day, and while Molly's been keeping the house in order. But it's hard for her to keep track of everything. You know, it's a big place, so we'll have to find a maid." "All right, Mum, I'll think of something." "So why do you bother? Let Jennifer do it. She's at your house anyway. And your son's a big boy, by the way. He's got a long way to go to school. So he's going to need to be picked up. I'll talk to Uncle Will, my dad's driver, so he can keep his job. He'll drive my son to and from school." "Good, that's settled. Then I'll come home and start packing. I have to start packing so I don't forget anything. 'Cause if I do it in a hurry, I'm bound to forget something important. I will." Jonathan listened to his mother and smiled. He remembered his childhood, when his mother had always started packing for a trip a month in advance. And when the day came when she had to go somewhere, she had probably 10 suitcases instead of 1 or 2. My father would always scold me, but my mother would reply that she had taken everything she needed. "So, Mum, here we are. I'm not going home, I'm going to work. I have to do something there, and I have to tell her that my father won't be here for a while and that I'll take his place. Then I'll go home and tell my wife to start packing too. We'll move in with you one of these days." "Okay, son, I'll take care of things then." "Thank you, son. You've somehow calmed me down, because lately I've been feeling like a stranger and unwanted." "It's going to be okay, Mum. I love you very much. And believe me, Daddy loves you very much too." Cassandra didn't say anything to that. She smiled, stroked her son's cheek, and got out of the car. Jonathan had settled things at work, and when he looked at the time he realized that it was well past midnight. He often came home like this, even though he had planned to get home early tonight. Plus, Jennifer still hadn't called him back, and that worried him a little. Everything seemed fine, though. But still, something wasn't right. He got into his car and finally drove home. He was a little dizzy from fatigue, and all he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Now he not only had to do his father's job, which was to run the company, but he also had to do his own job. Until someone else was hired to take his place. "Jennifer, what are you doing up?" "I'm watching a film." What are you doing up so late? If you picked up the phone when I called you, you'd know why I'm late tonight. So what's wrong? You can explain it to me instead of blaming me like you always do. Where's Richard? Where is he? In his room, of course, asleep for ages. He and the boys went to a basketball game today, cheering for someone. And then he did his homework and went to bed. We should put him in some kind of sport because he's growing up a bit weak. I've always told you that, but you were too lazy to pick him up and take him there. And you kept saying he didn't need it. And now what? He's got to get ready for college, last year of school. Jennifer flared up, jumped up from the couch, and was about to go into the other room when Jonathan grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. I'm sorry, it's just hard for me. My dad got sick at work today. They took him to the hospital. It's just been really hard on me. I always thought my dad was a tough guy, that nothing would ever happen to him. But today I was just scared for him. I realized that I could lose him at any moment. So how's he doing? He's all right, he's better, and I'll take him home tomorrow. He and his mother are going to the seaside soon. And who will live in their house? Interrupted his wife. We will, Jennifer, of course. Who else? I'm not going to live there. Jonathan and Jennifer turned round and looked at their son, who was standing in the doorway and had probably heard the conversation. I will stay here because it is too far to go to school from there. You'll have your own driver, son. Remember Uncle Will? He's going to be your grandfather's driver now. You see, son, that's the way it is now. So we're all going to have to go along with it. You think it's easy for me? Call us, I get up even earlier than you do. But there's nothing to do. So we're moving as a family into that house. All right, if I get a lift, then I'll take it. You can sleep in the car while I drive. Richard turned and went back into the room. Jennifer snapped her fingers nervously, thinking about something. Don't you think we'll have to live there for a long time? Of course I do. Because Dad will probably want to stay there. And he had this dream of growing grapes. So I think he's going to want to finally fulfill that dream. Would your mom go for it? It's so beautiful out there. Of course she would. Besides, it's as nice a house as the one you and I are going to move into. My father planned to retire and go to the sea, but he didn't expect that time to come. He planned to work too. Actually, I agree. I like it. Are we going to sell this flat? Why sell it? Let it stay. Or you can rent it out. I wouldn't mind. Keep the money. You need it more because you're always complaining to me that you have nothing to wear. So go ahead. I don't want to rent this flat. We've got all this renovation, all this furniture, and strangers are just going to ruin it. Let's just sell it. I said, no, it's my flat. My parents gave it to me, so I'm not selling it. If you don't want to sell it, you don't have to. Besides, it's not bad. I'll probably stay here a lot. Cause it's all on me now. I'll have to work day and night, and it won't always be convenient for me to come home. By the way, Mum said their maid quit, and she asked you to find someone to do it. Can you manage? What's there to handle? I'll call the agency tomorrow, and they'll send us maids, and I'll interview them and choose the right one. By the way, when are we arriving? How much time do you need to pack? I think I can do it in a couple of days. That's fine then. We'd better do it when we get there. There might be some delays. It'll be awkward. You'll have people coming around for interviews and we won't have time for them. Mom's going too, so she won't have time to talk. I get it. Are you going to have dinner? It's so late. I wouldn't advise you to eat at night. It's not good for you. You should eat in the morning. Now let's go to bed. You're right. I can barely stand on my feet, so I'll take a quick shower and go to bed. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. And I have to pick up my dad from the hospital. Aren't you picking him up early? Maybe he needs to stay there for a couple of days. Knowing my dad, I know it's not too early. If I don't take him out, he'll leave. He hates doctors. Jennifer didn't say anything. She went silently into the bedroom. Jonathan sat down in the armchair and thought. A plan for tomorrow was in his head. He could have sat like that until morning, but feeling that tomorrow then he would feel wrecked, he got up and headed for the shower. Washing quickly, he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Jennifer looked at her husband, who was already sleeping a sound sleep. She was glad that they would finally be living in the house she had dreamed of, and also without her mother-in-law laughing. She had fallen in love with that house the moment she saw it. Only Jonathan didn't want to move in. And she understood why. He had a strained relationship with his mother and his father. Not with Robert the way he had with his mother, though. It felt like they were not mother and son, but two strangers. Jennifer was also disliked by her mother-in-law. At least that's what it seemed to her. And she realized that living together in this house would not work out. So she had to forget about it. But now she would be the mistress. She would be there now. Jennifer dreamily closed her eyes and blushed at her thoughts. She was glad that her husband had said he would be staying in town a lot. What? That was good for her. She'd replace everyone there, both the cooks and the housekeeper. She'd have her people working there, who she'd hire and who'd idolize her. And of course to keep quiet, because they would have to keep quiet. She would not be able to go to town often now, so they would come to her. And she wouldn't want her husband to know about it. Naive fool. He probably thought he was doing it for his family, for Jennifer. And that she should be grateful to him. She was just tired of sitting around waiting for him all day. She was bored, so she decided to take a lover. It's corny, but Oliver was a terrific man. He wasn't working yet, though, because, as he'd told her at the time, his mom was very ill, and he needed to look after her. He couldn't hire a carer, and his mom couldn't stand strangers in the flat. So he had to work part-time, sitting at home and looking after his mother. But he was desperately short of money. Jennifer took pity on him and started giving him money. And then they had a stormy affair, and she realized that at last she was truly in love. Oliver then asked her why she wouldn't leave her husband, because he was tired of sharing her with someone else. "Or do you love him very much?" he asked then. "Don't be silly. I only married him because I knew he was the son of rich parents. He already had a cool car and money. That's all. I never loved him. As soon as I saw you in the cafe, I lost my head. When I saw you, I fell in love with you too. You were sitting there so sad, thinking about something, so I decided to approach you. I see you waited for your friend Molly for a reason. She didn't turn up, rang me and said she was going to Turkey with her boyfriend. I was so sad. My husband and I have been together for so long. We've never been away. And he can afford it. It doesn't cost him anything. But he's got a job, you see. He doesn't care about me and my son. That's what made me sad, that some people are lucky and some people aren't. It's okay. As soon as my mom gets back on her feet, we'll go somewhere with you. You're helping me a lot. She'll get better in a little while. You're helping me with the medicine. I couldn't afford to buy her such expensive ones myself. You remember, I didn't earn anything. But once you came along, life took on new colors. I tell my mother about you all the time. She's happy that I've finally met the one I've always dreamed of. Why didn't you introduce us? I want to see her so badly. It's not time yet, love. Not yet. Besides, Mom doesn't want you to see her like this yet. As soon as she's well enough, I'll bring you to the house. Jennifer remembered those words and blushed again. She remembered what they had done after that conversation. She had felt very good. She had never felt so good with her husband. And apparently that had driven her into the arms of another man. Though to give him credit, Jonathan was good in bed too, except he didn't have time all the time. More often than not, he came home from work tired and exhausted. And he wasn't in the mood for lovemaking. She couldn't wait. She wanted to date, love, and be loved. Finally, Jennifer felt sleepy too. She turned on her other side and immediately fell asleep. Jonathan arrived at work and immediately got down to business. He called a meeting to discuss the issues that had accumulated recently. Apparently, his father had not been feeling well for a long time because he had been putting them off. Apparently, his strength was no longer the same. After everyone had dispersed, he decided to go to the hospital and find out how Dad was doing. Dad was lying on the bed, apparently watching the news on the phone. He turned to his son and smiled. "Well, did I scare you yesterday? To be honest, I was a little scared myself. Apparently, son, it's time for me to retire. You bring me the documents, I'll sign everything. Because you can't sign the documents yet. So that's the first thing we need to do." "I got it." Dad's talking to the doctor, and he's already preparing the discharge. "So we'll go home now, and the lawyer will be waiting for you there. He knows what happened, and he knows exactly what to do." The water's beautiful. So Bridget and I are going to the sea. She called me this morning, asking how I was feeling, and I could even hear the joy in her voice. I guess she wants to go too. Yes, it's about time. I mean, it's been so long since we've been away together. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same in your family, Dad said. It's all work. But if you want a decent life, you have to make sacrifices. Well, I've been sending Jennifer and Richard on holiday. I don't think they need to resent me. No, son, you don't understand. Family is family. They'd like to go with you. They're on their own. They don't see you all the time 'cause we're always at work. Don't be sorry you chose to go this way. We just don't know how to balance work and rest. We're obsessed with our business, and that's not good. You have to pay attention to your family too. I'm glad this happened to me. At least now I'll be with my wife, and most importantly, my son. I'm finally fulfilling my long-held dream of growing grapes. I'm glad you're doing well, Dad. I was really scared for you yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect this to happen to you. Yes, son, I realized it myself, that life can be cut short in an instant. Anyway, what's the sad part? Let me get ready and you hurry them up with a discharge, 'cause I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just having sad thoughts. Jonathan was driving his father home. He didn't realize he still had to get to work and get some things done. But he'd lost a lot of time today, and he hadn't made any progress on the things he'd planned for himself. Most likely he would have to postpone them a little bit, because he still had to move. So he won't have time to work now. Besides, it will be necessary to talk to a lawyer, to plan everything, and then to see how to act. But that's all later. The important thing is that Dad's okay, and he'll be fine. Cassandra's spirits brightened after her conversation with her son yesterday. She no longer resented her husband. She decided to forget everything, and now, when they go to the sea, she would try to make up for lost time, that is, to get closer to her husband. After all, she had always loved and admired him, because they had started everything from scratch. And now that they seemed to have everything, they had grown very distant from each other. She packed her things and thought that their life at sea would be like a fairy tale. After all, life is very short, and one should take everything one needs now, and not regret later that one didn't. She heard a car drive up to the house. She looked out of the window and saw that her son had arrived, which meant that he had brought her husband too. She dropped everything and went to meet them. "You scared me so much. Please, next time you'll tell me immediately if you feel ill. And not just tolerate it, like you did this time." Jonathan and his father stood dumbfounded on the doorstep. They hadn't seen Cassandra like this in a long time. She threw herself around her husband's neck and hugged him. Robert hugged his wife too. You could see on his face that he was very pleased to hear this. So this is US standing on the threshold. Come on, go into the bedroom. Lie down and I'll make you something to eat. You need to take it easy and get more rest. Mum, the lawyer's coming and we've got some business to attend to. So Dad can't lie down right now. So let's go into the living room and he can sit on the couch. I think he'll be comfortable there. Here we go again, son. How many times? Mum, it's just a formality. You know, Dad's going to leave now, and I'll be running the company. So Dad needs to sign some papers now. It's necessary. All right, but when you've finally signed everything, Robert, you go straight to bed. I'll be right next to you because I've started packing for our trip. We'll talk about it. All right. Whatever you say, darling. What about you, Jonathan? When is Jennifer moving here? I'd like to see Richard, too. Last time I saw him was a month ago when he came to the company. His grandson's all grown up now. I didn't even recognize him. That's because we don't see each other much. And now that we're going away, we won't see them at all, Cassandra sighed. The men looked at her in surprise again. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I've already explained to you that I was very frightened when Robert went into hospital. I realized how fleeting life is, and we live it so miserably, so now it's going to be different. Right. I'll make you a cup of tea, and I'll get on with my packing. I won't disturb you. When Cassandra had gone, Jonathan turned to his father and said, You know, Dad, I think your illness has come at just the right time. Look what Mum's become. Maybe you should have been sick like this 10 years ago, don't you think? I think I should have been sick all the time. And maybe life went differently. They laughed and joked about it until the lawyer arrived. Only then did they settle down and get down to business. Jennifer, of course, really wanted to live in this house, but now it would be very difficult for her to get to the city. Naturally, traveling by taxi would be expensive. And Jonathan would start asking her where she went every day. So she'll have to ask him to buy her a car. And that would be a way out. Yeah. And then we could invite Oliver here too. I mean, she's going to need to hire staff. So she'll fire the gardener and hire Oliver. Then she wouldn't have to go anywhere, and they'd be together all the time. Which probably won't work. Cossie won't go for it. He had a sick mother, but she'd have to talk to him and see what he had to say. She immediately dialed his number and told him that they needed to meet urgently. She drove to the flat she had been renting for a few months now. At first they met in hotels, but she was not satisfied with that because she was afraid of meeting people she knew, and then she asked her husband for money. She rented a flat and now they only met there. Oliver was already waiting for her there. She was always surprised at how fast he came because she herself had just taken a taxi and swore at the traffic. Well, it's a good thing you're already here because I thought you were late too, Jennifer said. I was lucky. I was just in the neighborhood buying my mother's medication. So you don't have to worry. So what? Did you buy it? Show me. At least I'll see what it looks like. Alas, I didn't buy it. The pharmacist said she wouldn't have it until tomorrow. So I'll have to drive here tomorrow as well. But that's all right. The important thing is that I can see you. So my day wasn't wasted. Listen, I've got news for you. Really, I don't know how you're reacting to it because I understand you have a sick mom, Jennifer said. Jennifer, you're going to scare me. Tell me already what happened. Oh, don't worry so much, honey, it's nothing. It's just that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are going to the seaside and probably for good. They've got a fancy house there. And since my father-in-law just got out of the hospital, you understand, they will live there permanently. So, we're moving into their house. It's just outside of town. The house, of course, is just beautiful. It's every woman's dream to live in such a house. But there's one thing, it's very far from the city. I don't think I'll be able to take a taxi to our meetings. And I don't think you'd want to spend a lot of money either. So I don't know what to do now. Wait, Jennifer, are you saying we're not going to see you anymore? Well, that's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I've only got a ray of sunshine glimmering ahead of me. And now you're leaving me. What am I going to do without you? Oliver asked excitedly. I'm not leaving you. You misunderstand me. On the contrary, I think I found a way out. Only I don't know whether you'll agree to my proposal or not. I understand. You have a sick mom you can't leave alone. But before you say no, think carefully, okay? Well, tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. What's on your mind? I've thought of this. My mother-in-law is leaving, and that means I can change all the staff that work there to my liking. I don't get it. What staff works there? I've just told you it's not a cottage, it's a fairy tale. There's a lot of land around it, and the house is quite large. Naturally, there are people working there. Besides, my father-in-law and my husband can afford it. Well, what do I have to do there? I'll fire the gardener and hire you. You'll live there and get a salary. And of course you'll meet me. How does that sound? But you can't leave your mom. Yeah, look, it's all solvable. I'll hire a carer. I've got the money, so it won't be a problem. Besides, from what I understand, you said I'd get a salary. So I'll have enough for a carer and my medication. I agree. Beloved, I'm so glad you agreed, because I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to see you often. You've thought of everything perfectly, and I'm happy again now. You have no idea how much I love you. When do I start my gardening duties? Hang on. We'll be moving there one of these days. Then I'll take care of the staff. And when it's ready, I'll call you straight away. Do you understand me? Jennifer asked. Yes. I'll look forward to the call, love. But now let's go to the bedroom because I missed you terribly, replied Jonathan. Jonathan sent the car out for his wife to load the things she would want to move now into their house. It became clear that his parents would probably stay at the sea. In fact, it would be better that way. His father would finally be able to do what he loved, and the local air would make him healthier. Jonathan was glad that everything had worked out with his father and that things were better with his mother. Cassandra had really changed. She never left her husband's side, and she acted as if she had been a loving and faithful wife all her life. She could see that Robert was coming around to her, so she tried to please him even more. Jonathan liked the way his parents treated each other now. He wished Jennifer would treat him that way too, because they hadn't talked much lately. But he'd come home from work and go to bed. He'd get up in the morning and go to work again. Everything was fine, it suited him. But he wished that his wife would at least sometimes meet him from work, and they would talk at least a little bit. He could see that she was excited about the move. Jonathan knew how much his wife liked the house before, and now she must be happy that she was finally going to live in it. In fact, why wouldn't she be? Maybe he'll try to be home more often now. He and his wife will have tea in the garden and talk. They used to have a lot to talk about. Except something had changed. And he didn't think it was just him. And Jennifer must have changed too. But it'll get better. If things were good for his parents, they'd be good for him. He was sure of it. Vanessa walked home sadly. I don't know what to do now, Vanessa thought. She had always thought that she would dedicate her life to sports. She had been going to karate since she was a kid, and she even had medals. But an injury ruined everything, and the coach told her that she had nothing to do in sports. At first, she was very upset, but her friend Sharon offered her a job. And when she told her how much she would get, Vanessa accepted. Besides, she wanted to enter the institute with constant training and traveling to competitions. That was out of the question. And now, when she was thrown out, she could think about studying. But things didn't work out the way she thought they would. Sharon herself worked as a maid in a wealthy house. She heard that her friend, her landlady, needed a maid and recommended her friend. Vanessa was hired, but she only worked there for a week, and then she was fired. Actually, it hurt her. Probably fired because you have to keep your cool and keep your emotions in check. I should have just turned round and walked away. But no, she just couldn't help herself. And here's the thing. The landlord waited for his wife to leave for the beauty parlor. I guess he decided to hit on Vanessa. She was just cleaning the master bedroom. When he approached, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. Naturally, Vanessa didn't expect such a thing, but her reaction was lightning fast, and in the end the master was left lying on the bed with a broken nose. He should thank her after that, because she had hit him lightly, not as she had been taught. And if she had done it with her full strength, he wouldn't have got off so easily. Naturally, when the wife arrived and saw her husband like that, she immediately screamed and demanded an explanation. Vanessa told everything honestly, but the wife chose to believe her husband rather than her. And in the end, she was just out of a job. "Don't be so upset," Sharon said. "We'll find you another job. Why don't you?" "I'm not going to be a maid anymore," Vanessa said. "It's not a job. It's a madhouse." Don't talk rubbish. There's only so much money you can make somewhere else, and you still want to go to school. Although I don't understand why you want to do that. You're already 23 years old. I think it's too late. No, it's not. Besides, are you going to be a maid your whole life? No, I don't want to spend my life cleaning up other people's messes. I need a profession. You don't understand anything about life. Do you think I want to work like that? No, I want to get married and have my house cleaned. Now I get it. Where can I meet a man like that? Only by hanging out with rich people. And the only way is to get a job with them. You think a rich man would look at a cleaning lady? I'm begging you, Sharon, just get your head back on straight. This isn't a fairy tale, this is life. Nowadays, rich men are trying to marry girls who are more simple. Do you understand? Because these girls who go to salons and make themselves beautiful, they only ask for money and nothing else. And you don't want to marry a man like that? You want to marry a man like that? Don't you understand? He doesn't know that. He'll take pity on me and marry me. And I won't be impudent. I won't ask him for anything at first, but I'll start slowly over time. That's how it is. It's like going fishing. You feed the fish first, and then you take the bait. And when the fish swallows it, you don't just pull it, you cut it off and then you pull it out. You've got a whole strategy worked out. I didn't expect that from you, Sharon. Or do you want to get married so badly already? Of course I do. Don't you think I'm tired of going round all day with a rag, scrubbing everything shiny and listening to my missus' voice? No, I'm sick of it. But I put up with it, because I'm going after what I want. And I'm on my way to my goal. But first I have to get in. I've learned everything, and I need money. The time is passing. The time for admission is approaching. And I still don't have any money, Vanessa said. That's all. Don't worry, I'll find you another job, Sharon said. You see, I've already made some connections, so just wait a little while. And soon you'll be back in a well-paid job. But please, next time, just walk away and don't hit anyone. Remember, you're there to save money. Got it? Yeah, I get it. But I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was a reaction. He looks like a decent bloke. And he tiptoes around his wife. As soon as she walks out the door, he starts groping the girls who work there. I guess it was my turn. Only he attacked the wrong one. So I hit him back. So much so that I lost my job. Vanessa, I'm warning you not to do that next time. No matter how much you want to hit, keep your temper in check and think that it won't last long and that you'll soon get out of this and go to school. Do you understand? Why are you treating me like a little girl? I said I understood you. I won't do it again. And I'll try to avoid men so I don't get into trouble again. Good girl. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll call you tomorrow, 'cause I've been told I'm looking for a maid. So wait for the call. Jennifer, as planned, fired everyone who worked at her mother-in-law's house. True, she only kept the cook, but she also left the gardener, knowing full well that if she fired him and hired Oliver in his place, her husband would immediately realize everything. Because her lover didn't understand anything about flowers. So she decided for herself that they would have 2 gardeners and told her husband. I've hired another gardener because this one can't cope anymore. Uncle Sebastian is really an old man. He's been with us for a long time. At first, he was my father's driver. And then when my father built the house, he said that his eyesight was bad and that he couldn't drive anymore, and he wanted to become a gardener. My father was surprised then, because he didn't expect such an interest in flowers from such a healthy man with hands as big as a spade. One day he started a garden at our house. Everyone loved it. As it turns out, it's his hobby. So there's no need to fire him, let him work. Well, get a young man to help him and let him take charge. That's what I did, darling, because I realized that Uncle Sebastian knew what he was doing and there was no need to sack him. I kept the cook because Aunt Bridget cooks so well, but I sacked the housekeeper because she's not needed. I'll be doing the house myself from now on. So I've got a couple of maids. They're all coming in for interviews tomorrow. Will you be there? You're the man of the house. Well, you're the lady of the house. So I think you'll be fine on your own. I have enough to do at work. Jonathan liked to see his wife like this lately. She was very happy and talked to him all the time. But it was about nothing, but he liked it. He had already decided that things would finally get better for them too, and they would be happy. Vanessa looked at herself meticulously in the mirror and was pleased. She fixed a stray strand of hair, tucked it behind her ear, and put some lipstick on her lips. She took her bag and went to the meeting. The journey, as it turned out, was quite far. She had to change buses to get to the cottage village, and she had to walk another half-kilometer or so. Yes, getting here wasn't going to be easy. But as Sharon said, they take staff with accommodation. That was good too, by the way, because tomorrow the landlady of the flat she was renting would start calling her and demanding payment. And she didn't have any money. If she got the job, it would be a lot easier. But what if they don't? The house was very fancy. Vanessa turned her head round and sighed in delight. Finally, the owner herself, an attractive woman, came out and beckoned her to follow her. They entered the study and she motioned for Vanessa to sit in the chair opposite her. My name is Mrs. Catherine. I've had a look at your CV. I understand you've worked as a maid before, but only for a little while. And it says here that you were fired. And you're not embarrassed to show me this? No, because it wasn't my fault. And why were you fired, may I ask? Don't get me wrong. It's not idle curiosity. I need to know who I'm hiring. I'll tell you. It's just that the landlord's a bit of a loose cannon. All the girls were silent, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I fought back. As you've read on my CV, I'm an athlete and I can stand up for myself. That's why they kicked me out. Oh, I see. And you know you're accepted. I like your candor and how you feel about how married men behave. Come on, I'll show you your room where you live. You'll get your salary here twice a month, an advance in the middle and your salary at the end of the month. Does that suit you? Yes, very much so. Because when I was traveling here and I thought that most likely all my salary will be spent only on taxes, I understand everything. We do live a bit far from the city. Here's a room, but you won't be living here alone. There'll be another maid living with you. If I'll have her, of course. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. Since you came first, you get to choose. I'll go because the gardener's coming too. "So I must have a word with him too," said Mrs. Catherine. "There's your uniform in the wardrobe. So get dressed and you can start your duties today. I don't have time to explain everything to you, so Aunt Bridget will tell you and show you. She's a cook and she's been working in this house for quite some time. Well, I'm off, and good luck to you." Vanessa opened the cupboard and looked at the uniform that hung there. Trying it on, she realized that the size was a little off, but it was tolerable. After examining herself once more, she sighed, left the room, and went looking for the kitchen to finally meet Aunt Bridget. Soon the kitchen was found, and the ruddy Aunt Bridget, recognizing Vanessa as the new maid, sat her down to tea. "I'll show you round in a moment. First, let's have tea and get to know each other," she said. "I've been working here a long time. Cassandra hired me. And this Mrs. Catherine, who's the landlady now, is their daughter-in-law. The owners are away at sea. The landlord got ill, went into hospital, and was advised to change the climate. So they left. Now their son lives with his wife and son. As soon as she came, she started to set her own rules, to fire everyone. She left only me and the gardener. Yes, and she told me that the gardener was coming to work here. She's right, Sebastian can't cope anymore and needs a helper. Although I think Sebastian knows his job very well. But as they say, the boss is the boss. It's a shame she sacked Lucy. She used to be the housekeeper, and everything was top-notch when she was here. And now I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Their son, Richard, lives here too. He's not a bad kid. He's 16 years old, but he's showing character. You should hear the way he talks to his mom." Aunt Bridget continued. "But what do I care? I'm on my own here and they're on their own there. But I think you'll get along with everyone here. You're a bright girl, I can see that. What's it to me? It's my job to keep the house clean, that's all. How they live there and what they do is none of my business," said Vanessa. "That's right," agreed Aunt Bridget. "Because they don't like it when you meddle in their business. So it's better to just mind your own business and stay out of it." "That's what I think," Vanessa nodded. "My landlady told me you'd show me around and tell me everything, so I came to you." "What a clever girl," the cook grumbled. "So she can fire and hire, but I can do all the work. As if I have nothing else to do. I understand everything, I know my job. Just tell me where their storeroom is, where they keep all the cleaning products, buckets, rags, and so on. I'll figure it out. I've been a maid before." "That's a good girl," said Aunt Bridget. "You'll come out of the kitchen, turn left, and you'll see a door. It's just under the stairs, and that's where everything is. So you can find it yourself. And once I find it, I'll get started. It's a big house, so I'll have a lot of work to do," Vanessa said. "I've already realized that you're not afraid of work, so you'll be fine," the cook nodded. Vanessa left the kitchen and went in search of the pantry. On her way out, she bumped into a boy of about 16. "So this is the Richard Aunt Bridget told her about," she thought. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people?" He mumbled and walked into the kitchen. Yeah, the kid's obviously pissed off at someone, Vanessa thought, and moved on so she could get to work. She saw Richard a few more times, only the boy paid no attention to her. He was busy with his thoughts. In fact, Vanessa didn't care about him either. The only thing that caught her eye was that he was very much preoccupied with something, like he had some problem he couldn't solve. Jennifer led Oliver out into the garden and looked round and threw herself at him with a kiss. "Are you out of your mind?" Oliver pushed her away, looking around cowardly. "What if someone sees us?" "Who's going to see us?" Jennifer objected. "The gardener's in the garden, the cook's in the kitchen, and the maid's cleaning the house. The son never leaves his room. So it's just you and me. I checked, we can't be seen from the window of the house. You see how the climbing rose is blocking everything. So it's like we're behind a screen. Anyway, Jennifer, please, just control yourself, Oliver said. Listen, this house is really great. Were you telling me the truth? I didn't believe it at first, to be honest. I thought you were exaggerating. But now I see that your husband is very rich. That's wonderful. Darling, what do you mean? Jennifer asked. That I'm going to work here and be near you. And where am I going to live? Come on, I'll show you a room. But you won't be living in the house. There's an outhouse in the backyard. That's where you'll live. You know, but it's very cozy. I think you'll like it. I won't be able to visit you there, but I promise I'll think of something. You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, love, Oliver assured me. I think you'll think of something and we'll be together. You don't know how much I'd like to be with you always, to have a home like this, to be happy. Have you never thought about it? I have, Jennifer answered. Only we won't have a home like that with you if I divorce my husband. Sure, he'll give me money in the divorce, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to all this. So I'm not going to get divorced yet, Jennifer said. Besides, you and I are good enough, aren't we? Of course we are, Oliver said. But you have no idea how hard it is for me to share you with another man. If you say so. If there's nothing we can do, then we'll just keep seeing each other like this. Don't worry, I'll think of something. You know me. You see how I've planned everything cleverly, and now you'll be with me all the time, and we'll help your mother cure at last. And I think it's going to get even better from here. Shall we go to my place? There's no one in the house. The maid's in the kitchen, Bridget's helping, and you and I can go to my bedroom in peace. And I've missed you so much all these days. Well, what are you standing there for? Are we going or not? I'm sorry, darling, but I feel kind of awkward, Oliver replied. Come on, I'll get used to it, because you see, I'll be twitching all the time, thinking that your husband could come home at any moment. And I don't want to hide from him in the wardrobe. Okay, you're right. We'll wait a little while to get used to the situation, and then we'll see, Jennifer agreed with a sigh. Of course, she was now the owner of such a huge house, and if her husband suddenly realized or noticed anything, she could lose it all. She wouldn't want that. Jonathan came home from work early. He walked into the kitchen and saw a young girl and a young boy there. They were already eating dinner. He introduced himself and got to know them. Then he came out and made his way to the living room, where a table was already set for them. Darling, I see you have hired a staff today, he addressed his wife. What do you think of Vanessa? She seems to be a quick girl. She managed to do everything. So I don't think I'm going to hire a second maid. She's doing just fine on her own. And the gardener seems to be doing a good job. So it's all right, Jonathan answered. How about you? How are you doing at work? Since when did you become interested in my work? Jennifer was surprised. It doesn't sound like you. Well, I was just asking, and I thought you were going to tell me. I was just curious. Besides, what else are we going to talk about? Not my soap operas. Where's our son? Why didn't he come out for dinner? He's in a bad mood again. I guess he had a fight with the kids at school. He's been walking around all day puffed up like a turkey. I asked him to come to the table, but he said he didn't want to eat and that he'd go to bed early. I should go round and see what his problem is. I haven't seen him in a while. And you don't tell me anything about him. Do you even ask him how he's doing at school? Do you look at his diary? I think we've neglected our son. What is it with you today, Jonathan? I don't recognize you. You're acting strange. Is something wrong? No, it's just that I see a family coming today, a wife, a husband, and a son. And they're so happy together. You could just see it in their happy faces. And we're all living on our own, as if we were strangers instead of relatives. I decided to get closer today. We can't even sit at the table together. Jennifer sighed. and she didn't like this kind of talk. And she was even beginning to regret that her husband had started coming home early lately. How nice it used to be when he stayed late at his job and didn't care what was going on at home. And now what? Why was he suddenly so interested? Maybe he's found out something. She had to be very careful not to contact Oliver just yet. God forbid he suspects something, and then they'll just kick her out of this house. Jennifer didn't want to leave. She really realized that she wasn't going to get married that well again, so she had to try to hold on to what she had. "You're thinking about something," Jonathan said. Jennifer shuddered and looked at her husband. "No, it was nothing. Richard has been really withdrawn lately, and I think you should talk to him more than I should. He's a guy, and I think there are some things he's not comfortable telling me. What do you think?" Jonathan nodded, getting up from the table and apparently heading toward his son. Jennifer sighed. Indeed, it was not human. It was not right. They're all strangers to each other, and even her son tries to avoid them. Vanessa had been working in this fancy house for a week now, and she was fine with it. And yet she had already drawn conclusions about the lady of the house and her husband. Jonathan came home late. Lately, he did not talk to his wife much, but went to his study and worked there. Vanessa didn't know how late he sat there, because she went to bed, knowing that she had to get up early tomorrow morning. But Mrs. Catherine was an interesting woman. Although she seemed to think no one noticed anything, Vanessa realized that she and their new gardener, Oliver, were lovers, because you could see the eyes she was looking at him with. Everything Vanessa saw, she didn't tell anyone, not even Aunt Bridget, but the one she really felt sorry for was Richard. It was obvious that the boy was very lonely and unhappy, and she could see that he had no friends at all, and that he was probably having trouble in class because of it. She would have liked to help him, seeing that his parents were not paying any attention to him at all. But she didn't know how to even approach him. Vanessa was cleaning the office when she heard some rustling. She looked out and saw Richard. He didn't look his best. There was a huge black eye under his eye. It was obvious he'd been in a fight with someone. "Wow. Who did that to you?" Vanessa asked. "What's it to you?" he replied in his usual rude manner. "I don't. I just wanted to help, but I can see you can do it yourself." "Exactly. Take the rag and do your job," Richard said. "Okay, if you say so. You're not the one to say it like that. Or you might even get a black eye," Vanessa said. "What are you talking about? You think that if I have a bruise, I can't stand up for myself? I can handle you, can't I? Before you know it." Richard didn't have time to say anything, because he didn't realize how he'd ended up on the floor. He was dumbfounded and looked at Vanessa, who didn't seem to do anything, but just took a step towards him and froze like that. "What do you think you're doing?" Richard jumped up and lunged at Vanessa, but immediately found himself on the floor again. He felt so hurt and ashamed that an unsolicited tear rolled down his cheek. He jumped up and silently went to his room. Vanessa looked after him and felt sorry for the guy. He was so lonely and lost that she couldn't stand it and followed him. She knocked on the room, but no one answered her. Then she slowly opened the door and peeked in. Richard was lying down on the bed with a pillow over his head. "Let's have a chat. I can see you're in trouble. Well, don't take it out on me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson so you'd talk to me normally," Vanessa said. There was silence. Then she went into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "You know, I know what you mean. My mom divorced my dad when I was 8. I was very upset, but I held it together and didn't show it," Vanessa continued. "I was a very sickly, small and thin child myself. You know, I was also very ugly in class. I was always teased and hurt no matter what I did. Everyone laughed at me. And then I realized that nobody could help me but myself. And one day I was walking from school and saw a set of karate classes. So I signed up and started training. Then I started to go to competitions, made friends, and in class I gave back to my offenders. And everything got better right away. If you want, I can teach you to stand up for yourself. But it's not easy, and it takes practice. But if you have a goal, I think you can do it. Richard sat down on the bed and looked at Vanessa carefully. You're right, you're going to teach me how to fight. I told you that if you have the desire, I'll teach you how to fight. But we'll train in the evenings. During the day, I have a lot of work, Vanessa replied. So, peace? She extended her hand to the guy. He smiled and shook her palm. Peace. And you're really cool. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just that I'm already used to communicating like this because everyone treats me very badly. At school, nobody talks to me like that. There's this girl I like. She told me I was a coward and that I couldn't even stand up for myself. And then Norman hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I fell down, and the whole class laughed at me, the whole class. Do you know how hurtful that was? I know exactly. I told you I had the same thing happen in my class. There's one thing I can't understand. Your parents are rich, they have money. Why didn't they enroll you in something so you could learn how to fight? And to be honest, sport never hurt anybody. My parents just don't care about me, Richard continued. My dad's all about work. He's just like my granddad, only his illness stopped him. It was only then that he realized that there was more to life than work. I guess my father's the only thing that can stop him is the hospital. And my mother is a short-sighted woman. She thinks that if she brings home a lover, no one can see it. But I realized it all at once. Dad's the only one who can't see it. You guessed that Oliver didn't just turn up here, didn't you? Richard asked. It's none of my business, Richard. Because I just work here. And I can't pry, Vanessa said. I understand, I'm just telling you. It's a shame for my father, though he doesn't pay much attention to us, but he does his best for us, to make us live well. And she brought another man here, and she's going to pay his salary too. I'm disgusted by it. It makes me even more stressed out, and I don't want to see my parents. Richard, I think the first thing you need to think about right now is yourself, and your parents will figure it out without you. You'll see, if you and I have noticed it, your father will realize it soon enough. It's none of our business how they deal with it. It was a delightful morning. Birds were singing in the garden, and the scent of flowers was wafting through the air. Oliver sat in the pergola and drank his morning coffee. How good he felt. Life was wonderful, except for the fact that Jennifer had gone off the rails. She followed him everywhere, and he was getting tired of it. Besides, he really liked that girl, the new maid. She was so beautiful, and her figure was driving him crazy. He tried to get close to her a couple of times, but Jennifer appeared out of nowhere, as if she were watching him. But for now, he was fine with it. As he settled into the house, he began to notice that this family didn't keep track of things at all. They could just leave a watch on the table. Or, for example, Jennifer had taken off her gold earrings and left them in the hallway by the mirror. And Oliver didn't like things lying around like that. So naturally, he took them for himself. Well, if people treated them that way, why couldn't he take advantage of it? Besides, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. This was his compensation. After all, sleeping with a woman he didn't love was a punishment. He turned round and saw Vanessa, who got up very early and did gymnastics in the garden every day. It was only later, though, that he realized it was something else. She was doing some kind of exercise. He had seen it in a film once and realized she was doing some kind of martial arts. Yes, the girl is certainly very attractive. He's just crazy about her. Well, nothing. Now he will save up a little money and offer her to go away with him. To be honest, he'd had enough of Jennifer. She was stupid and naive. He didn't like that kind of woman. He told her all kinds of nonsense, and she always believed him, felt sorry for him, and gave him money. In fact, everything suited him, but he'd long ago grown cold to her. And he never liked her. It was just entertainment. Vanessa, on the other hand, really got him. But nothing, he'll be able to buy a flat and then a car. And then he'd get Vanessa out of here and they'd live together. He couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up, looked around to make sure no one was around, and walked towards her. "Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" Vanessa nodded silently, not interrupting her exercise. "And I'm amazed at people like you, because I've never had the fortitude to exercise in the morning. But I go to the health club once a week, and I think I'm good enough." Vanessa didn't react in any way to his words. She continued to work out, and he wanted to talk to her, but once again nothing happened. As usual, Jennifer appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Oliver's arm and whispered, "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over the garden for you. My husband's gone to work. Come on, let's go to my place, before anyone sees you. What are you looking at her for anyway? Do you like her?" At that moment, Vanessa finished her exercises, said a polite hello, wished her a good day, turned and left. Oliver glanced at her, then turned to Jennifer and asked angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want everyone to realize what we have going on? You think that you just walked up to me like that and no one would notice? We weren't the only ones here, so stop acting like this." "You mean the girl? She's stupid, she didn't realize. Besides, you saw her practicing with concentration. I've never understood people who exercise in the morning. It's rubbish." Oliver looked at Jennifer squeamishly, then said, "You know, I need to help Uncle Sebastian today. He asked me to. So I'm sorry, I can't go with you because I promised." "Okay, I'll see you later. Now I gotta go." "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle Sebastian who? I told you I miss you and I want you to come with me." "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just feel like you're holding me up as your servant. Don't you think so? Except you forget that I'm a man and I have an opinion about everything. So don't give me orders, understand? If I said not now, then you should understand me the first time. Do you understand?" Jennifer was stunned. She'd never seen her lover like this before, but she actually liked it. "Okay, honey, what do you say? I just want you to understand me too. I miss you. You're always around and yet you're so far away from me. I can't stand it. So try to control yourself because your behavior will ruin not only me, but yourself as well. Believe me, if your husband finds out about your antics, he won't forgive you for it." Oliver turned and walked away. Jennifer went to the gazebo, sat down and thought. She had really lost her head. What had been going on with her lately, she didn't understand. She couldn't imagine herself without Oliver. The sight of her husband made her sick. Apparently she'd never loved Jonathan. Just yesterday he'd hinted to her that he'd missed her and that he'd like to spend the evening with her. But she said she had a headache, that she didn't feel well, and immediately went to her room and quickly got into bed. She felt sick just at the thought of her husband touching her. Oliver, on the other hand, was different. She melted at the mere sight of him. And when he touched her, she almost fainted. He's right, of course. We have to be careful. She'd lose her mind if she saw him looking at anyone else but her. Besides, Vanessa's always here. True, she was relieved that this girl wasn't paying any attention to Oliver, and that made her feel better. Still, she needed to do something right away. But she didn't know what. Sooner or later, Jonathan would realize that Jennifer didn't love him and would naturally demand a divorce. Because he's a man of character and nature demands its own. But she can't give him anything because she loves someone else. It's a vicious circle. Well, she would sort it all out and she would definitely think of something. Jonathan arrived at the office and went to his office. The mood of the morning was worse than ever. Not only was something wrong with his wife, but he had noticed that things were disappearing. Just this morning he couldn't find his cufflinks, although he remembered well that he had left them in the bathroom when he took off his shirt to throw it in the dirty laundry basket. But they weren't there. He looked all over but couldn't find them anywhere. When he asked Jennifer about it, she rudely told him that she had no intention of keeping track of his things, and that if he wanted them to stay put, he shouldn't throw them anywhere. At that moment, his deputy Norman entered the office. They had known each other for a long time, and as soon as Jonathan took his father's place, he immediately took him on as his deputy. "Why are you frowning?" "Has something happened?" Norman asked. "You have no idea. It's like the Bermuda Triangle in my house. I put something in one place, and then it just disappears. And I can't find it," Jonathan replied. "But that's nothing. Someone must have taken it and moved it. Have you looked round the house? Could it be somewhere else?" "Yes, I looked all over the house this morning, but I couldn't find the cufflinks." "All right, they're small. They could have fallen off and gone somewhere. But I've started missing watches. I'll leave it somewhere, but the next morning it's gone. But I'm not senile, and I don't have sclerosis yet. So I remember perfectly well where I leave my things." "That's absurd," said Norman. "Of course it's not you. There's probably a thief in your house. You should check the people who work there. As I recall, your wife hired someone, and it's likely that the thief is among them." "You're right. And it's probably a maid, a young girl. Only I don't believe it's Vanessa. She's so modest and sweet." "I don't think she's capable of that," Jonathan said. "Well, I don't have to tell you that looks are very deceiving. Is there someone else?" "Yes, a gardener. She's taken in a bloke who helps out. Uncle Sebastian now. But he doesn't come into the house, he only works in the garden. So that rules him out straight away. I see that leaves the maid. But I can't just accuse her of being a thief. I'll have to think of something." "What's there to think about? Just put cameras in the house. Just don't tell anyone. And then when you see what's going on, you'll have proof, and you'll find the thief," Norman advised. "You're right. I'll do that. Then order me all the equipment and find a man who knows what he's doing. I'll figure out what to say at home. Besides, there's no one to tell. My wife doesn't care about any of this. The son's always in his room and the cook's in the kitchen. You don't have to put them all over the house. Put it in the living room and put your wallet in a conspicuous place. And then you'll see who takes it. That's it." "That's right, you see everything. You're not thinking straight because you're doing something else. You've got something else going on besides that, haven't you?" "Yeah, Jennifer's a problem. I feel like she's avoiding me. I don't know what to think." "Well, it's very serious. But in the meantime, why don't you figure out who's stealing stuff from your house? And when you figure out and punish that person, then we can think about your wife. Maybe she just needs to get away. Send her abroad. Let her get away for a while and everything will fall into place immediately. Or buy her some expensive jewelry. You know how women love that." "You're right. I'll think of something. But first the cameras, because I don't like this at all." Norman nodded and walked out. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and thought. Indeed, something was going on in his house lately and he needed to put an end to it. Soon Norman returned with a young chap who said he would make the best of it. "That's fine. Let's go then," Jonathan said. They arrived at the house and went into the living room. It was the largest room and had an entrance from the garden. He had decided to put the camera here. While Will was setting everything up, Jonathan decided to look for his wife to suggest a trip abroad. Maybe she really just needed a change of scenery, and then she would be more affectionate to him than she was now. But Jennifer was nowhere to be found. He looked for her everywhere and thought she had gone somewhere else. "There you are. What are you doing up so early?" she asked and looked at her husband fearfully. "What's the big deal? Can't I come to my house when I want to?" "No, you misunderstood me. I got scared. I thought something might have happened." Nothing is wrong. It's just that the internet's been bad lately. I can't work in peace. So I had a specialist come round. He'll take a look at it, and then I'll go back to work. Okay, it's fine. I understand. I was just scared. In all these years, you've never been home so early, that's all. Let's go to the kitchen, have some coffee, and calm down. So I'm calm. You're the one who's shaking. Are you all right? Well, I told you I was scared. I thought something was wrong. All right, I'm fine. Let's go get some coffee. And I'd like to get something to eat afterwards. I'm afraid I won't have time. They had coffee and talked for a while. Jonathan thought his wife had come round, and he asked her where she had been for so long that he couldn't find her anywhere. So I've been in the garden. I've been having headaches lately. And it's only in the garden that I feel better, Jennifer replied. So I went into the gazebo and I must have dozed off. And only then I heard you calling me. I got scared and came running. That's it, Jennifer said. That's good then. I was thinking, since you've been feeling so bad lately, maybe you should go somewhere to get away. Richard's holiday's coming up. We could go away together. How would you feel about that? I think it's a great idea. I just need to think about it for a while because it's kind of sudden. So think about it. And tonight you'll tell me what you've thought. Okay, Jennifer nodded and took a breath. As soon as her husband asked where she had been, she was so afraid that she could hardly control herself. Soon Jonathan left, and she made her way to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. God, we almost got caught, so engrossed in each other that we didn't even hear my husband arrive. I got so scared I thought he'd realize from the look on my face and just kill me. But it was all right. My heart is still pounding really hard, though. I need to think of something to be ready in case my husband wants to come early again. He won't scare me like that again. I'll be ready for anything now. Now I had to get up and go find Oliver. He was pretty scared, too. So she had to calm him down and talk to him about where they should meet. She found Oliver in his room in the outhouse. He was shaking with fear and didn't even answer the door right away. He was afraid she hadn't come alone. Are you a fool? Do you think I'd bring my husband here? What's wrong with you? Jennifer asked. He didn't understand anything. I said I dozed off in the garden and he believed me. Why did he even come here so early? What did he want? We've been having internet problems lately. So he brought a specialist, Jennifer replied. That's all. Were you that scared? Jennifer asked. I would never tell him. Even if he suspected something, I would deny it or make something up. But we'd better not see each other yet. I'm not feeling too good about this whole thing. I hope you don't either. I've calmed down a little, so I'm fine, Oliver said. You're right about us seeing each other. It's going to take a couple of days because, to be honest, I was pretty freaked out myself. But I'll figure out how to move forward. So don't worry. It's fine. And now you have to go. I have a lot of things to do around the house, Jennifer said. Are you kidding me? How can you have chores to do when they do everything for you? Well, you're wrong about that. For instance, I'm going into the kitchen now to draw up the menu for tonight so Bridget can make a nice dinner. All right, spare me your bartending. Just go. I need to lie down. I don't feel well. All right, sweetheart, you rest. I'll go inside. I need a distraction, too. I still have a lot of pounding in my chest. Jennifer turned and left. Oliver locked the door behind her and rushed to the wardrobe. He had some things in there that he'd been finding around the house lately and taking for himself. They needed to be stashed somewhere just in case. Of course, rich people don't even notice when they lose things, and that's just to his advantage. He'll sell it all. Well, not all of it, of course. He'll keep some of it for himself. Besides, he's got a serious amount of money saved up. After all, he didn't spend anything now. He ate, drank, didn't pay his rent. And he was getting paid for it too. "It's a wonderful life," said Norman. "We shouldn't be in a hurry to leave yet." Vanessa wouldn't go anywhere, and he could save up some more money. After all, most likely there will be no more such a good opportunity. And he would probably never find a more trustworthy person than Jennifer. Jonathan arrived at the office and called Robert again. "So everything has been established?" he asked. "And when I left the house, I left my purse in a conspicuous place." "Well done," Robert said. "I reckon a thief is bound to take the bait. From what I understand, you've lost more than one thing, so he's got a taste for it. That's fine. He feels he can get away with it now. So he's going to take the bait." "That's what I thought. And if it's Vanessa, I'm going to be very disappointed. I really liked that girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she was smart. I did a little research on her. And to be honest, I never would have thought she'd be the type. She's an athlete, she's been to the Olympics, she's even got medals. And I didn't think she was capable of something like that." "Well, maybe it wasn't her," Robert said. "Why suspect her in the first place? It's just that there's no one else. Bridget couldn't have done it. Besides, she's been working in this house a long time. And the only newcomer is Vanessa. And she's the only one who has access to all the rooms. But there's also the gardener," Jonathan said. "What's he got to do with it? I told you they don't go in the house. Their place of work is the garden. That's where they work. I've known Uncle Sebastian for a long time, too, and I have 100% confidence in him. So that makes it Vanessa. What will you do with her when you find out the truth?" "I don't know," Jonathan answered. "As far as I understand, she wants to study and she probably needs money for that. So she started stealing. She could have just asked me for it, and I would have given it to her. But since she did it her own way, she can give it back and get out of my house," Jonathan said. "Do you understand?" "You won't call the police?" Robert asked. "No, I think it would teach her a lesson. And if she doesn't, someone else probably will. If she doesn't stop, you know best. And you're right. I do feel sorry for the girl. I don't want to ruin her biography." "All right, well, why don't you watch the tape first and then you can make your judgment." "Okay, you're right. We need to be sure first, and then decide what to do with her." Vanessa left the room she was cleaning and headed for Richard's room, but she knocked on the door and called out to him. "He come in. And I've already finished doing my homework. So you can get started," Richard said. "And I'll help you," Richard offered. "No need, Richard. Your parents pay me money for this. It's my job." "Well, let me help you, because you do so much for me." Vanessa smiled and looked at Richard. "I see you can put the ointment I gave you on your bruise. You're looking much better already. What did your mum say when she saw it?" "Nothing. I don't think she noticed. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days. So when I do, I probably won't have anything on my face," Richard replied. "How are things going at school?" "It's going great. You were right. Jack was trying to catch me off guard again. But that trick you taught me the day you suggested I study was the best thing that ever happened to me. Everyone just went wild. And now some of my classmates are talking to me and even offered to go to the club with them, but I refused. Besides, you don't want to go clubbing with that face." "Yeah, I don't think it's too early for you to go out there. But that's up to you. It's not for me to tell you. I'm glad," Vanessa said. "But if you don't mind, we could keep going." "You'll need it," Vanessa said. "In a little while, you'll be dating a girl. And you'll have to be able to stand up for her. Besides, trust me, girls like strong guys. So you're going to be a winner." "Thank you, Vanessa. You've been so helpful. You're like a sister to me," Richard said. "I don't really have any parents, to tell you the truth." I've realized that because I've been working here a long time and I've seen a lot of things. You're right. We're quite a family, Richard said. It's a shame about Dad, because he's been so busy lately, he's been a bit lost. And I think he's starting to realize that your mum's cheating on him. Or maybe he's just having trouble at work. You keep an eye on him just in case. Just in case, she continued. Men react differently to cheating. Besides, from what I've heard, your grandfather had heart problems. So God forbid your father might have a heart problem and end up in hospital too. You're right. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Richard agreed. Besides, that's probably not the reason. Maybe he's having problems at work because Mum's acting like nothing's wrong. You're right, it's probably work, Vanessa nodded. Then let's not think about the bad stuff. All right, I've got to get on with my cleaning. And if you want to help me, go ahead. Then I'll finish faster today and we'll study as usual. We come to the living room. It's quieter in the evening, and it's a lot more space. We could do it in the garden. But it's likely to rain tonight. So you'd better come into the drawing room, said Richard. Jennifer had been worried for a couple of days. Oliver had been avoiding her, trying to keep out of her sight. If she did see him, he wasn't alone at that moment. She was also alarmed by the behavior of the cook, who kept looking at her strangely. And when she came yesterday to prepare the menu, she even said that she didn't like women who were unfaithful to their husbands. Why are you telling me this, Bridget? Jennifer asked. Or don't I know something? It's just that a friend of mine cheated on her husband. Well, I still can't get over it, Bridget said and turned away. But Jennifer didn't like that. She was sure that Bridget had said that to her. Did she somehow find out that she and Oliver were having an affair? How? Where could she have seen them? After all, they kept everything so carefully hidden. She decided not to delay the conversation and went to look for Oliver. She found him in the living room next to Vanessa. The girl was cleaning the room, and he was telling her something. Jennifer stood in the doorway to watch them. So Oliver said, "And when I got out of the car, excuse me, but I'm all cleaned up and I have laundry to do, so I don't have a lot of time. Do you want me to help you?" he offered. "Besides, I have plenty of time, and you'll finish faster. And we could sit in the garden and have a coffee. How would you like that?" Jennifer tensed. She felt uncomfortable, and yet she was anxious to see how Vanessa would respond to the suggestion. "I'm sorry, but I have neither the desire nor the time to have coffee with you," Vanessa said coldly. "Good day to you." It was only then that she saw the landlady at the door. Vanessa grabbed the bucket and mop and silently walked out the door, while Jennifer entered the room. "So you wanted coffee?" she asked wryly. Well, go ahead and drink it." "It's just a game," Oliver said. "Everyone should think that you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to go in the house to think that, because your job is to be in the garden. Do you understand?" Oliver realized that he'd overdone it a bit and that Jennifer might kick him out. And that wasn't his plan just yet. He walked over to her, looked round and pulled her against him. "What's the matter, love?" "Don't you know me?" Oliver said. "I'm doing all this for us. That's all I'm doing. And besides, I missed you too. So I came here thinking I'd catch you, and there was this Vanessa cleaning. So I started talking to her. That's all." "I think you weren't just talking to her. You were flirting with her," Jennifer objected jealously. "Do you like her?" "She's just a gray mouse compared to you," Oliver assured her. "Stop sulking at me. I don't deserve this." Jennifer started to move away from Oliver, then turned and ran over to Oliver, and they kissed. Then, as if they'd come to their senses, they pulled away from each other and went their separate ways. Jonathan decided to finish his business early and go home to see who was stealing things in his house. When he entered the house, he saw his wife, who greeted him and told him that she had not had dinner yet and that she was waiting for him. "Why did you decide to wait for me?" Jonathan asked. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jennifer answered. "Besides, don't I have the right to want to wait for you? Besides, you and I haven't had dinner together for a long time and we've grown apart." Jonathan smiled. He immediately forgot about the camera because he was very pleased with his wife's attention. They sat down at the table and Jennifer took out a bottle of wine. They had dinner and then retired to the bedroom. Jonathan woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Jennifer sleeping. He smiled. Apparently they were finally going to be okay. His wife had told him she loved him, and they were doing amazing. He carefully got up and made his way to his office, spun the footage from the camera, and watched. At first he didn't realize what was going on, and then he was just stunned when he saw what the maid was doing to his son. She was kicking him and even hitting him with her hands, and Richard was flying away from her like a ball. But then he'd get up and go at her again. He watched the video a couple of times and only then realized that Vanessa was teaching his son karate moves. It showed her showing him a particular move, then demonstrating it on Richard, and then they reinforced what she had shown him. He watched the tape again and made sure Vanessa hadn't touched his wallet, although he had been convinced before that his wallet was missing after all. But then who had? Vanessa was above suspicion. Oh, and on top of that, she was teaching his son techniques so he could stand up for himself. Jonathan smiled as he switched the tape on again and again to watch this fragile and pretty girl teach a boy taller than her how to fight. But then, remembering why he had set up the camera in the first place, he decided to re-watch the whole thing again and find out who was really to blame. After all, he was sure it was Vanessa, and had been scrolling through the film exactly to the moments where she appeared. And now he decided to watch everything in more detail and finally find out who the thief in his house was after watching what the camera had captured. During this time, Jonathan couldn't stand it and went out onto the balcony. He was short of breath because he felt sick after what he had seen. What he didn't expect was to be stabbed in the back. What should he do now? What to do, how to behave, and how to go on with his life. Jennifer woke up early in the morning and realized that Jonathan was no longer there. She was sure that after the night they had had, her husband would not be in such a hurry to go to work and would stay for breakfast with her. But it hadn't worked out that way. He still left for work. She stretched out in bed and smiled contentedly. Things weren't so bad. Her husband believed her, and that was the most important thing. A couple more days and she could go out with Oliver again. Everything was going according to plan, and yesterday she'd made sure Jonathan had no idea. That was exactly what she needed. Jonathan paced from corner to corner in his office, unsure of what to do. "Did you find out what you wanted to know? Is it really Vanessa?" Norman asked him when he entered the study. "No, I was wrong. The girl didn't do anything. She's just a smart girl. Besides, I told you she's an athlete. Well, she's teaching my son karate, and I've seen how much he likes it. Plus, I've started to notice how my boy's changed. He doesn't walk around like a pouty, disgruntled teenager anymore. He acts like a real man, and I didn't think much of it. Now I realize it. It's her fault." "Oh, that's wonderful. And that's just great. Then why are you so angry? You're not even wearing your face. Did you find out what happened? Tell me." "Yes, I found out, but I can't tell you yet because I'm in complete shock. To be honest, I came to work. I thought I'd take my mind off it, but now I see I was wrong to do that. I'm going home now. I've got some business to take care of while you keep an eye on things." "Don't worry. You know very well you can count on me. Just you. Just be careful you don't do anything stupid." But Jonathan was already out. He couldn't wait to go home and face them, because he hadn't expected such a betrayal. Jennifer was sitting in the gazebo drinking coffee. Her mood was just fine, She was enjoying everything around her and was happy. She was a little confused when she saw her husband enter the garden. Then, remembering the previous night, she realized that he probably couldn't stand it and had come to be with her a little longer. She smiled and waved at him, but Jonathan didn't respond. He silently walked over and sat down next to her. Jennifer felt the tension, but didn't pay it any mind. She reached up to kiss her husband, but Jonathan abruptly pulled away from her and then stood up. "What are you doing, honey?" Jennifer asked. "Nothing, Jennifer." "Did I make you feel bad?" She didn't realize anything. She decided to calm down, even though panic was starting to spread throughout her body. "You what?" "I'm fine with you," she replied. "Then why are you cheating on me with the gardener?" Jennifer froze. She couldn't understand how he knew that. Who had told him about it? And anyway, why would he even think that? No, what kind of nonsense is that? Well, think about it. Where am I and where's the gardener? She protested. Then come on. I'll show you something. She had no choice but to follow him into his office. He switched on his laptop and showed her the tape. She understood. There was no point in denying it. It showed her and Oliver kissing. She looked at her husband to tell him she didn't mean it. But when she met his gloomy gaze, she didn't say anything. "Okay," Jonathan said. "Tell your Alfonso to keep everything he's stolen from my house. Not even the money you paid him to work here, do you understand? I'm not completely stupid. I spoke to Uncle Sebastian the other day and I found out. And I want you both out of my house. Do you understand? But Jonathan, why don't you listen to me? Maybe we." "There is no maybe we now, is just you and your gardener friend. My son and I are no longer in your life. I'll give you an hour, and if you don't clear out, I'll call the police and file a report. I'm done." Jennifer walked out and Jonathan sat back in his chair and thought. Maybe it was for the best that things had happened this way. But so far he had no answer to that question. And as usual, he thought that time would tell. Unexpectedly arrived at my mother-in-law's house, and when I opened the door I was shocked to see her .mp4. "Mr. William, hello. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to deliver the project on time." "What happened, Julia?" "I had an accident the day before yesterday. I'm in hospital now." "How?" "You weren't driving, were you?" "No, I was in a taxi. Anyway, the doctors say it's going to be a while. So the project should probably be handed over to someone else." "Do you need help?" "I don't know yet. My husband will be here. He'll bring my sick leave." "All right, darling, feel better." Julia leaned back on the bed, dizzy and aching. "What are they giving me?" "They say it's an anesthetic. But it's probably something else, and my back hurts and I'm dizzy." She tried to remember the day before yesterday and couldn't concentrate. She had been traveling to a client, taking a project. She usually tried to always leave in advance and on public transport. Well, in the extreme case, the boss, the same Mr. William, gave her a car, but here she refused the car. And Nicholas had made a row in the morning about an unironed shirt. You'd think after almost 20 years together, you could have said so from the night before. But no, he got angry like a child. "Can't you take care of your husband at home, iron his shirt?" "Nicholas, you're a grown man. You can't do it yourself, so ask in advance," Julia said. "It's like in the first grade. We need to bring a craft tomorrow. You're like, I need an ironed shirt." "Why do I need a wife if she can't do such a small thing?" "So you need me? Shirts to iron?" Julia asked. "By the way, I work all day too. I cook, clean and do laundry. The washing machine does the washing, not you. Then ask her to iron your shirt, Julia said. I'll find someone to ask. You can start looking. He brought Julia to tears. While she calmed down, tidied herself up, she did not iron her shirt on principle. In general, with her husband tried to meet as little as possible in a 2-room flat. When finally he angrily slammed the door, the woman looked at herself in the mirror. God, I look like an ant. That's what I am. What do they say? 45 is a woman berry again. I don't know. Maybe, of course, in a couple of years I'll blossom. For now, I'm just a watermelon, and not ripe, Julia thought. There are bags under my eyes, pale skin, some spots. If I had divorced him at once, maybe I should have done it, rather than to endure scandals for nearly 20 years for the sake of property division. She looked at her watch. There wasn't much time left, and Julia began to frantically pack, realizing that she wouldn't be able to get there in time by public transport. She had to call a taxi. She was still late, but at least she could call her client and apologize. The driver got into the situation and tried to get the client as quickly as possible. But at an intersection they met a large Jeep, which was in an even greater hurry. It hit the door where Julia was sitting. Either she had sat down awkwardly or had turned round at that moment. But besides the blow, the woman felt pain in her back, from which she lost consciousness. She woke up in hospital. Fractured spine. For the first 24 hours she did not think anything at all, but only did what the doctors said, moved her arms and legs, tried to say phrases. There was no amnesia. She immediately remembered everything that had happened. However, they gave her a call only a day later. Of course, husband Nicholas and son Thomas flew to the hospital. No, the husband did not ask for forgiveness, but he behaved carefully. Talked to the doctor, asked his wife what she wanted and what she could bring. Thomas told the school news, trying to distract his mother from her sad thoughts. She looked at her son and rejoiced. 18 years old. Good kid, caring, always ready to help. I'm surprised he didn't take after his father with his rudeness. For 5 days after the accident, Julia was in shock. Then she was gradually brought back to normal by doctors. And then the next trouble came upon her. Julia, the doctor told her during her regular rounds, "We have stabilized your condition and your life is not in danger. However, you need to get used to the idea that you will no longer be able to walk." Julia's ears pinched again. "What does that mean, doctor?" she asked. "It means we've done all we can, but the lower part of your body will remain paralyzed," the doctor replied. "But how?" "I moved my legs like you asked." The doctor shook his head. "It only seemed that way to you. Unfortunately, you can't move your legs. How many times have I asked you to do so? Besides, we've done other tests. You can't feel your legs." "Alas," said the doctor, "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but at least you're alive and everything else is fine. You'll just have to learn to live a new life. In a wheelchair." "Oh, really? What about work? And how am I going to get down from the 3rd floor? Do I need a nanny now?" The doctor threw up his hands. "Well, I'm powerless to do anything about it. Believe me, in time all problems will be solved. And then, you have your husband and son. I'm sure they'll help." "I'm not so sure about that," Julia thought, and closed her eyes. She pondered how to break the news to her men and what she was condemning them to. Now they would have to look after her all the time, hire a carer. And she herself would now not be able to just get dressed, go to the shop, the pharmacy, or just go out for a walk. What kind of life is this? Why has it all fallen on me? And if I had divorced Nicholas, would I be alone now? Or is it his fault that I'm in this position? If he hadn't scandalized me, none of this would have happened. Julia indulged in thought and feeling for a long time. She looked for someone to blame, terrified at the thought of what kind of life was ahead of her. And this at 40. What's the next 30 years, maybe more? I have to live like this. And Thomas, he'll have to look after me all the time now, instead of having his own family and grandchildren. Oh no, we have to come up with something right away. Maybe the doctor doesn't know everything. Maybe there are some prosthetics, Julia thought. You have to live on something. I can't sit on Nicholas's neck. He'll reproach me with every piece of food. I couldn't bear it. What am I going to do? By the time she was discharged from the hospital, Julia had not thought of what to do, but just mentally waved her hand. She decided to act on the circumstances. When she got home, she was amazed at how the flat had changed. A lot of space had been cleared where some things and other rubbish used to stand. Now there were spacious passageways. The doorways seemed wider. And from the bathtub, the threshold that prevented a wheelchair from getting through was gone. Thank you, boys, she looked at the men with tears in her eyes. What's the matter, Mum? It's all for you, Nicholas pronounced. What are you crying about? Thomas was indignant. It's me from happiness. Then let's see how you'll move around. Just then, Nicholas took Julia's chair by the handles and began to roll it from the room to the kitchen, to the other room, and into the bathroom. Everywhere the pushchair went through without a problem. It's just a matter of a few things. Learning to drive it myself, my wife smiled. Everything will come with experience. Well, I'm off to work. Nicholas disappeared out the front door. Julia looked up at her son. Don't you have somewhere to be? No, Mum, I'm going to stay with you, help you settle in. So don't be shy. Ask me if you need anything. Okay. Okay, honey. Julia got used to moving around the flat quickly, but the fact that now she had to ask someone in the household to go outside for any reason, whether it was to take out the rubbish or to get her medication, she couldn't get used to for a long time. Over time, of course, she learned to adjust her desires to fit her husband and son's life schedule. But she still felt discomfort when she had to ask for something. It also depressed the woman that she was unemployed. No, of course not. Mr. William had helped her financially at first and even bought her a nice expensive pram. But Mr. William couldn't support Julia for the rest of her life. She realized that very well. All her work in her previous life had involved not only dealing with clients, but traveling. And in her present condition, it was impossible to do so. At home, scandals were increasingly frequent. You, by the way, live on my money, this phrase from the lips of her husband was heard more and more often. It got to the point that he began to reproach not only Julia for spending too much on useless, as he put it, medicines, but also his son Thomas, that he wanted to continue his studies after school, rather than go to work to provide for his mother and care for her. Julia spent a long time researching training opportunities for people with disabilities and finally decided on a sewing course, which she had always been good at. A special vehicle was sent to her on the day of the course, which traveled around people in wheelchairs like her, bringing them to the course and then taking them home afterwards. Except that the classes were only about 4 hours long, and Julia's journey took all day. She was very upset about the lost time, during which she could have done something around the house to avoid Nicholas's reproaches. But over time, the woman realized that no matter how hard she tried, she still could not avoid scandals. So she began to let her husband's words pass her ears more often. But Thomas always found out in advance from his mother when she was studying, and on that day was at home in the morning and evening to bring his mother down to the yard, and after the study lifted back up to the flat. After completing the course, Julia had clients who came to the flat. She started sewing to order and getting a solid raise on her disability pension. Also, on one of her trips, the woman met a taxi driver, Scott, who was very attentive to his passenger. He knew how to help the woman sit down, how to fold her pram. I have a younger sister in a wheelchair. Here's her medication and works, he explained to Julia. They exchanged phone numbers. The woman became freer in her movements and means. This again really pissed off Nicholas, who thought the whole world revolved around him. But his wife had managed to break free from his financial dependence. "Dad, where are you going?" Thomas walked into the flat as Nicholas pushed the packed suitcases towards the exit. "That's it. And you, Thomas, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to live apart." "Have you been raised? You're so big and independent. I think my mission as a parent is over. I want to live for myself for a while." "All this time you've been living for who?" "For you, for Mom. And now I want to finally fulfill my own desires, not someone else's whims." "What about Mom?" "We've talked it over with her. She's fine with it. We'll get a divorce, that's all. We have no minor children, so it's easy to do." "Well, wait a minute. She needs help. Go to the shops, go for a walk." "So, let the social worker do it. I'm not a babysitter." Thomas looked into the kitchen. Mum was sitting at the table, staring at one point. "So as long as life revolved around you and your mum catered to you, you were fine. The minute Mum needs help, you run away." "How do you talk to your father?" "I've been helping your mother settle in for almost 3 years, by the way. She's quite used to it now and can be on her own. She got a job, even though she could have stayed at home. Disability pension." "Are you kidding?" "If she would do the cleaning like before, do the laundry, iron my shirts, after all. All I hear are reproaches. You won't help me." Thomas looked at his father dismissively. "You wanted to live for yourself. That's where you start from. I'm no help to you now. My mum needs help, and I'm not enough for you too. I have arms and legs. Do it yourself." Thomas turned away and went to Julia in the kitchen. "You'll come crawling back. Both of you come crawling back to me," Nicholas shouted angrily and slammed the front door. The sound made Mum feel as if she had woken up. "Thank God he's gone. I can't bear to listen to his reproaches and whims. How are you doing, son?" "I thought everything was fine this morning, but now—" "Don't worry, it's between us." "What do you mean, our thing?" "He left you helpless, and you've been cleaning up after him for 20-odd years. We just got tired of each other during that time. He thinks he deserves better than me." "Dad, where else is he going to find one? Maybe he already has." "So he's run off to a woman." "Thomas, he's your father and he raised you. Don't talk about him like that." "How are we going to cope?" "The same way we did before." "Have we seen much help from him?" "More talk. I'm in the know, I've done courses. I've got customers. I'll keep sewing at home. They say it's a very sought-after specialty." "You didn't answer what's new with you." "I'm fine. I closed the session. The day after tomorrow, I'm invited to bowling for my birthday. I'm going with my fellow students to have fun. By the way, do you know what a girl can get for her 20th birthday?" "Like what?" "Flowers, of course." "No, that goes without saying." "What else?" "Do you like the girl?" "You misunderstand. She and I are in the same group. She has a boyfriend. That's Marcus, a friend of mine. Remember?" "Of course." "So Molly is getting her girlfriends and his friends together so Marcus won't be bored alone in the girls' group. Then give some handmade chocolates or a soft toy. Something that isn't too obliging." "What if she doesn't eat chocolate?" "Trust me, that's already her problem. She'll just enjoy getting a gift from you." "Thanks. I'm on holiday later. Maybe we could go out." "So what? Are you going to spend the whole holiday with me, Thomas?" "I'm asking if you want to go out with your son. And you're just as quick to jump in." Julia nodded at the wheelchair. "It's all from that. I take everything as pity and wanting to look after me. Maybe that's why your dad left too. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about him now, we're talking about you. Where shall we go? Museum, theater. You know, I've been wanting to go to the planetarium for a long time, but I don't feel comfortable asking. What's so inconvenient? It's decided I'll get the tickets and tell you when we're going. It's good that you don't plan anything for that day. What can I plan? I don't know. A client's coming over, or you're going on a date yourself. You're a fast learner. I need to keep an eye on you. That's right. I'll switch on the second speed. I'll fly away on the wings of love, laughed the woman. Bowling. The birthday girl, Molly, suggested we split into male and female teams. No, Molly, that wouldn't be fair. Maybe I want to play on the same team as you, Marcus protested. And if we share who wants to play with whom, then those who no one knows will be offended, objected the girl. Let's write names on pieces of paper now, and Thomas suggested. One cap has the names of the guys and one cap has the names of the girls. And for example, you and your sister, or Marcus and I take turns pulling from one or the other. So Thomas ended up on the same team as the birthday girl's sister, Amanda. And his friend Marcus pulled a piece of paper with Molly's name on it out of the woman's cap. Can't be helped, fate, he smiled and kissed the girl lightly. As it turned out, Amanda was 2 years younger than her sister and a very good balloon thrower. When she threw out a strike with her last hit, which defeated the opposing team, Thomas happily lifted the birthday girl's little lightweight sister above the floor and lowered her, putting her back down. I don't like this one, she smiled. What Thomas wondered and brought the girl back to the ground. When strangers touch me, Amanda explained. So we do know each other. Well, not that familiar. Well, I'm sorry. Molly's older sister addressed her. Thomas has just known you for a couple of hours, so he's not aware of all your quirks. And if I sit next to you, you'll just tell me what you don't like yet. Would that be okay, Thomas asked the girl. Easy, Amanda nodded with her blonde hair. It was a warm June, so Julia went up to the outdoor area with Thomas after the planetarium cinema. She walked between telescopes and sundials from different eras and civilizations, reading the accompanying information and generally enjoying the weather and the company of her son. Hello, Thomas, she heard a girlish voice somewhere off to the side where her son had retreated. Julia turned round. Standing next to the young man was a short girl. The guys were talking about something and smiling. Pretty in such cute ponytails, Julia thought, and saw the couple heading towards her. A couple of years ago, the woman would have been very embarrassed by her position and would have tried to avoid making acquaintances. But now, smiling, she waited for the boys to approach. Mom, I'd like you to meet me. This is Amanda, Marcus and Molly's girlfriend, sister, Thomas almost stammered, trying to pronounce it. Nice to meet you. And my name is Julia. How do I address you? Why is that awkward? Are you interested in astronomy too? I like to look at the stars. If that's called being interested in astronomy, then yes. But I'm actually here with my mates. And the girl waved her hand at the company standing nearby. Pretty, that Amanda of yours, Julia said to her son when they got home. Mum, she's not mine at all. We met at a bowling alley when Molly was celebrating her birthday. Too bad she's not yours, though. Then someone else will be lucky. But you won't be so lucky. The first thing she said was that she didn't like strangers touching her. Did you touch her? We won, and she threw the winning strike. Well, I spun her around. She demanded to be put in her place and spoke her mind to me. Well, she's right. Who likes to be hugged and spun around without being asked? You have to be more careful about expressing your feelings. I'll try next time, Thomas muttered and went to his room. Mum left the day after Amanda's birthday when she turned 10. The girl woke up expecting a delicious breakfast and her mom's cheerful voice, but instead, her dad Oliver was sitting on the kitchen table, fidgeting with her note. The girl read it later as an adult. "Oliver, I have fallen in love with another man. I was hoping to deal with this feeling, but I can't. I don't want to deceive you, so I'm leaving. I'm leaving the girls to you. I believe they'll grow up to be wonderful girls. Don't hold a grudge." Mom took one suitcase with her. Most of her things remained lying on the shelves, and it looked as if she would be back soon. It wasn't until about 5 years later, when Dad started renovating the house, that he sorted out the rest of Mom's things. The good ones he gave to charity, some he threw away. Some he kept as a memento. As an adult, Amanda still couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing. And it was okay for her. But Molly's wife was Daddy's stepdaughter. Dad had married Mom when she was already pregnant with Molly. And he raised and educated his eldest daughter as his own. Never gave Amanda any preferential treatment and made sure that none of his daughters felt left out of his father's love. And just like that, to walk away because she fell in love with someone else. Leaving her daughters behind, Molly made attempts to find her mom, discouraging her younger sister from helping her. But Amanda had her daddy's ironclad temper. She didn't want to know the one who left her. She always took her father's side, and even when she grew up, she never felt the desire to find this woman who was a stranger to her. Dad did everything for his daughters. He collected them for school, helped with lessons, went to parent-teacher conferences. Both girls did well. Only Amanda sometimes received remarks on behavior because of her too sharp, almost boyish character. Dad always signed in his diary that he had seen the teacher's note, and he said, "Everybody's character is different. You got a boyish one. What can I do about it? I'm not going to break you over my knee." "When you grow up, you'll understand," Dad said. It was only for her father's sake that Amanda tried to behave calmly at school. True, once when one of the elders said that she and Molly were orphans, Amanda threw herself at the offender with fists. "We are not orphans. We have a daddy, the best daddy in the world. No mom can replace him. Understand?" screamed the girl. She was barely dragged away from the high school student. The physics teacher took Amanda to her classroom, and only there did she burst into tears. Why? They don't even half have fathers or don't live with them. That's normal. And when we only have one dad, we're orphans right away? We're normal. Understand? Our dad is better than most, Amanda wailed. The teacher stroked her head and nodded in agreement. Then she let her wash up in the back room and let her go to her lessons. Daddy Oliver always gave money for every activity, whether it was a trip to museums or a tour of the city. "I work," he excused himself to his favorites. "I can't go with you all the time. And this way you will grow up not only beautiful but also well educated." Sometimes Oliver helped with the classroom. If desks needed fixing or cabinets needed hanging, Amanda, the new daddy, was always called. He would come with a suitcase of tools, take a good look at the front of the work, and get to work. By graduation, Oliver himself found an attire and took his eldest daughter Molly there to have the most beautiful dress she had ever dreamed of made. 2 years later, Amanda went to her graduation in a store-bought trouser suit. "I don't need these princess dresses," she said. "I feel like a fish out of water in them. And besides, they're all out of my style. You and your blonde curls would be like a fairy in a film." "I hate those curls and I'm going to dye my hair black," Amanda blurted out. But thank God she did not experiment with her hair. Amanda also chose a male institute, physics and technology. "I feel good there," she said when asked about studying in a male team. "They are all busy doing their own things. They don't pay attention to me. And I don't care about them, to be honest," Amanda thought. But she did go to the bowling alley for a girl's birthday party. There were fellow students, Molly and her boyfriend Marcus, whom she had been dating for 2 years. Amanda loved bowling and she was good at it, so she helped her team win. Everyone congratulated her, and the team captain and his friend Thomas even lifted and spun the girl in the air. It took Amanda's breath away, but she wasn't ashamed of the guy, but rather of her own enthusiastic reaction, which was not her style at all. The next time Thomas met Amanda was at a football game. A friend had called him over. "Listen, it's a great match, but my Molly's canceled. She's either got a manicure or a hairdresser for that time. Do you want to go?" Thomas wasn't a fan, but sometimes went to football for the atmosphere and the spectacle. And in the company of his best friend, he immediately agreed. What was his surprise when he saw Amanda next to Marcus? "Hi," he smiled at the girl. "What brings you here?" "You think only men like football," Amanda replied defiantly. "I don't think anything," Thomas mumbled, wondering to himself why this girl was so defiant towards complete strangers. Marcus explained that he had taken 4 tickets, but only Amanda could go and the others refused. "At least I found you. And the 4th ticket is missing." Upset, the friend finished. "Next time, tell me there are 2 tickets. Maybe I could find someone," Thomas suggested. At halftime, Marcus went out for a smoke while Thomas bought coffee and crisps. When he returned, his friend was still out and Amanda was sitting on a chair with her legs tucked up. The weather was chilly. "Do you want coffee?" Thomas asked. The girl nodded. He handed her a cup and felt how cold her hands were. "Are you completely cold?" "I don't have anything to give you to put on," the boy said. "How about you don't be stubborn like a donkey? I'm hugging you just to keep you warm." "Don't think too much," Thomas said to Amanda. "No, I don't mind," the girl smiled. "Look, I've been out for 10 minutes and you're already sitting here cuddled up. What do you call that?" Marcus stretched out with a chuckle, returning from his smoke break. "It's called cold weather. If you're cold, you can join us," Thomas said. He pointed to the seat next to him. "No, I don't know what Molly will think when she sees you and me cuddling. I'd rather sit on Amandine's side. She's a girl, after all, at first glance." At least immediately, bending down, Marcus jokingly received a fist on the forehead from Amanda. "All right," Marcus said conciliatingly. "Pretty girl, no reservations. But remember, I'm with your sister Molly." "I have no claim." Amanda showed him her tongue. After football, Marcus went to pick Molly up from the cinema, where she had gone after the beauty salon with her friends. And he had strictly instructed Thomas to walk Amanda all the way to the front door. "I'm responsible for her, and if she runs off anywhere, I'll give you a hard time," Marcus threatened. "I'm not going anywhere," Amanda said. "I just want to get home quicker in general. I'm freezing. Sorry." Amanda, accompanied by Thomas, walked towards the entranceway. "And sorry if I'm asking the wrong question. Why is your mom in a wheelchair?" "You don't have to answer if you don't want to," the girl asked. "Oh no, she was in an accident. Her legs were paralyzed afterwards," Thomas shrugged. "A long time ago, over 3 years ago." "I see. Do you want to come in? Get warm?" "No, I think I'll go. Mom will be worried. Thank you, bye." Amanda suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Thomas on his unshaven cheek. The girl had already disappeared down the driveway, but he stood there, rubbing the spot where she had kissed him. The next day, Marcus called Thomas at 7 a.m. "Are you crazy?" Thomas snapped at him. "It's the weekend. You'll wake Mum up." "Put it on mute," said his friend judiciously. "Actually, it's a small but urgent request," Marcus said to Thomas over the phone. "I'm taking Molly to the train station now. I want to ask you to buy some medication for Amanda and take it to her. She's been sick since last night's match." Marcus gave the list of medication and the address flat 38. "She'll get it, because my dad won't be back from his shift until after 12. and she doesn't even have any antipyretics. Got it. I'll do it, Thomas replied. He hung up the phone and started to get dressed for somewhere this early. Where are you going? Woke up, Mum wondered. There's someone I need to help. Don't worry, I'll be back by lunchtime, Thomas said as he kissed his mum on the top of her head. He grabbed his purse and closed the front door. Amanda looked very pale. How could it be? Didn't the coffee or Marcus and I hugging you help? Thomas asked. I don't know myself. This sort of thing doesn't usually happen. I'm actually a hardened person. I've been camping in the rain, in the snow, freezing in tents, and I've never been sick. But here's some football, and immediately the temperature is 39. Well, go to bed. I'll do everything now. I'll bring you some medicine, Thomas said. Have you had breakfast, by the way? He asked. I don't feel like it. Okay, I'll figure it out. The kitchen is this. Amanda pointed with her hand and retired to her room to her bed. Thomas boiled the kettle, poured in the instant medication. Then he looked in the fridge, took out 2 eggs and set them to boil. Finding bread, he made a cheese sandwich. Not finding a tray, he took a large flat plate, put the medicine and food in it, and carried it into the girl's room. Amanda opened her eyes and sat down on the bed in surprise. Wow. How did you get the hang of it so fast? Who taught you that? She asked. Life. Thomas smiled. Come on, sit down, we'll have breakfast now. Did you take your medication? No one has ever brought me breakfast in bed before. Well, there's a first time for everything. How did you know I wanted eggs? I didn't guess, the young man shrugged. I just know from myself that when you're sick, it's hard-boiled eggs that go best. And here's another sandwich. It seems to me that no one has ever invented anything tastier than a cheese sandwich. I like it with red caviar or fish, Amanda said dreamily. I love them too, but you can't eat them every day. But you can have them with cheese. I don't get bored, Thomas said. Eat. Come on, stop talking. Amanda happily took an egg from the dish and began peeling it onto her plate. After the girl ate her breakfast and drank the healing potion, Thomas carried everything back to the kitchen. Leave it. Amanda shouted after him. I'll wash it myself. She noted with some admiration, however, that the young man had not listened to her. From the kitchen came the sound of pouring water. Well, why did you? I told you I'll wash it myself. I know how men don't like to do the dishes, Amanda said. Who told you that? I love it when I do the dishes, thinking about life or some difficult problem that needs to be solved. And you know it helps, Thomas replied. You're right in my words. Who taught you that? Mum. She always said that you can find positive aspects in any activity. You just have to be lazy to look for them. My dad hates washing dishes, but he has 2 daughters. It's not hard for the 2 of us to share the housework. Where's Mum? Thomas asked. Amanda sighed. Mum's gone. I'm sorry, no, you misunderstand. She didn't die. She packed up her things one morning and left one morning, leaving my sister and I to Daddy. How come she left you? It turns out she did. Wow. How long ago? The day after my 10th birthday. That is, she decided that Molly and I were grown up and could be left to Daddy. I don't think she decided anything. She wrote a note saying she was in love with someone and disappeared from the horizon. Didn't you try to find her? Molly tried, and I refused. I thought the search was unfair to her father. I mean, kind of a betrayal. He raised us and we're still looking for our mum. Exactly. You're using my words again, aren't you? I can't imagine living without my mum. I have the opposite situation, Thomas said. Well, it's much simpler, really. My dad left when I was almost 20, said I was grown up and he wasn't a babysitter, and left my disabled mom. Amanda ahead after the accident. No, he lived with us for a couple more years. Like he said, waiting for Mum to settle in. And then, I'm sorry, and then it was just the two of you and Mum. Yes, but you wouldn't think so. She's very independent. She managed to finish a tailoring course, and now she sews at home. Only sometimes you have to go somewhere with her. To the hairdresser, for example. And after the accident, she's also become easier to get along with people. She even knows a taxi driver now. That's amazing to me. It was a taxi that got her into the accident. She said she had to fight her fears. So she started taking taxis more than she did before the accident. That's where Scott and I met. Now if I can't take her somewhere, she calls him, and voila. He comes and takes her wherever she needs to go, mostly to the shop for thread and fittings. But she can't travel much on her allowance, so she has to work part-time. You've got a heroic mum. Amanda smiled and was alert when she heard the front door lock open. Here comes Daddy. When Oliver entered the flat, he was greeted by Amanda and an unfamiliar young man. Hello, the father looked at his daughter questioningly. Let's get acquainted. This is Thomas. Nice to meet you. Oliver the man held out his hand. Thomas brought me some medicine, otherwise I'm sick after the football yesterday. Why didn't you text me? I'd stop by on my way out now and buy everything. Well, it's almost 12 now. Thomas brought me everything from early this morning. Has Molly gone? Yes, Mr. William. Marcus took her to the station. Thomas is a friend of his, by the way. Well, thank you, young man, for your concern for my daughter. Have some tea with us. No thanks, I'll be off. Amanda is in safe hands. I have many more plans for today. See you soon then. Goodbye. Why? As the door closed behind his guest, Oliver looked questioningly at his daughter. A friend of Marcus's, then. Well, yes, we met him back in the holidays. He was captain of my team. Then we met at the planetarium when I went there with my girlfriends. And he was with his mum. With Mum, Dad was genuinely surprised. Yes, his mum's legs are paralyzed, so he sometimes goes out with her to places like that. And yesterday there was a ticket missing. So Mr. William called Thomas to come to the football with us. That's all. All right, daughter. It's noticeable that I've asked you practically nothing. Did you tell me everything yourself? Yes, I know. You're generally sensitive and understanding. Amanda didn't bother to kiss her father. Because I'm sick and retired to her room, to her bed. After Scott dropped Julia off at the usual place near Schweik's shop, she rounded the corner to the entrance and was horrified to find that the pavement there had been ripped up. A ditch had been dug in the pavement and bridges had been laid, which she could not climb up on her own. At a loss, she sat next to the decking and looked around, hoping for someone to casually help carry her over the obstacle. But in the middle of the workday, grandmothers with small children walked by. Can I help you? A man's voice sounded to her right. The woman exhaled with relief. Yes, please, if it's not too much trouble. She caught a glimpse of a man about her age who took a firm grip of the pram's handles and began to carefully lift it up the steep climb. Why are you without an attendant? He inquired. Oh, as long as there was no construction here, I managed on my own. And today it's a surprise, agreed the stranger, as she crossed the bridge. Where do you want to go next? Right here, to the Schweik's shop. Julia pointed to the entrance. Thank you very much. I can take it from here. You're welcome. How'd you get back? About the same. so maybe I should wait for you. Well, why would you waste your time? Some other kind person will find some other kind person. The man didn't put the pram down, rolled it up to the very entrance of the shop and held the door open. And yet I'll wait. No, I'll be there to choose, and I may be late. I've got nowhere to rush. It's my day off and the weather's fine, so you can manage my time. Julia, realizing that she was expected after all, tried to finish her shopping as quickly as possible. When she appeared in the doorway, the midday sun was blinding her, and she didn't immediately notice the man waiting for her. He quickly walked over to the pram, took hold of the handles, and began to lower it. You don't think I'm imposing, but I thought your face looked familiar. Only I can't remember where we might have met. Then stop here. Did you decide I was clingy after all? No, it's been so long since anyone's courted me that it would probably be nice. I just want us to stand in the shadows and I'll look at you. What if I recognize you? Otherwise, you've been behind me all the time and I couldn't see. When the man found himself standing opposite Julia, she too thought something familiar about him. What's your name? Oliver. And you're Julia, aren't you? Julia, is that you? Is that you? Me, Oliver from the neighboring school. Remember we were in the same school? At the talent encounter competition or something? You were reciting your poetry then? And Gwen was playing drums, seeing you off. She was in love, remember? The image of a blonde-haired, funny-looking boy with a girl's haircut came to Julia's mind. Oliver, of course I remember. I was in love with you too. We used to walk in the park and go to the cinema together. Right. Where did you disappear to? I went away to study. I got married. I have a grown-up son. Did you get married too? 2 daughters. Why are you in a pram? I had an accident 4 years ago in a taxi. Now I live differently. Leave me here, I'll call a taxi and they'll pick me up. Oh, really? Let me take you home. No, I'm telling you, don't. I've got it all worked out. The cattle will pull up right here. He's been driving me for over 3 years now. Julia, it's not hard for me, really. It's hard for me, Oliver, so thank you. But don't. Well, then maybe we can exchange contacts. Why? You can't ask me out on a date. You're not likely to come to visit either, are you? Let's just leave it at that. There's nothing to rekindle the past. That's a shame. Sometimes I thought we had a lot to say to each other. Believe me, I don't. Just an ordinary life like everyone else's. That's it. Come on, kiss you bye. Julia rolled the pram up to the taxi that had pulled up. Oliver looked sadly after her and went about his business. Dad, why are you looking so pensive? Amanda suddenly interrupted her story about going to the cinema when she saw that her father wasn't listening. Eh? No, I'm fine. Come on, it's not fine. Usually you always listen attentively. Now you're somewhere else. Come on, what happened? Falling in love. Bah. Amanda, what are you doing? What fall in love? I just met someone I know. We went to neighboring schools. So what? She's an old lady now. No, it's not that. She's still beautiful, but only with her mature beauty. She's my first love. She's in a wheelchair. And she's traveling around the city. She's adapted. She looks like she's not discouraged at all, just like 30 years ago. So what if she's in a wheelchair? Thomas's mom also uses a wheelchair to get around without the help of a man, and lives life to the fullest. Did she recognize you? Not right away, of course. Both of us have changed in the meantime, but we talked anyway. She's married and has a son. I told her I had 2 daughters, that's all. It just made me sad. Now I'm thinking, why didn't I take her coordinates? You didn't. Well, I asked, but I don't think she really wanted to give them. Maybe she has a jealous husband or was afraid I'd start hitting on her. Anyway, it's like this meeting never happened. Would you have? What started hitting on me? I don't know. She's pretty. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to resist. There you go, good for you. She sensed that and decided not to give you a chance. There's no point in reminiscing about your past loves. It's time to look for new ones. You're an optimist. I'm too old for new ones. Even the classics said that love is for all ages. You'll find yourself a young, beautiful woman. Would you like me to introduce you to my mates? So Amanda, stop being sarcastic. We've had our heart-to-heart talk and it's bedtime. I'm going on shift tomorrow. Good night, Dad. The youngest daughter kissed the sitting father on the top of his head. By the way, where's your sister? Suddenly remembered. Amanda shrugged. Who knows her Molly? Maybe she's staying at Marcus's? Or hanging out in some bar again? I can't wait to get married, or I'm starting to worry about her. And for me. Not for you. Igoza, I know you can handle your problems on your own. And if you need help, you can complain to your daddy. I'm always ready, but I hope you won't need it. Me neither, Amanda said, slamming the bathroom door. Thomas thought for a long time about what excuse he could find to see Julia. Then he just texted her. Hi, what are your plans for today? How are you feeling? Hi, I'm fine. Thought I'd go for a walk to clear my head, but I can't. I can't get my head round nuclear physics. And the day after tomorrow I have to pass my exams. Just don't get snotty, or it'll be like football. You're just like my dad. Can you come with me and supervise? No, if you don't want to, why should I? I'm the one who called you out. Then I don't mind. Well, are you coming? I'll be there in half an hour. Waiting. Thomas began frantically pacing around the room, trying to figure out what he should wear so that if Julia got cold, he could lend it to her, with a wide, masculine gesture. Mum, I'm leaving. Mum, I'm going out, but I'll be back tonight. He glanced over to Julia, who was typing up another order. Okay. She looked up and smiled. Just get some bread. Deal. Thomas sprinted out the door. They walked with Amanda along the river, talking about school, friends, and parents. Dad can't wait for Molly to finally get married, the girl said suddenly. Why, Thomas wondered. He feels that only then will she stop wandering around the bars and sitting with her girlfriends. But I don't think his sister is planning that anytime soon. And if Marcus proposes to her, will she refuse or ask her to wait, but still refuse? She told me herself that married life is not for her. She likes to spend her time as she pleases, not hang up her obligations to her husband and, God forbid, her children, if anything. That's what I'm quoting. That's odd. And I would never say that. Especially when you look at their relationship with my mate. You'll excuse me, but that's not for broadcast. She's got a temper like that. She likes dating for now. She'll be with Marcus. Once she finds something more interesting to do, she'll leave him. I wish I was wrong. Me and Dad like him. It's just Mum's temper, the grimaces. I think you either underestimate your sister or you're just jealous of her. What's there to be jealous of? Well, time will tell. So I'm not going to argue. It's a waste of time. I realize you value your time. So you don't think our walks are a waste? No, of course not. At the moment, I'm taking a break from nuclear physics and getting to know a nice person better at the same time. Double benefit. You know, Amanda, that's what amazes me about you. You say everything directly. No flirtatiousness, no innuendos, no sly looks. Maybe that's what I want to impress you with. Well, you've succeeded. But why? Do I like you? Is it okay if I said it first? It's cheeky, but it's great. That's why I like you too. Then maybe we'll go out. Not everything has to go to your Molly, does it? I'd love to. Do you know where I live? There's my phone number. I'm always on call and I'm up for any entertainment within reason, of course. I suggest we start the classic way, the cinema. You can't go classic. The first one was football. We have a good chance of getting on the right track cinema. Why don't we watch an action film? Or a cartoon, depending on what's on. By the time Amanda turned in her session, summer was in full swing. She and Thomas went to the beach, sometimes with Molly and Marcus to grill kebabs, rented boats, and went to the middle of the river to put their faces in the fresh breeze. Thomas was seeing more and more of the girl's father, and the men found many common topics of conversation. I've always been dismissive of these fashionable professions, Oliver told his daughter, but it turns out that marketers can be interesting people too. Like your Thomas, for instance. Why did he suddenly get drawn into such a strange field? The name itself sounds like a swear word. Dad, we can't all be engineers, electricians, mechanics, Amanda objected. If he'd been some kind of sales manager or taxi driver, which would have been better. I can't say about a salesman, but a taxi driver is quite a man's profession. How ancient are you, Amanda, smiling, looked at her father. What's so old and boring? Well, there's a little bit. Okay, Thomas's excuse is that he's pretty good with cars and knows a lot of the history of the world's biggest brands. And did you ask him? Does he need your excuses? Well, I have to be sure who I'm giving my car to, don't I? So the fact that he, Molly, and Marcus are in school is only now becoming a concern to you. But she's already got a temper of her own, twisting everyone around as she pleases. And you're my favorite? And if something goes wrong, will you be upset? What could be wrong? So you don't mind the favorite. Amanda realized that Dad had cleverly lured her into a verbal trap and went on the offensive. I don't get it at all. It's easy for us to discuss either I'm favorite or I'm not. Now, a long time ago, no one measures by such categories. It's nice, it's fun. So I'm really quite old then. I thought love was still necessary. Come on, let's stop being boring. We're just spending time together. Got it. Silence. Hey, do you want strawberries? Oliver pulled an ice cream cone out of the freezer, cut some fresh strawberries he'd bought at the market into it, and handed it to his daughter. This one's to keep you in mind. Daddy always knows what you love and who you love too. Amanda laughed as she gorged herself on the treat. Before the new school year, the girl left for a student internship. It was difficult for outsiders and relatives to come there, as the city was closed and it was not easy to get there. Therefore, Thomas only called Amanda and told her the news. However, he did this often every day. You were right, though. Molly told Marcus it was time to break up. I comforted him all night last night. He was worried he'd done something wrong. We're about to start our degree. He was hoping to defend himself and propose to her. But it didn't turn out that way. I'm sorry I was right about Molly. Honestly, I was hoping she wouldn't do that to Marcus. But no, I don't even know what to do to calm him down. It's okay. The kid's a grown-up. He'll get over it. How's your internship going? Very interesting. Too bad I can't tell you anything, but it'll be over soon. I miss my dad and you terribly. Me too. Amanda. Come back soon. A couple of days before she returned, Thomas suddenly stopped calling and only texted back. He said it was inconvenient, he didn't have time. On the one hand, Amanda calmed down, but on the other hand, she thought about the fact that Thomas was nobody and had no right to do as he wanted. Back at the beginning of the summer, she would have called him herself. But now something had subtly changed in their relationship. When she, tired from the train, walked into the flat, she was surprised by some new look in the hallway and the fresh smell. From the kitchen door, a smiling dad looked out. "There she is," he pronounced to someone and went to hug his daughter. Thomas came out of their girls' room carrying a huge bouquet of red roses. He smilingly handed them to the girl. Her heart leaped with happiness. But trying to appear nonchalant, Amanda said, "Hi, everybody. What's going on here?" "Oh, just this. Thomas has come to ask for your hand in marriage. I suggested we wait for you. After all, Dad winked at the groom. "And we've been waiting for you for 3 days now," Thomas laughed. "Are you guys serious or something?" "No, I get that he's so serious. Practitioners' senses of humor are atrophying, but not to this extent. It's just that Thomas helped me redecorate the corridor. Here's the wallpaper lighter, the furniture fixed, right, Amanda agad, looking round at the new interior of the hallway. But that doesn't defeat the main purpose." Thomas dropped to one knee in front of the girl. "Will you marry me? I'm no engineer, of course, but I can still do something with my hands. See, and then your daddy will always help if I fail." "Come to think of it," Amanda squinted, "because I haven't even had time to wash my hands from the road." "Well, go wash, then. Think about it. If you're so indecisive." "Come on, wash later. I missed you." "Of course, yes, I'll do it." "There you go, you hesitated. I told you so." However, that wasn't all the news on his return. At the table, her father told her that Molly had left home, practically repeating her mother's behavior. "A week ago, she came out to breakfast and said, 'Dad, I've fallen in love, so I've left Marcus. You have no idea how good it makes me feel. Only now do I realize what true happiness is. That's why I'm leaving with him without even meeting him. I don't think that's possible right now. I'll call you and Amanda, but we're going south, so we won't be able to see each other." "Down south where? Miami or something?" Dad asked. "No, North Caucasus. That's where he's from." "I figured that would be a problem, so I didn't want to introduce you. Yes, he's from there. We're going to live with his family." "Daughter, are you sure about this man? It's a different culture, different customs, and there will be no such liberty for you there." "Dad, that's out of the question. The suitcase is already packed by 11. It'll be waiting for me at the driveway." "What about your diploma? All you have to do is defend it." "To finish my education, I'll deal with that. That's all." Then she took her suitcase and left, leaving Dad alone. "I think I'm missing something, but there's no way I can figure out what exactly they're going through. She's 22. She's a grown woman. Let her live her life as she knows how. But she's my daughter, just like you. And now I'll be thinking about how she can settle down among strangers." It was her choice, wasn't it? If you had forbidden her. If you could, what then? Amanda asked. Oliver shrugged. "I don't know. I don't know." "I do. She would then blame you for all her failures. Now, God forbid she does well. But if anything happens, she can always come back here." I calmed your father down as best I could. Thomas excused himself as the two of them walked alone into the room. "Don't make a drama out of it. Haven't you had enough trouble with your mom? So now you're also acting as a shoulder to cry on for my dad. I love you, Amanda. But sometimes I can't understand why you're so callous at times. Must be a tough man's upbringing. It's just a shame she won't be at my wedding. Or me at hers, apparently. it's become. Shall we go and break the news to my mum? I'm not tired at all, and now I can roll mountains at all. Now I'll get changed and let's go. Julia was sitting at the sewing machine when Thomas came whirling into the house, shouting from the doorway, "Mummy, Mummy, where are you now?" "I'm here," she answered from the room. She finished her stitching and headed out into the corridor. Her son handed her a bouquet of her favorite chrysanthemums with shining eyes. "What's the occasion?" Julia asked. "I have news." No, we have news for you. Amanda, come in." The girl Julia and her son had met at the planetarium entered the flat. "I proposed to Amanda and she agreed to marry me. So, Mum, you've already met Amanda, of course, but now accepting her in her new capacity as my future daughter-in-law." Julia became agitated. "But why didn't you say so before? I'd be quick to prepare something to celebrate. I haven't even got anything to serve for tea." "You don't need anything. We brought a cake." Amanda pointed to the box. "Where's your kitchen? Let me help." Thomas took his favorite by the hand and led the way. Julia returned to the room to put her work away and gather her thoughts a little. What a frisky boy. She was surprised at her own calmness, that he'll have more to worry about now. And I'll probably have more too. 5 minutes later, Julia was in the kitchen helping the boys set the table. "So when are the wedding plans?" Mum asked when everyone had finally sat down to tea in a friendly manner. "We're planning to apply tomorrow," Thomas said with a mute question, looking at the girl. Amanda smiled and nodded yes, tomorrow. "And they usually give you 2 months there. So somewhere around the end of October or early November, most likely." "And how do you plan to celebrate? Who are you going to invite?" Thomas looked questioningly at Julia now. "Well, we should probably invite Dad." "Well, I don't know about calling, but you should definitely let him know. He's your father. And you, won't you be offended?" "Offended by what?" "I wouldn't invite him to my wedding." "But it's your party. And Nicholas is no stranger to you," Julia said. "Well, yes, that's not what I'm talking about right now. There are a lot of guests. Where and how do you plan to celebrate?" "We haven't planned anything like that yet. Thomas proposed to me, and we went straight from home to your place," Amanda replied. Julia smiled. "It's my pleasure. It's just that I think you need to think about how you're going to celebrate your holiday." "How about we just sign and call it a day?" Thomas asked his favorite girl. Amanda nodded confidently. Julia, seeing her confusion, decided to help a little. "Can I tell you what it looks like as an adult? And then you can decide for yourselves, okay?" And after the children agreed, she continued, "You can just sign your name and that's it. That's what people usually do when they get married for the second or third time, if the previous ones were unsuccessful for some reason. But in general, the holiday is for both of you to remember the day. And when you have a hard time, I hate to disappoint you, but there will be. That's when each of you could mentally return to this festive day, remember the happy eyes of your loved one, and look for a way out or ways to reconcile. Well, and in addition, you will then definitely not forget when to congratulate your wife. Usually men have a hard time with such dates." Julia looked at her son, and Amanda mumbled in embarrassment, "But I don't even know who to invite." "Parents and friends, relatives of those with whom one wants to share this joyous day. Daddy's the one you want to share it with, and Molly, my sister. But she's gone, and she'll be gone for sure," Thomas said. "I will, Mr. William. You don't mind, do you?" He looked at Amanda. "Of course I don't. Only I'm not sure he'll want to come after what Molly did to him. But I've discussed it with him. No more than 10 people will be gathered anyway. We'll make a small reservation at the restaurant. Julia, will you help me with my dress? Amanda suddenly asked her future mother-in-law. Thomas told me that you make party dresses. Amanda asked. Of course, darling, I'll do anything you want, Julia replied. Over the next 2 months, Amanda began to turn up at Julia's, sometimes with Thomas, but more often alone. I don't want him to know what dress I'm going to wear before the wedding, she explained to Julia of her visits alone. First, they discussed the style. Then the girl brought samples of fabrics, from which the seamstress chose a light lilac silk. And after the material was purchased, Julia set to work. At each fitting, she found something that could still be improved in the dress. And in the meantime, she asked the girl about her life. You said Dad will be at the wedding. What about Mum? Mum hasn't lived with us for a long time. Molly and I were raised by her, Amanda replied. Well, you should at least let her know. Thomas's dad doesn't live with us either. But you have to tell him. Amanda waved her head negatively. I'm not going to. Besides, even if I wanted to, I still don't know where she is. So you don't keep in touch at all? Absolutely, Amanda sighed. Julia shrugged. I don't understand it. To just leave your daughters like that and not think of them at all. Maybe something happened to her, but that's not how it works either. It happens, Amanda sighed sadly. Molly tried to find her but couldn't, or told me she couldn't find her. And now I've repeated her fate myself. It's a good thing she didn't dump her children on her father and me. We'll get over it somehow. But what's it going to be like for her? I would have asked her to the wedding, but she told me not to look for her and said she'd call me herself. Dad must be upset, but he doesn't show it. He's comforting me, too. I'd love to meet him. At our party, you'll see how good he is. He's the best. I'm sure he is, Julia smiled. Mum, would you be okay if we stayed at Amanda's for now? Thomas asked Julia shortly before the wedding. No, why should I be offended? Julia wondered. If that's what you've decided, then it's what's best for you. It's just that Amanda is the mistress there, and here it'll be the two of you. And then it's closer for her to get to school. And Oliver works shifts, and sometimes he's gone 24 hours a day. And I'm here all the time. She continued with a smile. Don't worry about me, Thomas. You know I've adjusted well. And then I trust you won't leave me anyway, and you'll at least call. Not just call, but come alone and visit with Amanda. You and I have been through so much together, I'll never leave you, my word of honor. I know, son, everything will be fine, but only if you're happy. And if you need such a small thing as living at Amanda's to do that, who am I to object? I have the most understanding mum, the loveliest mum in the world. Thomas rushed to hug her. Well, don't exaggerate. Though I am certainly pleased. On the day of the wedding, Thomas had been very nervous since the morning of the wedding. Even though the registration was scheduled for 4 p.m., he got up at 6, and by 10, he didn't know where to put his hands. Distract yourself. Shoot a film or something? Watch it, Julia urged him. Mum, what film? Wedding Crashers, for example. Or 4 weddings and a funeral. I appreciate your sense of humor, but I'm having a today. Why did you have to call the reception so late? I'm going to go crazy waiting. Well, hello, here we are. I waited 2 months. Everything was fine. And in a few hours he's worried, what if she changes her mind? No, she won't. I wish I had your confidence. I can tell you why I'm sure. Why's that? If you'd seen how stunning she looks in her wedding dress, you'd realize too that no girl would agree to give up the ceremony in it. And then you could get a divorce afterwards. Thomas choked. Just kidding. Just kidding. You do have a lovely bride. You'll see for yourself soon enough it was decided that Marcus, as the groom's best friend, and Oliver, the bride's father, would accompany the newlyweds to the registry office. And I'll go to the restaurant to make sure everything is ready, Julia said. Mom, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Thomas coaxed her. That's right, son. The registry office brings back unpleasant memories for me, so I'd rather stay away from it. Thomas realized how right Mum was when 3 hours later he rang the familiar doorbell of Oliver's flat. He opened it and signaled for him to come through to the large room. While the bride and makeup artist finished her makeup, Oliver said. When the bride emerged from the doorway of her room, Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. His favorite girl looked like a fairy with shoulder-length curls and lilac flowers woven into her dress. The wedding dress made by Thomas's mother sat on the girl's perfect figure like a doll. The groom was afraid to say a word. Then Amanda waved her head. If you keep quiet, I'll change into my shoes and jeans and go to the registry office. Right. Yes, my breath just took away from such beauty. No, please, you'll wear your favorite shoes later. In the meantime, walk around like this for a little while. All right, you got it, the bride smiled. Oliver smiled silently the whole time and looked at his daughter. Finally, Marcus called and said the hire car had pulled up and they could come out. I had the wrong sister in mind, he smiled as he looked at Amanda. It's getting late, the groom frowned jokingly. Yeah, I'm not even making a claim. I just realized that you're lucky again, as you always are. I'm jealous of you. And Molly doesn't even know I'm getting married. With all this wedding stuff going on, Amanda thought of her sister. But she decided not to spoil the festivities and dismissed the thoughts. Nicholas arrived at the restaurant at the appointed time. He was escorted to a table where he met Amanda's friends. Which side are you from? One of the girlfriends asked. I'm the father of the groom, the man replied proudly. The girls looked at each other in surprise. Strange, I thought we were told that Thomas only had a mum. I guess we must have misunderstood something, they added. Sweet girls, but you're adults. A person always has two parents, the man said in an admonishing tone. Well, yes, they nodded, not wanting to get drawn into the conflict Nicholas already wanted to set up. At that moment, Julia entered in her dark blue stunning trouser outfit. Hi, as if nothing had happened, she said, as if they had broken up this morning over breakfast. So where's your date? What couple? Thomas said he invited you along with your sweetheart. I don't know if she's your friend or your wife. And she said there was nothing to do, so she let me go alone. Allowed? Well, I'll give you the benefit of rationality. Well, sit here, the guys will be here soon. Don't you want to sit next to me and tell me how your life is and who your fiancé is? Julia looked at her ex-husband appraisingly. Honestly, not really. Besides, I have a lot of work to do with organizational matters for now. But don't worry, once your son arrives, you can ask the bride's father about anything you want to know about their family. He's sitting right next to you. And where are you? Will you be? Opposite. It's more convenient for me to get out of here than there. Next to the wall. And what? We're not even going to talk. What are we going to talk to you about? I think we've said everything we want to say to each other in 20-odd years. And maybe even what we didn't want to. Are you still that vindictive? Julia really wanted to answer, but she turned away and walked toward the hostess in charge of their tables. Finally, the car with the bride and groom pulled up in front of the restaurant. Thomas, who had jumped out first, opened the door for Amanda, easily picked her up and carried her in his arms to the entrance. But the two of them couldn't go any further, and the happy young man had to put the girl on the ground. Amanda kissed Thomas on the cheek and walked through the door. The driver got out of the car, walked to the driver's window of Amanda's father, who Julia hadn't seen yet but guessed was him, ducked into the open boot and pulled out a box of wedding cake from there. Julia headed out to meet him at the entrance. No way, her mind flashed as she saw the man up close. Julia was dumbfounded. She stood in the doorway and blocked the passage. "You'll pass," the staff member hustled over, taking the cake from the man's hands. Oliver took 2 steps and still stared in amazement at the beautiful woman in the wheelchair. "And how are you here?" he asked, the first thing that came to his mind. "I'm actually the groom's mum," Julia replied. And in her mind, she put together the puzzle of that meeting outside the sewing supplies shop and today's celebration. "I'm the father of the bride," Oliver muttered confusedly. I guessed that the woman smiled. "Have you two met Thomas?" asked his mum, inviting everyone to the table. I happened to. Oliver nodded and took off his jacket and handed it to the cloakroom. When he sat down in his seat next to Nicholas, the latter immediately introduced himself. Nicholas, father of the groom, and extended his hand. "Oliver, father of the bride. You have an adorable daughter." "Thank you. They look good paired with your son." Oliver answered Nicholas' machine gently while he remembered everything his daughter had told him about the groom's mother, about her moving around in a chair, about how Thomas's father had left the family, leaving him practically alone with his mother. That Thomas kept in touch with him occasionally and had invited him to his wedding. What Oliver heard did not add sympathy for Nicholas in his eyes, but the man decided to behave properly with this guest without singling him out. After drinking a little, Nicholas was drawn to a heart-to-heart talk. "Where's your mum?" He inclined his head towards his neighbor. "Mine," Oliver wondered. "No, your wife," clarified the visitor. "Ah, no, I brought up my daughters myself, as she passed away." "Why?" "I hope not. It just so happened that we separated and my daughters stayed with me. I left my son with my mother, too. I couldn't take away the one she loved so much." Oliver still didn't understand why two, or whether Nicholas was comparing himself to his ex-wife, considering such an act honorable. "I heard Thomas was an adult when you two separated," he said, the first thing that came to mind. "To us, our children are always children," the neighbor muttered in an enthusiastic tone. "Isn't that so? Except you can't take them away or give them away. Unlike 10-year-olds, here they can make up their own minds." Nicholas stood up. "I'd like to make a toast." Julia looked at him and glanced warily at her son. Thomas nodded. "Dear Thomas, I congratulate you on this important step in your life. I wish you long love, fidelity, and happiness. Remain attentive to each other in sorrow and in joy. Be the head of the house, that is, the one whom your wife will obey. Then you will be happy all your life." The son rose from his seat. "Thanks, Dad. It seems to me that the main thing here is not obedience, but mutual trust. And we'll be happy together. We can't do it alone. Isn't that right, love?" Amanda nodded in response. There's a saying Nicholas was already unstoppable. The husband is the head and the wife is the neck. Where I want to go, I go where I want to go. So I wish you were both head and neck, and anything else lower. He suddenly laughed unpleasantly. All the guests were silent, and the groom tried to straighten out the situation. "Let's drink to the happiness of everyone here." "Oh no," his father suddenly became indignant. "This is your wedding? Let's drink to you. To everyone here, too. I don't want to drink to your mother's happiness. She ruined 20 years of my life, and then she had an accident. She wanted to take it out on me." Julia sat blushing as she listened to her ex-husband talk. Then she couldn't take it anymore and walked away toward the exit. Oliver jumped up and tried to get Nicholas to sit back down, but he was getting more and more upset, blaming the wheelchair-bound woman for all his own failures. Then Oliver picked up his neighbor and carried him out into the fresh air. Yikes, Thomas stretched out quietly to his fiancée. Mum wanted the holiday to be memorable. Now it's sure to be memorable. Thomas, we need to find Julia, Amanda asked him. Walking out of the restaurant, Oliver slapped Nicholas in the face. Come to your senses. You can't get that drunk. Why should I? He resented in a drunken voice. Just the truth. Tell me, did you live with her? Why are you hiding your eyes? What has he done with my wife already, eh? No? Try me. Have you ever lived with a handicapped person? Do you know what it's like? That's right. So don't shut me up. Thomas was right. I shouldn't have invited you. Oliver looked at him thoughtfully. What? I'm his father, by the way. Without me, your daughter wouldn't have a fiancé. Understand? So I'm in charge here. And who are you? Without me, your son wouldn't have a wife. There's a bundle of them at the market for a nickel on market day. You should have found another. Nicholas had no time to finish, for a powerful blow to the jaw knocked him to the ground. Oh, you like that? Are you going to fight some more coward, the fallen drunk in a snowdrift, trying to get up? Oliver watched his attempts, rubbed his knuckles, shrugged, and hailed a taxi. Remember the address? He asked Nicholas, pushing him into the back seat. The man replied. That's where you take him. You get him up to the flat, they'll pay your fare. He's a priceless treasure. Everyone's afraid of losing him. Then he shut the door and tried to forget what had happened. When Oliver returned, he caught Julia's decisive look. Sent him home in a taxi, he replied. Then he took the chair by the handles and rolled it to the banquet table when all the extra people were gone. Sorry, Thomas. A guest has already left. We can finally relax and get on with the festivities. The man smiled at the guests and took on the role of toastmaster. He did a great job. Half an hour later, everyone had practically forgotten about the unpleasant incident. As a gift, Oliver gave the newlyweds a week in a nice hotel in the city center. Just the two of you, he said as he handed over the gift, so you won't be disturbed by any mums, dads, or other personalities close to you. And then welcome home. As the new family left for the hotel and the guests began to disperse, Oliver offered Julia a ride home. Oh, really? She began to refuse. I still have to finish up with the staff here. Then get my stuff. I'll call Scott and he'll pick me up. Who's this Scott who's always crossing my path? The man jokingly shouted. No way. I won't listen to you this time. I'll wait for you if I have to, even until the wee hours of the morning if necessary, and then I'll take you home. No answer is not acceptable. Julia, hello. I'm sorry to call you, but I picked up a girl on the road and she has nowhere to go. Can I bring her to you? Would you take her in for the night? And then maybe she'll tell you her address. I think she's afraid of me. Sure, Scott, the flat, you know the place. Bring her in. I'm afraid she won't come with me. Can you come down with me so she can come with you? Please. All right, I'll wait for you. The taxi driver arrived at 11:30 in the morning. You see, I had a booking out of town. I come back. I see someone walking along the curb. I slow down. I look at the girl and her eyes are frightened. I said, "Get in. I'll give you a lift to town for free." And she ran away from me into the woods. But she didn't run far. Then she tripped over a stone, fell down, lay there and couldn't get up. But I picked her up and took her to a trauma center. They said it was a bruise. No fracture. And she didn't have any documents with her. Anyway, they sent us out of there. Where am I supposed to put her at night? I can't. And how do I start talking to her? She's in a corner and doesn't talk. I've locked her in the car now so she won't run away. Scott helped Julia downstairs. drove her to the car, and opened the door with the key. Inside sat a girl, thin and dirty. Julia started talking to her as gently as possible. "You're hungry. Come to my place. We'll eat, spend the night, and then we'll look for a shelter for you." The girl moved away from the outstretched hand and looked at Scott. "I tell you, she's afraid of me," said the young man with a typically Southern appearance and accent. Sometimes indeed girls were afraid to get into his taxi when he came to a call. The man was not offended by this. He guessed that not all men with such appearance behave respectfully towards women. However, sometimes he wanted to help and he couldn't because of prejudice. Just like now. No, he's not coming with us." Julia interpreted the girl's behavior correctly. "Just me and you, and then I'll let him go now. But I must have someone to help me up to the flat, and there's nobody around but you. Shall we go this time?" Julia moved slightly away from the door, as if inviting the girl out. It worked. Scott quickly thanked the woman and left. Julia and the stranger stood not far from the entranceway. "So are you going to help me out? Or will I have to wait for another passerby?" the woman asked. The girl took hold of the handles of the pram and rolled it towards the entrance. Julia gave a little prompting and corrected her actions. When they reached the flat door, the woman opened it with her key and swung it open for her guest. "Take a look if you want to. I live alone. There's no one in the flat. My place is safe." The girl cautiously stepped inside, carefully wiped her shoes on the mat, and took off her shoes. Julia smiled. As long as the man remembered the rules of decorum, everything would be all right. She escorted the girl into the flat and closed the door. "Hungry?" Julia asked. The stranger nodded affirmatively. Julia went to the kitchen, pulled chicken out of the fridge, and put the kettle on. While the girl cleaned up and washed herself, Julia quickly prepared a hot side dish and set the table. "Eat." The hostess placed a plate in front of her guest. She took a fork and began to eat, taking care not to lose a single crumb. When the first hunger was satisfied and the girl relaxed a little, Julia asked, "What's your name?" "Miriam." "Hey, Marion." The girl shook her head negatively. "Miriam." "Okay, my name is Julia. Where are you coming from, Miriam?" From far away, the interlocutor waved her hand uncertainly. "And what made you go like that? Where are your papers? Have you lost them?" "I ran away from him." "Wow. Did he beat you or something?" "No, just punished me." "What do you mean he punished you?" "Various things." Miriam lowered her eyes. "And why did you put up with it? You could have complained to the police or your relatives." "The relatives are all on his side. If he raises her and punishes her, it means he loves her. If he didn't love her, he'd just throw her out the door like a kitten." "Is that what they say? And yours too?" "Mine aren't there." "Well, what about the police?" "They're all there for their own, and I'm a stranger." "I see. What do you plan to do?" "I don't know. I have relatives here. Maybe I'll find one if they accept me. But no, I'm going to work. I'll build a life from scratch." "What might they not accept?" "I ran away from home and haven't kept in touch with them." "I don't know." "Let me help you find them." "What are the names of the relatives?" "No need. I'll do it myself." "You're on your own. Where will you live?" "You can stay at my place. I'm alone. My son and daughter-in-law come sometimes. I have friends and clients, and so no one will interfere." "Thank you. I'll think about it. Can I go to bed now?" "Sure. Good night." Julia didn't sleep well that night. She was worried both about Miriam and the fact that she might turn out to be a fraud, only pretending to be unwell. What if she and Nicholas were in cahoots? Ugh. How many years have I known the man, and still I doubt it. What am I to take? The woman was angry at her own thoughts. I mean, he sees how I live, and she obviously needs help. In the morning, she texted Oliver and asked him not to come. They had agreed that they would go to the shop, but Julia realized she couldn't leave the girl alone just yet. Why? Has something happened? The man was frightened. There's nothing wrong. It's just that I've got company. She's afraid of strange men. Shall we reschedule for tomorrow then? I don't know yet. All right. After the boys' wedding and their move to Amanda's place, Julia felt like Oliver had taken over her. He contacted her often, offering to help, bringing her groceries, and sometimes suggesting that they spend time together in the park or at the cinema. If Julia wasn't swamped with work, she gladly agreed. On the one hand, she noticed that she was becoming attached to him, but on the other hand, she was afraid of losing the few joys in life that she had recently acquired. In the morning, Miriam looked much better. She helped Julia with breakfast and was a little more cooperative. "Thank you so much. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in a long time," she said. "You're welcome. I slept great today too. So what are you planning to do?" "I don't know yet. I'd like to get a job, but it's impossible without papers." "Where did your husband keep yours?" "I ran away." "What kind of slavery is that? Why did you marry him? Did your parents make you marry him?" "No, I loved him myself. He was completely different before I became his wife. He used to carry me in his arms, guessing my every wish. But after the registration, he changed dramatically. He took away my papers, told me to wear a headscarf. He started calling me whatever he wanted." "It's like Miriam, so it's not your name?" Julia asked. "No, that's what his family called me. Told me to forget my name. If I didn't respond to Miriam, they punished me." "Who all?" "His mother, father, sisters. Everyone chiseled that my name was Miriam. I became her." "And why did you give me that fake name yesterday?" "I don't know you. What if you know his family and you'd give me away? That's why I called myself Miriam." "Yeah, I have no idea who your husband is. And if I did, I'd strangle him with these hands. Look at you, a beautiful young woman. No children." "No, that's why I was also chastised for not being able to get pregnant. It was like living in the Middle Ages." "So what's it like? Do you know the address of your relatives and acquaintances?" "I know, but I can't go there yet. There's someone I want to find." "Did you go to school with him? You don't remember his phone number. How did you lose your memory? How are you going to find him? Do you have internet? Maybe through social media." "Well, try it. There's a laptop." Miriam spent almost the whole day, while Julia sewed, searching. Then she asked her landlady for her phone and dialed a number. "Hi. It's me. Did you recognize me?" she said into the receiver. "Can you come over? I really need to talk to you. Please." "What's the address here?" she asked Julia. She dictated it. Miriam hung up the phone in surprise. I thought he wouldn't want to talk, but as soon as he heard the address, he shouted that he was on his way. "So maybe you were afraid for nothing. I've done a lot of bad things to him. I want to ask for help and forgiveness. Even if you can't bring back the past, you can still be human. What do you think?" "Of course, everything will be all right. He'll help, don't worry." The doorbell rang about 40 minutes later. Julia opened it and was stunned. Standing in front of her was Marcus, her son's best friend. "Where is she?" "Who's Miriam?" she asked. Miriam, who the boy looked at her in surprise. Molly, it was the hostess's turn to be surprised. At that moment, the guest came out of the room. "Hello, Marcus," she said. Julia exhaled a sigh of relief. "Indeed, Molly." The guy hugged the girl and she suddenly cried on his shoulder. "Please forgive me, please. I have deceived you so much, Miriam," Molly said. "That's all right. Calm down. It's all right," replied Marcus. "How did she end up here?" he asked Julia. "Cattle found her on the side of the road. Didn't know where to put her, so he brought her to me. She went by the name of Miriam." "Why Miriam?" he asked Molly. "That's what everybody called me. I'm used to introducing myself to all strangers that way." "And do you know who you happen to know?" "That's Amanda's mother-in-law, by the way. Your sister's sister. Yes. While you were away, she married Thomas. And this is Thomas's mum. We'll consider it an introduction." "I'm sorry, I didn't know," Molly muttered. Julia remembered Oliver's sad eyes as he talked about his eldest daughter, and a strange anger rose in her. "Do you know how your father worries?" the landlady snapped at the girl and disappeared inexplicably. "Told me not to look. I couldn't even call you to my sister's wedding. How can you do that to people you care about?" "Daddy, do you know him?" Molly asked. "Well, what do you think if our children were married? Now, I'm definitely not letting you go anywhere until you call your father. Understand? And don't look at Marcus. I'll kick him out if I have to." "I'm all for you calling Oliver myself," Marcus interjected. "There's a phone over there, too." Molly picked up the phone and stared at it for a long moment, gathering her composure. Then she dialed the number. "Hey, Dad." "Dad?" Oliver had a morning shift tomorrow, so he was getting ready for bed when suddenly the phone rang and Julia's number popped up. Something's wrong, his mind flashed, because his lover wasn't in the habit of calling this late. In his mind, he'd been calling her exactly that for a long time. "My sweetheart," but he was afraid to admit it to her. All the time he found some excuse. Maybe now is the time, Julia thought. "Hi, Dad, it's me," said the receiver. "Who am I?" "Molly," the voice answered. Oliver ahead and sat down on the couch, then jumped up and paced around the room. "Why are you calling from this number? What's wrong?" Oliver asked. "Dad, I'm back. I'm fine, but Marcus and Julia are almost all here now. She's the one who gave me the call. When are you coming home?" "Dad, I'm with Marcus, but I'll definitely be there tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. My papers are all gone. They have to be restored." "Jesus, it's just little things. What do these papers mean? We'll restore everything, don't worry. The main thing is that you're safe and back." "I love you, Daddy. And I love you so much, my daughter. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Kisses. Put Julie on the phone, please." Molly handed the phone over. "That's why you canceled. Because you had my daughter. And you didn't tell me." "Wait a minute, Oliver. I didn't. She introduced herself by another name, and it's not like I've never met her. Anyway, it's a long story. She and Marcus will tell you all about it later." "Okay, how's she doing? How does she look?" "Tired, but she looks unharmed. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Don't worry," Julia reassured the girl's father. "I'll come and see you tomorrow after my shift." "But they're on their way to Marcus's now." "Let them. You heard what I said. I'll come to you." News spread quickly, and by morning Thomas and Amanda knew that not only had the prodigal daughter returned home, but also to Marcus. He was overjoyed. He helped her adapt in every way he could. He took her to the hairdressers, then to her treatments. Afterwards, they went for a walk together, and Molly talked about what she'd been through. You know, all my life I wanted some kind of drive, some kind of adventure, something unusual. So I went there. And here everything seemed routine and swampy to me. But there, it's exotic, patriarchal relations, family, love. Now I realize that I would rather have my own swamp than incomprehensible risks of being punished for the slightest offense or misunderstanding. It must be very difficult for you to forgive me, but I ask at least to understand. If you can't, I'll understand and just let you go. But maybe we can try to start over. Marcus had thought to himself more than once about what would happen if Molly suddenly came back. At first he decided he wouldn't let her go anywhere, because he'd take revenge on both her and the hot guy who dared to take his love away from Marcus. And afterwards he'd resigned himself to the fact that apparently it wasn't fate. And only now, when the girl came back, he realized that he had never loved anyone like that. And maybe he would forgive her, and they would be together again. Thomas and Amanda, after his sister's return, began to discuss how they would be housed and whether it would be better for them to move in with Julia. However, Marcus was quick to set the record straight. Molly will live with me, he stated unhesitatingly. We have a lot of business and plans together, so we'll come and visit you, of course, but nothing more than that. Won't we, dear Molly? The girl, with tears of happiness in her eyes, nodded and occasionally kissed her young man in front of everyone. After Amanda and Thomas were married and then Molly returned, everything fell into place for Oliver. He was calm for his daughters and increasingly thought it would be a good idea for him to confess his feelings to Julia too. What if she doesn't accept me with my confession? After all, we are relatives now. How will we communicate, he thought. But the more he watched the happiness of Thomas and his youngest daughter, the more he wanted something similar for himself. Perhaps if he hadn't been so infatuated with Julia, he would have found someone else. But now, in his eyes, no other woman compared to her. Sometimes he wanted to see her so badly that he would make up all sorts of different and sometimes ridiculous excuses to come to her after his shift and then go home. Julia saw this and had strong feelings for Oliver, but she couldn't offer herself to anyone in such a state. Why would he want an invalid? She thought. He's such a good-looking man, he can find a young and healthy woman who can bear him more children. Not like me, half immobile. Oliver came to her this time, thinking that they would go to the cinema together. And there, finally, he would confess everything to her. But the woman refused, saying she wasn't in the mood to go out. Then, if we're not going anywhere, maybe you could show me some old photos or an album, Oliver asked suddenly, because the kids are already married, and I've never seen how young my son-in-law was. Julia was glad for a quiet evening and was happy to show the man where to get the photo albums. They settled down next to each other on the sofa and immersed themselves in memories. Oh, here are my school ones, the woman marveled, pulling black and white photos of her class out of the bag. And that's you, Oliver pointed at the young girl in one of them. That's right. And how did you recognize it? I don't recognize myself in them sometimes. You haven't changed a bit. You're the same now. Look at you. Don't flatter me so rudely. I'm a feeble old woman and an invalid. You have a crooked mirror. You are a beautiful woman whom I love very much, the man suddenly burst out. Julia looked at him intently. Shall we pretend I didn't hear that? No, we won't pretend. You heard perfectly well what I said. I love you and I want you to hear it all, by the way. He moved over and kissed Julia firmly on the lips. She sat still at first, but then something stirred inside her, and she responded to the kiss more forcefully. She felt dizzy, and Oliver gently laid her beloved down on the bed. They touched each other gently, slowly undressed, and savored every moment and every mole of their desirable bodies. It was a thrilling feeling. It gradually but surely carried them higher and higher, to those heights of bliss that each of them could not even dream of. Finally, tired, they lay next to each other and basked in the warmth of their bodies. At that moment, the front door slammed and the doors to the room swung open quickly. Amanda walked in. Oliver only had time to cover his beloved with a blanket. The daughter looked at her father in silent horror. Thomas hadn't slept for the second night. He had a toothache. He was afraid to go to the doctor. Amanda coaxed him as best she could. "You're a grown, married man. How long can you stand it? Go to the doctor, at least he'll see what's wrong." The sick man shook his head. "I have a salary in 3 days, then I'll go to a paid clinic. I don't have any money now." "Go to an ordinary clinic. There you will do everything for free. The acute pain will be relieved, and you will go for treatment after your salary." But the husband hoped to wait until the end of the week. On Wednesday, in the middle of the day, Thomas realized that he had no more strength. He took a day off work and went to the free clinic. He was immediately given an appointment for acute pain, but was asked for a policy. "Oh, I don't have one," the man was confused. Not at all was surprised by the girl at the reception desk. "No, I don't have it with me." "Well, call home, ask to have it dictated to you. That's enough for us, and you don't need to see the policy itself." Thomas called his mum, as he had not had time to take the policy with him to his new place of residence. Mum didn't pick up the phone. "She's probably with a client," he thought as she worked on an order with a customer, switching off the sound on the phone so she wouldn't be distracted. Thomas thought feverishly about what to do. He decided to call Amanda. "In case you don't have class, and drive over to your mother's to pick up the policy." "Where is it lying?" the wife asked. "Well, that's where you'll come. If Mum's not there, ring up and I'll tell you. As it is, she knows well." The girl agreed. Taking his keys from the nightstand, drove to the flat. Amanda was in a hurry to be there in time for Thomas's appointment, because he'd been told strictly that the doctor wouldn't see her without a policy number. She almost flew upstairs, and frantically opening the door, ran into the room and froze in horror. "Hello, daughter. What are you doing here?" Oliver asked her, covering Julia lying on the bed with the covers. "Daddy," the purpose of her arrival and all the words that needed to be said slipped out of the girl's mind. She looked at her father and mother-in-law in silence and tried to gather her thoughts. "Amanda, could you step outside for 5 minutes?" her mother-in-law asked her. "Yes, sorry." The girl popped out into the kitchen. Oliver immediately got up, got dressed, and helped Julia sit down and clean up. They giggled quietly amongst themselves, a little embarrassed by the situation. Finally, the man opened the door and stepped out to his daughter. "Amanda, we're adults," he started to say, but then changed his mind and asked, "Didn't they teach you to knock?" "I was," the daughter agreed. "You did." But Thomas couldn't get Mum on the phone and thought she was with a client. "And it's an emergency for me. You've only known each other for a short while. When did you have time to?" "Well, how can I put it? Well, actually, we've known each other since high school. And then I was courting Julia. And then, remember I told you about how I met a woman from the same class, but I never got her phone number?" Amanda covered her mouth with her hand. "So that's her?" "Yes, and the next time I met her was at your wedding. But this one is hardly a coincidence. I think it's fate." "Are you two going to whisper like that in there?" Julia's voice came from the room. Dad and daughter appeared in the doorway. "Come in, Amanda. I'm sorry we met you like this." "Oh, please, Julia, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Bursting into your house without warning or a call. By the way, what's the emergency?" "Right, I almost forgot." Amanda tapped herself on the forehead. "Thomas went to the doctor with acute pain, and the policy is here. So he asked me to come over and dictate the number to him." Wouldn't it have been easier for me to call? He did. Only you didn't answer the phone? I thought you had customers. Amanda excused her husband. And he's already sitting in the queue. He won't be admitted until he has a number. He's had a toothache for 3 days. A little embarrassed that she hadn't answered her son, Julia walked over to the dresser and pulled out a folder containing the paperwork. Digging around, she pulled out Thomas's policy and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Here you go, call him. Told him not to run his teeth. He's so scared of dentists, he waits until he's in a real bind. Well, thank God. I thought I had a perfect son-in-law with hands, with a head. No, but he does have his faults, doesn't he? There are. But I won't tell you about them. Think of it as his only one. Julia nodded. Dad, what took you so long? Amanda fussed in the corridor. Well, tell her. Dad, I got here 3 hours ago and you're still not ready? Why did you have to break in at 7 in the morning? Julia and I were still asleep, by the way. Well, what about balloons to buy? And flowers are expensive. At 7 in the morning, the flower and balloon shops aren't open yet. I knew it would take you 3 hours to get ready. I'm coming anyway. She said to be there by 11:30. Amanda sat in the kitchen and chuckled at the fuss. You'd think it was his wife and child, she said to her father. Finally, everyone was ready, and the 2 cars drove amicably out of the yard. On the way, they picked up Marcus and bought everything for the party. When a happy Molly with the baby in her arms came out of the door of the maternity hospital, Marcus immediately flew up to his beloved, and Oliver handed flowers to his daughter. Then, everyone crowded round the envelope-wrapped baby and opened his face. The baby was smiling in his sleep. Oliver leaned over to him and said softly, Well, hello, Travis. Welcome to our friendly family.